No, not the eject button, the play button.
Oh yeah. Ready?
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. So that was the innings of Brendan McCullum. Scores lots of fours cause he don't like to run them. And here we are waving Brendan McCullum goodbye. Whoa, 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 whoa.
It's a disgrace. He's got to go. Bring back Trevor Bayliss. The New England have been urged to play with freedom and be their authentic selves. And certainly they were true to their collective self, the one that manages to manufacture a collapse from almost any situation. Until about 5:45, it had all been so good. Anderson and Potts on fire and the world champs on the ropes. But now the game is back in the balance, and Folkes and Broad have to eke out what they can to reach parity. Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk. Wherever you are in the world, welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and I'm joined first thing this morning by, I suspect, a couple of guys who will have really enjoyed that last 45 minutes last night, even if they slept through it, as I imagine Anindo did. Anindo Dada, who's with us this morning. I think, Anindo, we didn't we leave you at lunch with New Zealand 30-something for 6?
You did indeed, and you know, I saw them go to 8 soon after, I think, or 7, and then they scored a few runs. And I tweeted at that point in time that England's letting them off the hook, and that's going to come back to bite England. I didn't quite realize it was going to bite such a huge chunk out of England so soon.
No, there's an enormous gap, isn't it, in the sort of a breach of the hull of the England ship, and it's not so much listing as going down very, very quickly indeed. Yeah, you must have had a little bit of a chuckle about that. And Messi, well, I mean, you're always chuckling anyway, but I mean, that must have sent you off into, I don't know, some sort of bizarre parallel universe of humour, mustn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's something so predictable about all this that, you know, when you asked me this time yesterday how I thought McCallum would go, and I said, well, I think, you know, it'll be fine for 5 minutes, but then it'll fall in a heap. I really didn't think it'd be quite as quick as it was, but Jesus Christ, it's so... I mean, the thing I do like is that it's not like your classic test matches where one side collapses early in the first innings, the second side then makes 480 for 3 declared and wins by an innings. None of that. We've got
that
excitement
would be England and India.
Yeah, but that's
that's exactly right.
If you're an England supporter, that's exactly what you wanted. You wanted England to be 480 for 3. You wanted Ben Stokes to have scored a century in his first match as Test captain. You wanted Alex Lees to come good, get a 50 perhaps under his belt.
Come on, Hendo. Stokes had enough luck as captain on his first day.
Yes.
It would have been a bit much if he had scored a century as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call it luck. I think England bowled pretty well, didn't they, in the early session? But you know, it's the sort of example of England totally incapable of taking advantage of a good position. Maybe
but you know the extraordinary irony, Hendo, in all of this. All of England's injuries have been in their fast bowling department.
Yes.
Their fast bowling department is the one area that isn't a fucking problem for England.
But do you think we should just
really
fill the team with fast bowlers wherever they come from? I mean, in terms of the county setup, let's just go and get 11 fast bowlers, if there still are 11 fast bowlers or medium fast bowlers. Put them in the team. I mean, they couldn't do much worse as batsmen, could they?
They really couldn't.
But what about New Zealand? Let's talk about New Zealand. And Indo sort of talks about the fact that they got back into the game a little bit with a bit of hitting in after lunch, which they did. But you still wouldn't expect 132 to be too much of a daunting total. Maybe if England... I mean, I thought at lunchtime yesterday, I thought this is payback, isn't it, for Auckland in whatever year it was, 2018, when England were bowled out for 58 that day. And perhaps this was the moment where England got a little bit of revenge for that. But they let them off the hook. Certainly the batsmen let them off the hook in the last 40 minutes or so. And it was all rather ridiculous. Anyway, the teams are out in the middle. I'm trying to remember who's batting for England because we've gone through them so quickly. I think
There's Ben Folks.
Oh, there he is. And has he got a jingle?
And Brody, isn't he?
That's right. Yes. I'll just jingle them up.
Stuart Broad batting. So is the Twitter handle still active?
He's better than just Butler, and his name's Ben Folks. He can keep wicket at least 9 times as well. Ben Folks, you're the best.
How does he speak, or play the horn, or clean his teeth, or even yawn? How does he shout? How does he call? Trent Bolt's mouth is really small.
Yeah, it's going to be Trent Bolt to open the bowling this morning to Stuart Broad, left armour to left hander. 2 slips in the gully, so they're not really attacking. They're worried that Broad might play a few big swipes. So Bolt is in from the pavilion end, bowls to Broad. It's a short one down the leg side, so far down the leg side that even a leaping Tom Blundell at wicket-keeper cannot get across to it, and England have reduced the deficit to 12 with 4 byes. Good start, eh, boys? Good start for the boys there, I think. Maybe that's the way we're going to find England getting parity with New Zealand this morning. Now, I apologise if I seem a little uncertain, because I've been put in position of being ball by baller and jingler, which is the first time I've done that with two disembodied characters from around the world. I've got nobody here in the room with me. I'm feeling a little bit lonely. Onto the back foot goes Broad and prods it out into the offside. They're going to take a single. Backward is square, and Broad is up and running. 117 for 7. Hang on, what? Hang on, trail by 16. It still says on the.
They trail by 12.
They don't know what they're
12.
saying.
They don't know what they're doing. Sky, you're confusing me. So as if I'm not confused enough. Yeah, but it's really weird. It's really weird to be talking
121.
to you. 121. That's what I thought it would be. Folks has now come to take strike. It's a cloudier morning at Lords this morning, so that might be good news for England when they get New Zealand in for a second time, which shouldn't be too long. And in Sydenham, which is sort of diagonally across London from Lords, it is also. It's a little bit brighter here, but it's still quite a bit of cloud cover. So, folks, now this is a big chance for folks, if someone can stay with him, to make a statement and take away all those ideas of Josh Butler coming back into the team. He leaves this ball as it's angled across him by Bolt, and it goes through the keeper, and there is no run. Now, who's on the Twitter sphere? Is it you, Messi?
I am indeed. We have lots of people joining us on Twitter. I won't read all the tweets because it'll take too long. But I'll say hello to Warren, who's fed up with seeing KP, as we all are.
Oh, God, yeah.
Leah, Mog, Martin White, and over on YouTube, we have with us, if I can get the bloody thing up,
But while you're waiting to get it up, I'll just tell people that was another dot ball as Bolt delivered it outside the off stump, left alone by folks. On you go, Messi.
So we got the Attic Radio saying that was someday yesterday for a neutral. Ruben Loganathan, Elizabeth, Steve Kellett, Sean Willis, and Rich Turner Music, all with us on YouTube. Welcome to you. And we will get around to reading messages in a little while, but things are a little hectic early on, as you'd appreciate.
Following delivery is defended off the back foot by folks. Just one ball to go in the opening over of the morning. Let's look at those figures. Spread out these wickets. 2 for Southey, 2 for Bolt. 1 for de Grand on the big wicket of Joe Root and Kyle Jameson, who bowled absolutely beautifully yesterday. 2 for 20. Here's Bolt again into Folks. Folks leaves the ball. A little bit of gentle in swing, but nothing too alarming. It goes through the keeper. It's the end of the over. England are 121 for 7. More from you, Messi.
Yeah, Warren is impressed that you're jingling your balls. And Farong's with us. It's a greeting from Mirpur. Hope everyone's well. The resurgence lasted, say, 250 odd minutes, then returned to normal for the remainder of the day. Which I think is just about spot on. I mean, I've got to say,
Hendo would be on this morning. So
yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's
well,
true.
I couldn't see Hendo getting really worked up because it was so predictable, really, wasn't it?
Well, there's no need to get worked up until 5:45, and then it went all horribly wrong, didn't it? I mean, I was just sort of rendered speechless, you know, as Jeff Perko said last night. It was weird to see me with my rants down. But anyway, we have 3 slips, and Tim Southey's going to bowl. I'll jingle him up in a minute. He's going to round the wicket to the left-hander, and he's in, and he bowls, and it's carted down the ground by Stuart Broad. Is there anyone out there? It doesn't look as if there is. This is going to roll into the boundary for the first one of these. Lovely shot. Well, I say lovely shot. I mean, cleared the front leg.
It's the first. You said it's first one of these, so this is the first one of the bat.
Oh, first one off the bat. That's very true. Yes, yes, absolutely. I must get back to doing Southey and his jingle in a minute, but the balls are coming thick and fast at the moment. In fact, they're just going to change the field ever so slightly. He's just having a word with Kane Williamson. No, he's still not going to give me time to get the jingle in. It's an 18-second
century here.
Oh, wouldn't that be great? That would take us back to 2010. He's just got to raise the spirit of 2010, has Stuart Broad here. He's got 3 slips, a cover point, a mid-off, mid-wicket fairly short, man back at deep square, mid-on, and he clears the front leg again. Not just the front leg, in fact he sort of exposes the whole of the stumps and aims a big blow at it and makes no contact. It goes through to the keeper. This is the bowler.
It's only a whimsical notion to fly with Tim Southey to Dubai. I probably won't fly with Team Saudi. And again, I just admire.
There was no lack of effort on Stuart Broad's part, that I can tell you.
A lot of intensity. Southey in, and he's bowled him leg stump. He aims a horrible heave at that one. It's all over for Stuart Broad.
3 shots which looked exactly the same.
What on earth are England doing? Just try and eke out some runs, for goodness sake. It wasn't a bad ball, but it was a terrible, terrible shot. And all I can say is this.
Got him! Why did he do that? Unbelievable!
It is pretty unbelievable. The last thing you want to do is give your opponents an early boost. And
Double-decker London bus could have gone between him and his bat.
But what is the point of that? I mean, someone explain this to me. Talk about playing with freedom. I mean, that's not freedom. That's, I don't know what that is.
That's playing blind. Close your eyes and swing your bat.
I mean, for goodness sake, he's a good enough batsman to do better than that. That's what's so frustrating. He may think, sod it, why should I do all the work? I've already done the work as a bowler, and the batsmen have been terrible, so I'm entitled to do what I want. But, are we playing a team sport or are we playing an individual sport here?
Actually, if he doesn't do that, if he doesn't bat now, he's going to have to do it all over again in the next 15 minutes. So that should make him bat properly, but apparently not.
Well, it's a shame also for Ben Folkes, because he is capable of getting runs. He's averaging 98 in the county championship this year. He needs someone to stay with him, not to just throw all cares to the wind. And, well, you're getting your rant now, aren't you? I mean, it's left over from last night, and finally the rant is coming out. Ben Folkes, in fact, goes to meet Jimmy Anderson. Jimmy Anderson, who's batted in a hell of a lot more test matches than he has. To just basically remind one of the most experienced cricketers in the world that it would be handy if he could just stick around for a bit, and if they could eke out a few runs, rather than just throwing all hope to the wind.
I have a question for you, Hendo. So, is Matt Parkinson an even worse batsman than Jimmy Anderson?
Yeah, he's terrible. He's absolutely terrible.
Okay. That explains why
he's a bit of a Trent Bolt.
They got 3 number 11s. That really helps.
And Ben Stokes is laughing. I mean, what is going on? We've now got 3 slips, a short leg and a leg gully. In comes Southey, round the wicket to Jimmy Anderson. Finds the edge, but it drops to ground. He plays it with those sort of soft hands, almost with a dead bat. Latham does the fielding in the slip cordon. England 125 for 8. I just, I'm speechless.
Mog tries to find some consolation for you by saying, can you try to take some solace in the fact that England bowling looked much better?
No, because England bowling has always looked all right. If the batsmen did their job, then England's bowling would be doing fine. And if you look at the averages, a lot of criticism for Anderson and Broad. This is full, and defended to the offside, thinking about a single, they won't get it. A lot of criticism about the lengths that they bowled in the Ashes. Now, I didn't see a lot of the Ashes. You probably saw a lot more than I did for various reasons. But you've got to look at their averages for the Ashes and the number of wickets they took. They were quite respectable. And if England had batted with anything approaching professionalism, then no one would be saying they bowled badly in Australia. And they certainly didn't. They didn't deserve to be left out of the West Indies, although I can understand why they were.
England typically started batting from number 4 in Australia.
Yes, exactly.
So that made things a little difficult.
Left alone by Jimmy Anderson outside the off stump. It's the end of the over. Successful one, a 3rd wicket, I think it is, for Southey. England trail by 7. They're 125 for 8. Messi.
Martin Lawrence says, has Parkinson made it to the game yet? And is this an official debut? Well, yeah, he actually made it yesterday. So
and it is his
Gary
debut,
Naylor's ransom conditions were met, and he stood down. But he's due to bat next, which will be interesting at the very least. So it will be a debut. Marina Weaver says, morning, fantastic gorillas. Looking forward to another Faustian day of cricket, which I think we can pretty well guarantee. Dutchbird Kate is with us. Hello, Kate.
Hey.
Can't you get back into one room again? It really doesn't work when you're all over the shop.
Oh, I don't
It's the only way some of us can get there.
In fact, it's great when people, I mean, we can include so many more people now. I mean, we couldn't have Messi in, we couldn't have an Indo in, because they'd have to get on a plane and fly for about 20 hours each.
And there'd have to be enough patrons to sponsor that.
Oh God, yes. Well, don't start me on Patreons again. I'm going to have to check the Gmail to see whether my pleading yesterday had any effects. But we'll see what we can do. Anyone read the Spaximum this morning? Anyone want to say good things about it? Please do. If you liked it. If you didn't, I suppose just keep your mouth shut. On the fact that no one has said anything presumes the latter. In comes Trent Bolt round the wicket to Folks. Folks works this from underneath his ribs towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Messi.
Warren says, with all the double entendre opportunities flying around, does that mean Annie Chave is on shortly? Well, Annie's actually at Lord's today, but she's due to be on air tomorrow with us, if it lasts that long.
Well, yes. I mean, the thing, from an England perspective, you want them to get back into New Zealand again quickly, but from a cricket perspective, you want to see a bit more of a game. Bolt in, bowls down the leg side, and that's nicely clipped by Folks, but it'll only bring him a single. He's got Ajaz Patel, who's fielding at deep square leg. He's not going to get a bowl, is he? Spin is not going to be required, I don't think, a great deal in this test. I mean, Mike Parkinson could actually play a test match and not bowl, and that could be his only test match he plays, and was not asked to actually twirl the arm. Jimmy Anderson comes down to face. I didn't jingle him up this morning, but I suppose I should. Folks has moved on to 7. Anderson waits for Trent Bolt, left arm over the wicket. He jabs at that one, hopping a little bit. It was bashed into the deck a little bit, but it didn't really rise as much as Anderson's. He got the impression that the batsman was flinching for no great reason.
Even well before the ball arrived.
Yeah, I think he was flinching already, yeah. I think you're right. England moved on to 126 for 8. If you're just joining us this morning, welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. We are the premier alternative commentary in the world. In comes Bolt, bowls. Oh, and he just got his bat down in front of his pad. If that had found its way through, that would have been absolutely plumb. It's fielded at short leg by Will Young, I think. And there is again no run. Can England forge a lead of 3 or 4? That's what we wait to see. At the moment, they're 6 runs behind. 126 for 8. Now, I do remember talking to John Bathan, one of our commentators, on the WhatsApp a week or two ago, talking about Lords, and I said, oh well, it probably won't last even 3.5 days, and he said, well, the pitches have been quite good at Lords for batting this year. Well, you didn't take England into account. This is jabbed down to the man at short square leg, and there is no run. Bolt into his 12th over has figures of 2 for 17. None of the England team look too bothered. They're very relaxed on the balcony today. There's Crawley.
I think they're just used to it.
There's there's Stokes with a very resigned look on his face, which chatting away to Brendan McCullum across the other side of the door. In comes Bolt, and that's quite a nice shot from Anderson. He threads it into the offside between backward point and extra, and they will come through for 1. It does mean that he keeps the strike, but he has got off the mark. England are 127 for 8. Messi.
So Mog has moved into capital letters for you. He says, fire the fuck up, Hendo. Rip and tear off shreds of their flesh like weasels do an old age pensioner alone in the forest.
Is that what weasels do?
I don't know if
that's
that's Epping Forest.
That's a bit worrying. I'm not going to go in the forest. I mean, I'm near enough an old age pensioner now, so I'm going to steer clear of the forest because I don't want to be taken down by a weasel. Anyway.
Pirate Badger says, good morning, landlubbers. And Warren says, just jingle, jingle, jingle. His mouth is really small.
Tim Southey then to start his 13th over, 3 for 44, bowling to Jimmy Anderson. And again, he prods into the offside. He's going to get himself a run. In fact, he might get himself 2. He will, as it goes towards deep backward point. It's chased by Conway, I think, from backward point. And England move on to 129 for 8. They trail by 3. And how much of a psychological advantage do you think it will be if England get past 132?
I think it will be contrived psychological advantage.
I think you're
if
right.
we get past 132 and are happy with that.
I think you're right. Just remember, Jimmy Anderson did get 81 on a pitch of rolled snot at Trent Bridge many years ago. In comes Southey again. This one is tucked neatly off his legs by Anderson down to long leg. They'll take a single. He will move to 4 would you believe? England
He's got these
130 for
delicate
8.
touches which is employing both on the off and on the on.
Well, he reaches the other end, has a very friendly chat with Tim Southey, maybe talking about swing bowling and what it's like under the slight bit of cloud at Lords. Maybe Jimmy Anderson is saying, well, you can get us out for 130, but we're going to come right back at you. But I suspect not. I don't know. They're probably talking about what they're going to have for lunch. Apparently, did someone say they had halibut yesterday?
They
Halibut.
did steamed halibut is one of the choices, or
halibut.
lamb. Yes.
Yes, I think it's probably hard to go out and bat or bowl with a whole steamed halibut in your gut. In comes Southey, bowls onto the back foot, goes Folkes even defends it into the covers, and there is no run. But
So how do we find out the lunch menu?
I don't know.
Did they
It's
publish
just
that somewhere?
Yeah, I think someone
Yes, it
mentioned
is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It's not
one of the
necessarily-
press people added in his article.
yeah, I did see that.
Andy Bull, I think it was.
Oh, was it? Okay. Yeah. Well, you know, I suppose that's why the tickets are so pricey, because, you know, halibut doesn't come cheap, and it's got to be caught. It's got to be caught fresh that morning.
And they know the match is not going to last beyond 3 days.
This is true. Outside the off stump, a little bit of gentle away swing, but Folkes leaves it alone. He remains on 7. Anderson has 4. England have 130 for 8. They trail by 2. And
The sponsors and advertisers are screwed anyway. They've paid everything.
yeah, you wouldn't want to have one of the concession stands at this ground, would you?
No.
Basically, you probably do you get a rebate if it doesn't go to a 4th or 5th day? I don't know.
Well, you get on the tickets apparently.
Oh, you do,
get,
yes.
I mean, yeah. I just think that's such a free option. I can understand. I mean, people would want it, but from Lord's perspective.
Well, I think it's now. There's been so much outrage about it. He's got an edge and he's gone. That's a horrible shot from Folkes, I have to say. Southey has a 4th wicket. It's taken at first slip. And
This is why
England-
Anderson was protecting him.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's gone for he's gone for 7, 130 for 9. England trail by 2. It's an absolute tale of misery and despondency.
Horrible shot.
It's just a horrible shot. I mean, Folkes is a much better batsman than that. He's just brought into the England ethos of playing at things you don't really need to. And Southey is in line for another fifer. Oh, I suppose I should do the Wicket jingle, but I can't do everything, can I? Anyway, here we go. Oh, no, wrong one. No, wrong one.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
And you'll be able to hear the dulcet tones of the bear not too long from now, because he's just warming up and gargling in the green room, getting his sweariness into position. And he will be joining you in about goodness knows what. Oh God, I've got another 12 minutes of this hell. It's only 18 minutes
most
past
of it will
11.
be an innings break. I
Oh, that's
suspect,
true.
Endo,
What am I
so-
going to do? Talk to myself for the 10 minutes?
Maybe Matt Parkinson's going to surprise
Of
you.
course, Matt Parkinson is going to make his Test debut. Oh, I don't know. Do you know? I'm not.
We've
even
been
sure.
calling for him for what, 2 years now, right?
Well, some people have
from
been.
the time they came to India. When was that? 2 years ago.
Well, that was about a year and a half ago, wasn't it? No, it was
Year
only
and a half
about
ago.
14 months ago, actually. I don't think we've got a jingle for
Oh,
poor
he
old
looks
Matt
so happy. I
Parkinson.
mean, look at the smile on his face.
Oh no, we should have the old Parkinson theme tune, shouldn't we? Like, that
I'm
would
surprised
probably
he's
be
not carrying drinks. That's what he normally
best.
does.
He says, "Where's my yellow bib? What am I doing out here? I was
He
just
can't stop smiling.
I was just relaxing at Old Trafford yesterday, and suddenly I'm thrust into."
Christmas has arrived early for Matt Parkinson.
Well, Gary Nader is up in the media centre. I've no doubt he's got a broad grin on his face. He's been calling for this for a long time.
Well, I think the Bears come in to do some operations on the jingle machine, which means that probably somewhere we do have a jingle for Parkinson. So I'll bring that to you if he doesn't get out. Southey in bowls. Oh, he plays that with a beautifully straight bat onto the front foot. That's how to bat. Back to Southey it goes. There is no run. England, if I look over the Bears,
Oh, he's a spinner.
are 130 for 9. Here we go.
Is that it?
This is it. Daryl Mitchell it was who clasped Ben Stokes' edge to his breast. and just seemed to sort of almost juggle with it a little bit, but it was a very straightforward chance. And England have now batted exactly 40 overs, which is exactly what New Zealand batted. And they are actually going to bat for at least one ball longer than New Zealand. This is Trent Boult starting a new over. It's outside the off stump, and Jimmy Anderson leaves it alone. What is Jimmy Anderson thinking? A big sigh from Jimmy Anderson as he walked away to square leg there. It's like, what the flaming hell is this? I come back into the England team and you expect me to bowl twice in the space of about, 24 hours. Absolutely ridiculous. What can I do? Anyway, he settles down and waits for the left-armed Boult, who is in, and he plays at that one and is beaten by it. Goes through to Blundell, and there is no run.
Mog is now excoriating you, Hendo. He says, of course you've got a fucking Parkinson jingle. Sort your shit out.
Listen, what can I say? Apart from, you're absolutely right. I mean, I knew there would be a jingle there somewhere, but I haven't got so many hands and mouths to do all this stuff. Boult in. He's giving himself room as Anderson outside the leg stump, and Boult follows him. He swings it up to mid-on, who then throws back at the striker's end. That was Colin de Grandon doing the fielding there. And Jimmy Anderson just has a little smile, a little smirk, and walks away to square leg again, and ponders his life and what he's doing with it. He probably could be doing something so much more useful than trying to keep this England team in some sort of shape. Anyway, settles down again. Short-sleeved sweater on, 3 lions on his chest. Boult is in. It's a full ball. He scoops at that one almost with bottom hand and is beaten by it again. And through to the wicket-keeper it goes. Now, I was going to ask both you guys really. I don't know if you saw anything, but in my sort of quick skirt through the media this morning, I couldn't find any quotes from Brendan McCullum last night. So did he not front up to the media on his first day? Is he hiding from the media already? I think he is. I think he's hiding from the media. I mean, he should have been up for that last night. You seen him on the pad? That's got to be out, hasn't it? Well, it was a very good ball. It was a Yorker. Maybe just going down the leg side.
Down the leg. Yeah.
I thought that was pretty close. I'd like to see it again, but I think you may be right. I don't think there's a huge amount of swing out there this morning, which is strange because it's actually a little bit cloudier than it was at this time yesterday. But we're going to have another look at this one. It does swing quite late, and I think it's a good decision. Yeah, I think actually you're right. When it hits him, his leg is probably outside leg stump. Anyway, final ball of the over. Boult in again. 3 slips and a short leg. Bowls. Driven. Lovely drive from Jimmy Anderson. Straight back past the bowler. He's going to get 1. He's going to get 2. If he hurries, he'll get a 3rd. Although it's a good piece of fielding. A good pick up of the throw. And Anderson decides that's enough. Williamson was the man doing the work. England have lasted 1 more over than New Zealand. They are level at 132 for 9. This game could not be closer. Messi.
Archaeopteryx is with Katie. Dutchbird Kate says, I'm glad someone else feels that way too. I was worried it was just me. So some people just want everybody back in the studio.
Well, that'd be nice, but we don't have. I mean, commentators that we've had over the last couple of years, not all of them are in England. In fact,
that's true.
2 on with me now.
Martin Lawrence says there really needs to be a quote book for guerrilla cricket. Did I just hear Hendo say a pitch of rolled snot? You did indeed, and there is. If you look at the hashtag guerrilla quotes, you'll see quite a lot of quotes that have actually been captured. I'm going to do a summary.
We should think about it. We should think about it, Messi. Putting it together as a book.
Yes, you put it as a book. Yes, I mean, a big Christmas seller.
I'm going to do it as an article for the Smaximum, so our patrons get to see it.
Short ball to Parkinson, who's quite short himself. He managed to get under that delivery as Saudi continues.
Yep. We could do it as a book, and patrons get a free copy.
That would be a great idea. That'd be great. I have long been thinking of doing a guerrilla Christmas annual, but I always think of it too late. Normally about November, and doesn't really give you publishing time, does it? That said, you can pretty much publish everything yourself these days, can't you?
Exactly.
And get it on Amazon.
Exactly.
So we should probably do that.
Yeah, you get it out on Amazon, and it's going to be available everywhere. Yeah.
Indeed, around the world. 132 for 9. Can England forge ahead? Can they forge ahead? In comes Southey, and that swings into Parkinson, but he clips it really nicely through mid-wicket. He turns for a second. He has at least got a run in Test cricket by default. Everyone's happy. Up on the balcony, they're grinning as if England are 300 ahead, but they're only 2 ahead, 134.49. England supporters desperate to applaud anything. Almost gave
So we don't need a super over now.
No, well, they almost gave that a standing ovation.
Gentlemen, we're still in the first innings.
Yes, I know.
This is a test match.
It's hard to believe. Yes, gallows humour has become the default option for England supporters over, well, I don't know, probably forever. Southey in again to Parkinson. Parkinson aims a drive at that one, but it swung away from him and beat him. All ends up. Through to the keeper it went, 81 miles an hour, that from Tim Southey. So England have an all-important lead of 2, and those 2 were scored by Matt Parkinson, who this time yesterday was probably in bed. But he's there this morning at Lord's. He's playing his first test match. Doesn't know whether he's going to get a bowl. He might get a bowl if England don't bowl particularly well, or if New Zealand bat a lot better in their second innings, but we will have to wait and see. Southey 4 for 49 in to bowl, and he again plays a quite pleasant drive. Foot wasn't quite to the pitch of the ball, but you can say that about plenty better batsmen in the England lineup than Matt Parkinson. He runs up to mid-off, and again there is no run. So, well, where do we see this going, chaps? Do you think New Zealand are going to bat better in the second innings? Surely they will.
Yep.
Yeah,
me too.
Yeah, over 200 for sure.
Oh God, oh, at least 200.
A day 2 Lord's pitch is normally the perfect place to be batting.
Yeah, well, you know, England couldn't even make it last that long, could they? In comes Southey again, bowls to Parkinson. Parkinson plays a beautiful straight drive, slightly on the up. He's met that really well, and he's certainly going to get 2. He might get 3. In fact, he's going to get his first boundary and in Test cricket. So you got to say congratulations to Matt Parkinson.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
So why does it take a number 11 who wasn't even in the team this time yesterday to show the batsman how to play with a straight bat? It does seem odd that our bowlers are actually more proficient batsmen than our batsmen. England taking what excitement they can. They're very pleased. Johnny Bairstow was applauding that shot with great excitement.
I think they're trying harder to bat.
Could be. Another beautiful shot through mid-on by Matt Parkinson. He's going to get another 2. He's crowded with men round the bat, and he's taking advantage of these wide open spaces. He gets back for the second. England are 140 for 9. They now lead, incredibly, by 8. And those 8 have been scored by Matt Parkinson. Messi.
David Shrub-Jones has an interesting existential jingle question. He says, Ray Parkinson jingle fiasco. Should concussion subs get their own jingle, or should we honour the fallen original? In this case, the Jack Leach tune.
That's a very good...
It would be very confusing, though.
It would be very confusing, but I
would. Yeah.
I kind of like the idea. Maybe we should sort of mash them together in some sort of weird, horrible, discordant noise. Anyway.
Of course, Morgan is modesty says, of course, that you have a jingle for someone doesn't mean it's good enough to actually play.
Oh, come on, Morg. It's a thing of beauty. Bolt into Anderson. Anderson prods in front of his pads. The ball runs towards extra cover. And there is no run. 87 miles an hour, that from Bolt. He's got figures of 13.1 overs, 2 for 20. And any run England can eke out of this situation could be worth double, or it could be worth almost nothing. Well, we'll have to wait and see the way that New Zealand bat, the way that England bowl again in the second innings. So Ben Stokes has gone and put on his England cap. He comes back out onto the balcony, and again, Anderson gives himself an enormous amount of room outside the leg stump, and then as he's followed by the delivery, he rather sort of gave it away to Bolt that he was doing that. He just pulls it up to mid-on and is unable to get a run. That's more like a Stuart Broad shot than a Jimmy Anderson. Jimmy Anderson's got a very nice cover drive when he gets the opportunity to use it. But let's see if he can find it here as Bolt is in again. 3 slips waiting for a catch, and he has to fend this one. Rather vicious delivery for a tail ender down from in front of his breastbone into the offside. And again, no run. 140 for 9. We'll
Just
change it
asking
into
you
the
a
over.
question. And is Tony in the studio with you, or is he waiting to come into the room?
He's not in the studio. He's waiting to come into the room. He will be in with the Bear next. I think the Bear's doing ball by ball. But,
Indeed.
we shall see as Anderson settles down again. Bolt is in, and he jabs this away. A little bit of movement off the pitch behind square on the other side. They're going to come back for a second. There could be all sorts of trouble. No, they're not. In the last moment, Anderson sent Parkinson back, and so we don't even get the comedy run out to go with all the other disasters that have befallen England in the last couple of hours of this match. 141 for 9. Parkinson 8. Anderson 7. The bails are not properly on. Where is the umpire? One of the bails at one end is not balanced properly in its groove. So
The umpire has retired from boredom.
Is that the one that we're still seeing it in close-up? I mean, what's going on, cricket? We've got blue stumps and green, luminous green bails. What has happened to cricket in the last few years? I don't know.
It's the Jubilee. Everything's gone crazy.
Oh, is it the Jubilee? That's why they've been coloured green and blue, the stumps.
I've got no idea, but everything.
No, that's probably the
nuts in
sponsor,
England at
though.
the moment.
They're like those old stumps you used to have in the nets, aren't they, that sprang back after they were hit. Maybe some people won't know what I'm talking about. Anyway, here comes Bolt. Bowls to Parkinson, who edges it and is caught at first slip. The England innings is over. They lead by 9. And well, I think I'm just going to go and have a lie down because that was pretty pathetic from England. The best batting this morning came from Matt Parkinson, and that says it all. He's grinning about the fact that he's got an average of 8 in Test cricket. It'd be great if he got a bowling average of 8 in Test cricket. He'd be a world beater, wouldn't he? But a very simple catch. Darryl Mitchell has picked up a couple of those this morning, and great disappointment. Although England have managed to get past the New Zealand score. Bolt, I think, has now picked up 4, is it? Southey picked up
3
4.
maybe.
Is it 3 for him? I'll have to have a look. I'll leave it to the Bear when he comes in to take you through the card.
We've done our part.
We've done our part,
in
haven't
half
we?
an hour,
Yeah,
we've
finish
got
things
England
off.
all out.
Yeah, we did.
And with a lead.
Absolutely. All right. Well, I shall hand over to Tony on the tweets, and he will tweet, read out your tweets, and then the Bear will take over ball by ball. Tony, where do we get to?
if
Mr.
you're
Wrong
seeing
is the
Sunday.
next tweet. There you go.
One about Shutty Eyes. Shutty Eyes,
Yes.
swinging hard. Q Maxwell Smart, missed by that much. And he's showing. I'm not sure who that is. It's a left-hander anyway. And they're getting themselves in a right old tangle. I think that might have been Bairstow's inside edge, but I'm not sure. Matt Searle has sent us a copy of Jacob Rees-Mogg's note that he left on people's desks, which, if you recall, was sorry you were out when I visited. I look forward to seeing you in the office very soon with every good wish, etc. What You
Oh,
need
uh,
to sit in this chair, Tone. Why? Because the camera, there's a big seat between us.
uh,
Apparently Bear wants me closer to him, cuddled up. I shall sidle sideways and tread on my... Oh, fuck, I've just trodden on everything now. It's okay. Morning, Forthy. How are you, mate?
I'm okay. Every day a little bit better, thank you.
That's good. We've got a lead. I'd have wanted a bigger lead.
We've got a lead. Come on, guys. A lead's a lead is a lead.
That's something Lassie never had. Right, where do we get to? Have you considered leaving notes like this, is what Matt Searle said, for the team who have to work from home. I think that's our team.
Oh, yes.
Those who don't come into the studio, we're not holding that against Forthy and
Well,
Lindo.
exactly.
That would be a big ask, wouldn't it?
Big
to be
ask,
fair?
yeah.
And Messers. Leah says...
I would have. Yes, I'd have been surprised if I'd arrived at my computer terminal to get a note from Tony saying, "I look forward to seeing you in the office very
never
soon."
know. I could have a word with Mog and just get him to sneak round and pop it on without you knowing. Although I don't know how good he is at housebreaking. Leah, Bolt and Southey should bowl short because I like the thought of them turning Parkinson into chunky marinara. That's dark thought. Steve Kellett, so how many broken England bowlers will we have by tea when New Zealand go in with a 200-run lead and 3 wickets down at most? Good question, Steve. Who knows? We should be running a book on it. Chris TB, hello to you, Chris. If this was a one-innings game, that would have been a really tense and exciting finish. Yeah, it had its moments, didn't it? I did say to Bear after Broad had hit a boundary, Bear, put some money on now because he's going to be out next ball. And the Bear poo-pooed me, and he was wrong to poo-poo me.
I was, yeah.
On this occasion.
Does the bear poo-poo Does a bear poo-poo in the woods?
Well, no, it's mainly the green room, which is not pleasant for the rest of us, let me tell you. Farong says, England take the honours in the first innings, must be worthy of the a late Queen's birthday. Oh, God, I thought Farong knew something we didn't, crikey. Must be worthy of a late Queen's birthday award list. We won the first innings at Lord's June 2022. Yes, we did. Mog says, I approve of this concussion sub-original player jingle business. Play the Leach jingle.
Yeah, I'm going to turn up the Parkinson one, actually.
If you do that, I shall leap over to YouTube and see what's occurring over there. Let me see. I don't know how much Messrs have done on that. Jeff Thomas. I arrived late yesterday and didn't recognise what I saw. That couple of hours in Netherworld was nice, but 24 hours on, and this is the England I know. Yes, it is, Jeff. You're absolutely right. Al Mack. Is it the pitch, the atmosphere, or poor batting by both teams? That would be a matter of opinion, Al. Personally, I think England undercooked. I think New Zealand undercooked. Similar problems to us in some ways, in that they've had players coming back from the IPL. Generally, yes, Lords always does a little bit. I thought it's normally better batting second actually this season, and that's why Middlesex have chosen to done it. I think England were more culpable on that front than poor batting than New Zealand.
It was terrible batting in the middle order once again. We actually got off to a reasonable start. The first wicket down was Crawley on 43. We were on about 57, 60 odd for one. Pope looked a bit skittish. Even then, when he was out, it was 92 for two.
Yeah, you've also got to allow, to be fair, for probably 4 of the best new ball bowlers in the world in one match.
Yeah.
New ball bowling partnerships,
Tony, I've got a stat on that. As far as anyone can tell, this is the most number of wickets that any combination of bowling attacks in Test cricket have ever had in history.
Wow.
Yeah, they were just mentioning that. It's 3 ahead of the period of time when I think it was Kirtley, Courtney, Wasim and
Wicket. Well, not 300 ahead.
Yeah, exactly. 300.
So hang on. So when you say bowling attacks, do you mean entirety of attacks within a time frame?
Opening bowlers.
So what? Broad and Anderson and
Southey and Bolt.
Well, yeah.
So the last time that a Test match had the most wickets by opening partnerships on both sides of the bowling in a Test match previously was Kirtley, Courtney, Wacker and Wasim.
Oh, so it's not just this match.
No, overall, that's forever.
Oh right, yeah. I was
in any
say,
Test match ever.
Jimmy took 4 and Brody only took 1.
Yeah.
Memory.
This is total wickets of the opening partnerships.
Absolutely.
On both sides.
Then.
And it is the most wicket-heavy attack. I mean, both teams have got really good bowling, and particularly in these conditions as well.
Yeah.
So, which might explain why 130 plays 140.
Yes.
Well, it does.
Exactly.
Rich Turner Music, by the way, says, "Good morning. This one is fizzling out at tea on Saturday. Would you know what? Shh, don't tell anyone, Rich Turner Music. But if it did, there might be 1 or 2 of us are quite relieved in terms of our own staffing challenges for the day that most people are doing Jubilee parties and Lord knows what. But you didn't hear that from me. Sean Willis says, if it's anything like yesterday, it could be all over today. Well, not sure that's going to happen, Sean. Nonetheless, who knows?
Well, you can see why no one was buying tickets for Sunday, hey? No one had any faith that this game would
no. Absolutely. So that's us pretty much up to date on all fronts, just in time for the teams to look like they're about to come out there.
Well, indeed, it is. And I guess we should play some jingles for the oncoming teams. It'll be Latham and Will Young back out there, sounding like this.
He opens up a thing, or sometimes keeps wicket. He doesn't bowl great, but I still don't wanna face him. Tom Latham
and Will Young.
Tonight, I'm Will Young. Don't knock that guy on Papa Heater. I won't sing out, score some runs.
And presumably opening bowling for England will be
Jimmy, 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 oh, Jimmy, Jimmy, oh, little Jimmy, will let go.
I guess the question is Matt Parkinson getting an over in this innings?
Well,
I'd say, yeah.
Yes.
Put money on
If he
that.
does, there'll be plenty of
If
runs
there's
already
any-
on the board.
If there's only, I mean, if there's only 40 overs in this innings, I don't say he gets an over. If it's like the first one, we'll have to wait and see. I've gone under for the full of the first wicket, 23.5. Considering they were 12 for 4 in the first innings, that's a reasonable bet, I'd suggest.
I don't know about you, but that looked like a real resigned look on Stuart Broad's face. It had "Here we go again" written all over it, from what I could see.
Well, you've got to G yourself up and say, if we've done it to them, they've done it to us, we can do it to them again. Got a new ball now. I mean, we were saying there wasn't quite as much movement towards the end of England's innings, but the ball's then 40 overs. And that's the time where you really should be cashing in as batsman. If your opening pair got some runs on the board and you've lost 2 or 3 wickets at 40 overs, it becomes a hell of a lot easier. And you make hay for 40 overs before the new ball.
I think presumably fast bowlers deeply resent having bowled for 5 sessions and then going out at the start of the 8th. I don't think it's quite so bad if you bowl for 2 sessions, you're off for 2 sessions and you're back on again.
Yeah, no, it isn't. But mentally, I mean, this England attack, I mean, as Hendo was saying, you know, we haven't been out of bat for since we lost to India, basically, in the beginning of the pandemic after Sri Lanka. We won those tests in Sri Lanka, went to India, and we've been in trouble ever since then, really.
It coincides exactly with my guerrilla cricket commentary career.
Yeah.
What, last 17 tests?
Yes.
We've had better runs.
We needn't have changed the entire management structure and
Yeah.
Captain and coach. We should have just got rid of you, Forthy.
Exactly.
But it's true. You didn't do much of the West Indies. Did you do some of the West Indies? You did do some of the West Indies.
It was 1 a.m. to 8 a.m. so I piked.
Yeah, well, there you go. We still did shit over there. I mean, we thought it was all solved because we batted on 2 complete featherbeds and thought, we can score runs. Yeah, but we couldn't bowl them out because we didn't take any bowlers or ones that broke down. We are going to start. James Anderson is going to bowl. He's bowling from the pavilion end. Which way does the slope go, Tone? It's pavilion end.
It'll be down towards the mound stand.
Yeah.
Oh, sort of the corner of the
away to the offside of the left-handed Latham, who's faced up first ball, and it's just an outswinger outside the off stump, shoot the keeper, and there's no run. I mean, Stokes has got to take some culpability as well. He's the skipper. Played an awful shot. But
I think for people who haven't been to Lords, which nearly all of our listeners probably will have done, it's 8 feet the slope from one side. So it's not like a modest slope.
It's 1.3 Tim Merters.
Yeah. Anderson in. Second ball is just played in the offside. They go through for the quick single. There's a shot. The stumps is direct hit. I think he's through though. It was Stokes who threw it. I think he knows. He's just appealed because it's a direct hit. I think Young was chilling out behind the stumps as that knocked them over. He was a bit slow getting in. And has Anderson gone down injured? Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yes.
You're joking, aren't you? It's a throw. It's a direct hit. He's in. He's nearly level the stumps as the ball hits the stumps. Could this go any worse? Is Jimmy going to be fucking putting up lame? He's on his back and stretching his thigh. No, he's up.
Yeah. No. Well, it was probably his endeavours with the bat.
Yeah, maybe.
It took it out.
Maybe a little twinge. Really
He's
can't afford
39.
any more. Yeah, I know. We can't really afford any injuries in our bowling department, though, for the entire summer.
You better get your boot spare.
Well, presumably Ollie Robinson will sort himself out sooner or later. It doesn't seem like it's anything intrinsically wrong with him. He's just a little bit overweight and unfit.
Depends on your definition of intrinsically wrong.
Well, the funny thing, as Anderson bowls, it's outside off stump by Young, and there's no run. And the funny thing, he does seem to get an awful lot of food poisoning. Or is that just me and I'm reading the wrong
Well, he's had dodgy teeth, he's had food poisoning, he's had back and leg issues.
Dave Brooke did say that he's, rarely completes the season with Surrey.
Sussex even,
yeah.
I mean, in an office, food poisoning is usually well understood to be a
heavy night
for very heavy night.
Yeah, exactly. Anderson in again. Will Young defends, goes out to gully. It's 3 slips gully, point, cover mid off. Presume there's a long leg and a mid-wicket or mid-on type position.
Although, fourthly, I might say that says more about the offices you and I used to work in than perhaps offices in general.
It's funny coming back into advertising. It's all changed, Tony. It's all very correct. No one's nasty to each other.
No, it's nothing. It's not the same. So I got out.
It's the Times. Anderson is in. That's a decent ball. Well defended by Will Young. Plays it straight back to the bowler and there's no run.
Well, it's just congratulating Tony for no Will Young music-related puns yesterday. So far, so good today.
And what's wrong with Wokes as well, by the way?
Good question. I think his is a leg problem. I need to double check that.
Doesn't even they'll be back reasonably soon. Who else is there? I suppose over.
Well, there's 8 in total. Who are out. There's Mahmood
as well. Ooh, that one comes back into Young. Beats the inside edge, hits high on the front pad, probably going down leg and over. There's a few arms raised, but nothing doing. 1 for none after 1 over. And New Zealand trail by 8.
Knee.
It's
a knee for Wokes.
Oh, his knee was the thing he injured when he fell down the stairs, wasn't it? Or was that the ankle?
Who am I on? You see, confused me on stat duty instead. Hold on. Not Hombre Nuevo. Hello to you. I'm looking forward to coming to your show, actually. Parkinson, 6th in the batting order for runs scored, with extras holding strong at 3rd. Messy Jez, rather than comparing successful opening bowling attacks, maybe we should be focusing on record rubbish batting lineups. Mog says the fucking Jubilee got way too much coverage on the damn news here. Here being Melbourne and Carlisle.
Mate, you haven't been out. If you turn the telly on during the day for the last 2 days, all you fucking get on BBC is Jubilee this, Jubilee that. It's fucking irritating, man.
Well, Bear and I have somehow spent 2 days thinking the actual holiday was Monday and Tuesday next week.
Well, I only found out earlier this week. You only found out yesterday. But I was convinced that the Jubilee holiday presumed it was Monday, Tuesday next week, not Thursday, Friday this week.
Driving in with Hendo yesterday, I was going, where is everybody? Why is it so quiet?
You guys should live in a socialist utopia. There's absolutely no mention of it down here. No mention of it.
Broad in next over, round the wicket, and first ball is left alone by Latham. I shall give you a jingle for Broad.
Sweep the leg, Broady. Got the best headband around. Something has gotta keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thinning now.
Second ball was full and into the pads and nicely clipped by Latham. Good shot. Is it going to make it to the boundary? It's going to be chased down and it's not going to make it to the boundary. Jimmy Anderson having to do the running and they'll get back for 3. The old man in the field.
There's a real contemptuous hurl from Jimmy.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
What am I doing?
Well, you've got to try that length, haven't you? You can get it to jag with a new ball, quite easily get an edge. It just needs to be a tiny little bit more over to the off and probably 6 inches shorter.
The camera zooms in on a small child picking his nose. I think his mother will be very displeased with him.
Yeah. Well, we'll do it.
He's not going to put that on the ball.
There's 4 slips, mid-wicket, mid-on, extra cover I would call it, as we discussed yesterday with Hendo. He would call it wide mid-off, but I would call it extra cover. And a point. That ball is just defended, dropped into the offside, slip has to come up. And they scoot through for a quick single. Good running here, 5 for none. Still trail by 4. England's still in the lead. We need 2 wickets before they reach parity. One being Kane Williamson. We don't need to get Kane Williamson again cheap.
Can you remember another test in which both, certainly in recent years, when both sides scored under 150 in the first innings? I can't.
Yeah, I can actually, and it was an amazing match as Broad comes round the wicket and is defended. Left alone by Latham through to keeping his eye. There was Australia. I think it was Australia. We're in South Africa. And South Africa managed to bowl out.
Oh, yes.
Australia managed to bowl out South Africa for, I think it was even under 100. It might have been like 80 something or 90 something. And you just thought, oh, crying out now. Australia came out and they were 21 for 9. And
that's right. That's right.
They ended up on about 40 or 45.
Yeah.
What did England and Ireland get?
That wasn't very much either. Broad in. Too wide of off stump, and Latham can quite easily just let that through the folks, and there's no run.
I have a feeling the Jubilee Test, not Jubilee, Centenary Test in 1977, first innings might have both been under 150 then.
Don't know. The Jubilee Test, yeah. Is this the Jubilee Test? I hope it's not.
I don't know, is it? Don't know.
The Platty Jubes Test. Latham 4, Young 1. New Zealand 5 for none. Trail by 4. As Broad comes in, last ball of the second over, it's left alone by Latham, through to the keeper, ain't no run tone.
England and Ireland Ireland rather spoilt that. England were rolled for 85 in the first innings, 5 for Tim of course, but Ireland made 207 before they fell apart in the second innings.
Yeah.
So that one doesn't match that category. Carlisle says, just heard the Will Young jingle for the first time, love it. I'm glad you do.
Nice.
Carlisle is a place on earth, as Belinda Heaven once sang. Mick Black, how is that Test cricket? How is it that Test cricketers can get organised for a new over in 30 to 45 seconds, but in the IPL it was rare for less than a minute between overs? Thoughts, ideas?
Well, it's a fucking IPL. It's just like an
Yeah.
advertiser's dream. There's an edge, and he's gone, and we have the
He's
first
gone.
wicket. Almost a replay of the first bloody innings. I thought it was, in fact. I thought they were playing how Young got out in the first innings
Yes.
for a minute, because it's almost identical. It carried a little bit further, but again, it's another edge probing at one just outside his off stump. We have got a wicket before they've reached parity, as Will Young is sawn off for 1 in the second innings. It is almost an identikit at the first bloody innings. The replay close-up is really confusing. Just hung his back outside, a little bit of movement, a little bit of a way swing, and drawn into the edge. And suddenly New Zealand lose their first wicket in its topsy-turvy game. It's crazy. Pokey Bum Finlick says, with 2-day test matches, he can play till he's 45. I presume he means Jimmy.
Oh, so Jimmy, yes. Another 5 years.
Is he a Sir Jimmy? He's not Sir Jimmy yet, is he?
No.
He will be.
He will be. Yeah, definitely will be. Broad too, probably.
Just looked up the Centenary Test. Australia 138, England 95, Australia 419 for 9 declared, England 417.
Was that when Derek Randall made a hatful?
That's right, he made 177.
Yeah,
It'd
177.
be good if New Zealand score 419 and England get 417. We might have a tied test. No, we're not quite. We'd win.
Yeah, we would, just.
Yeah.
That'd be crazy, wouldn't it?
Well, I'd like to say, I would say I'm not sure either batting lineup has got that amount of runs in them, but Lords can flatten out these days.
Well, I got my bet in. I got another one. I think I'm just going to go under. It just makes sense.
Do you want to jingle up Kane as well while you're thinking about that?
Yes, Kane. He's got a great jingle as well.
The Kiwi told me long ago, there's no one better than Marty Crow. I know it's really great, but tell me, I wanna know, have you ever seen Kane laying strokes every which way?
No, they're moving the side screen. He can't be coming around a wicket. I don't know. One assumes not. No. Kane Williamson is fidgeting around, yet to face a ball. Full slip. Oh no, well, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, full slip still.
Yeah.
Same as before. Point, extra cover, mid wicket, mid on, up on a 1. And Anderson comes in. First ball to Kane. It's straight, and he drops it in the offside. Shuffles up like a crab down the wicket for a little bit, thinking about a single to get off the mark. It wasn't there. As the fielders close in on the ball. No run.
The other thing that's happened is that everyone's caught all the catches, which obviously doesn't always happen, but quite often first test in a series there's more spillages.
Yeah.
Bairstow got 3, didn't he?
Yeah, Bairstow got 3. And an absolutely stonking catch to get.
Well, one he looked like he'd dropped and sort of leapt forward to recover.
Here comes Jimmy again. That one comes in a little bit at Kane Williamson. He plays it. I mean, what you appreciate about Williamson and Root is how late they play the ball. He just lets it come right onto him. Just plays that underneath his eyes.
Yeah.
Drops it into the ground. There's no run.
He's not in great form, though, is he, Kane?
No, I mean that's the thing. Root is, and that was almost more disappointing yesterday because, I mean, I think England and New Zealand both see their skippers, or now ex-skipper, as the talisman of the batting side, and if they fail, there's often a kind of panic amongst the ranks, and they can't be expected to do it all the time, as that one's defended back down the track and there's no run.
Agreed, and I think this is a significantly weaker batting lineup than came over 12 months ago, isn't it? They had seven men averaging over 40 a year ago. Now it's down to 4, which it's still 4, it's still 3 more.
Conway's one of them, and he's only played 8 tests or something.
That's right.
And I mean, Ross Taylor is a massive miss in that middle order.
Yes, completely, and Henry Nicholls.
Yeah.
And BJ Watley.
Yeah, exactly.
Averaged over 40 at 7.
Yeah. So it's a little bit changed, and they've had a rocky start. I mean, they got battered by Bangladesh in one test at home, didn't they?
They did.
Bangladesh put about 500 or something, didn't they? Which was a surprise. I mean, they won the second test equally as easily as Bangladesh had won the first, I think, as that's defended into the offside and there's no run. And then
so I mean, not many of us can remember a bigger turn up for the odds than that one. I think that's. I don't know what the odds were for Bangladesh to win that test, but you'd have been well to get on it.
And did they lose to South Africa at home?
They lost to. No, it was 1-1. I think South Africa, and they lost 1-0 to India.
Oh, okay. So. Yeah, I mean, sides we've got to play still. I mean, this is it. I think our position. I'm hoping, anyway, mind you, look at this shower shit. As Anderson comes in, the third over, it's just dropped into the offside and there is no run. That's the end of the third over, sorry. Last ball. Wicket maiden, a Waden.
Dave Sarah says, use Parky to rotate the seamers. He's well capable. Yes, he is, Dave. I would go along with that. Mog says, if the Bear reckons he could go for 15 and over in the IPL, what's his test bowling like? Oh, so many variables there, though.
Well, yeah,
I knew what that piece of paper was going to say when Hende brought it in, even before I looked.
GPL.
Yep.
No one's entered yet, but the GPL is open. It's £31. Come on, peeps. You know you need to get in there. Oh no, we've had 2. Who's in there? Hombre Nuevo's in early. 257 and 287. He missed yesterday by 1 run.
Leah reckons 15 is what you'd go for in a test, but
no, I don't think so. It depends what point of a test I came in at.
Yeah. What's the wicket like? Yeah. Who's the opposition? A whole bunch of things.
If they're 7 down with not many runs on the board, I reckon I could bowl a maiden. That is turned off the hip down towards long leg where Potts is fielding, and it'll be a single off the first ball by Broad.
I'd also love to inhabit the alternative universe where you were selected for a test match, with all due respect there. It would be a great universe to live in.
That's the universe where literally every other bowler in the country, and we're going that way, just isn't fit enough. And then they wheel out the Bear as the saviour. It would be like the David Steele, if you remember that.
Well, during the IPL...
The David Steele of bowling bought out.
During the IPL...
yes, that's right.
And I think it was one of the qualifying games. We decided to test this. It was a thought experiment. We got the old How's That dice out.
Oh yes,
and
nice.
I bowled the super over of the final. With Virat Kohli and someone, but I got Kohli out.
Oh, there you go.
In my super over. I got 1 for 13, and it would have been 2 for 7, but I got a wicket with a no ball, which is really upsetting because I've never bowled a no ball in my life. As that's driven by Kane Williamson out to extra cover, and there is no run.
I'm not sure that's an entirely scientifically defendable simulation, to be honest.
I'll defend it till my dying days, Tone.
I remember playing How's That in a cabin in Romania in 1982, surrounded by Ceausescu's secret police who were very suspicious of what we were doing.
Did you try and explain cricket to them?
Yeah, I was going to say.
That's the first question. The other one was, what were you doing there in the first place?
We tried.
Were they sent to follow you? I presume
they were sent. They were
really
sent to follow us. Yes, they were sent.
Williamson is facing up to Broad. Gets that one to snake in a little bit. He plays that very straight. Kane Williamson defends it back down the track, and there is no run. Still trail by 3.
Sure, by the end they were going, Mr. Forth, he should not be bowling no ball off for a spin bowler.
Well, funny enough, my friend Adrian, who I have converted to guerrilla cricket, was the chap I was with. We were the first English in Transylvania that summer, so they sent their elite spies to follow us along the mountain range, find out what we were up to.
Were you there for a job, or was it just a holiday in Romania in 1983?
Just a holiday.
In Romania in 1983, you
Yes.
mad? That's left alone outside the off stump by Williamson through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Well, I mean, it
I bet it was quite cheap.
better than Dubai. It was very interesting.
That's where Dracula's. That's where Dracula's
Yeah.
from, isn't it?
Yeah.
It was. We went on a Dracula.
Did they follow you on that?
They followed us everywhere to Timisoara, and
It was a Dracula holiday. Is that
It
what
was
you're
a Dracula holiday. Yes, we went to all the castles.
Did you have to like sleep in a coffin and only get up at night? I mean, that would have been really cool.
Totally garlic.
Broad is in, 5th ball of the over. Kane Williamson just drops it down into the offside and still yet to score. Faced 9 balls, and he won't worry him. And is no run.
I was going to say, my friend Adrian was accompanying me on that. He'll be listening, so a shout out to him, who's a convert to guerrilla cricket.
Don't know about the food. I wouldn't be asking for the steak.
Boom, boom. A lot of beetroot soup, I imagine. Or red cabbage soup. What do they have out there? It's red cabbage or beetroot soup. One of them.
Well, I think
Blood mainly. Blood mainly, I think.
The food was absolutely disgusting.
Okay.
Did you find any virgins while you were there?
Well, they were a bit too young for that.
Broad. It's left alone, final ball outside the off stump. Maybe a little bit too wide. And Kane Williamson, no need to play at it, though he doesn't. He's through to keeper and there's no one. He yet to score 10 balls. We're having an ad break and we'll go to Tone.
Yes, I'm just lost on that idea now. Mayank, morning everyone. Good morning to you, Mayank. This test should be over today. I smell an unlikely England and Wales win with the extra half hour. Warren. Oh, the advertisers are outnumbering the bankers. I think that's you and me for the... Elliot Richardson.
Quite right too.
Elliot Richardson. Hello, Elliot.
I'm here for the Stoners.
Do you really trigger an England collapse, though? It seems to be part of every innings at this point. Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I see what you mean. Madan Mohan Sharma, good day, guerrilla cricket. This match is delicately balanced. English bowlers should show some discipline. If England get a target of 275 to 300, then it will be a great chase.
What? You've got to be mad. We'll
English batters must show some application, concentration and determination. Just 3 qualities they have demonstrably shown that they completely lack. But I completely agree with you.
At this rate, a target of 100 will be a struggle, man. It's going to be... we don't want to be chasing too much here.
Am I taking over on ball by ball?
You are. We should have changed. You're absolutely right.
I mean, you can. I mean, honestly, we can carry.
I'll do
on
that ball. That one
Yeah.
through. It was left alone by Latham through the keeper. There's no run. Yeah, take over. That's fine.
Okay, well, yes, Jimmy Anderson coming round the wicket for this over. Side screen has moved, and we welcome Messi from Perth. Hello, Messi.
I'm just paralysed by the thought of why the fuck you would be in Transylvania.
Especially in
playing how's that?
1983. It's just a weird. Yeah.
1982, but well, anyway, there's another ball while we're on the cricket, and it's back defended by Tom Latham, no run. Well, we decided originally we were going to go to Bulgaria, and then we spotted that Romania had a mountain range. My friend was very keen on walking, so we thought we'd do a Dracula tour, and our old Latin teacher had walked Transylvania many years before and recommended it to us, so we thought, why not?
This gets worse.
Yeah.
Anderson in again from the pavilion end, round the wicket, Tom Latham. Gun barrel straight and nicely defended on the front foot from Latham. So that's what we did, yes. It's a beautiful mountain range, Transylvania, the part of the Carpathians, of course, as our mountain-friendly listeners will know.
Declining your Latin verbs as you mounted the mountain, were you?
Well, we were both Latin students, it's true, but occasionally a bit of Latin came up. This is poison to bears' ears. Anderson in again.
Yes.
Privileged Oxford students yomping around Transylvania. Ended, no run, out into the gully, 4-dot balls so far.
Yeah. They still trail by 3. Which is,
They still trail by 3, yeah.
Get another wicket now. Put the cat amongst the pigeons, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and look, low-scoring tests are better than high-scoring tests.
Yeah, I do
interesting.
find them more exciting.
They're more exciting.
Yeah.
It's just better, isn't it? I can't stand it when it's 500.
Yeah.
That's left alone outside the off stump by Tom Latham.
Well, you don't have to worry about that much as an England supporter, do you? Let's be honest.
Very rare.
I mean, it was fair to say those tests in West Indies were fucking dull.
They were. Did we score over 400? I think.
We scored 500, I think, and 400.
That's right.
480, 490. You know, it's.
You know what it's like when you just don't watch a series and you watch highlights. It does not register on your brain in nearly the same way than if you've watched.
No, I mean it was just a bit internal. The pitches were so slow and lifeless.
Last ball of the over from Jimmy strays onto leg stump, but Latham can't really take advantage of that and plays it out to mid wicket. That's the end of the over. New Zealand 6-1, 6-4-1, not 6-1, trailing by 3. And over.
They might well be 6-1. Let me check.
Yes,
I mean the odds.
They might well.
The odds have gone crazy. I mean, at one point yesterday, England was 7-2 on when they bowled out New Zealand. Then they went out to about 4-1, and now England are slight favourites at 5-6, and New Zealand at 5-4.
Thing is, with England 7-4,
Farong's shared some averages with us for different innings at Lords. Average first innings score 313, second innings 298, third innings 257, fourth innings 154. My sense is that if Williamson can stay till lunch, he might actually make a big score as it flattens out.
Well, is it going to flatten out?
Advertising us on the basis that we are Vaughan and KP free, which is big plus.
Yeah, KP's in the fucking skybox now. It's ridiculous.
I can't believe they've let him on Sky. Horrible.
I know.
Start of a new over. In comes Stuart Broad. One thing I have noticed in this match is the extravagant leave, Smith-Labuschagne style, and Williamson seems to have caught the disease now. I guess perhaps there is a technical reason for it. They don't want the ball to flick the gloves as it's swooping around. But
yeah, but if you plan inside it, you don't need to anyway, do you?
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be extravagant. You just need to pull your hands away.
It's like one of those things, you suddenly catch yourself using a phrase that you've never used before frequently. I suppose it's like that with batsmen, isn't it? They get into little
exactly. They watch someone else go, that becomes the vogue.
Yes, that's right, yes. There we are, left alone by Stuart Broad. And no run. We haven't had a run for a long time.
No. We've had a wicket.
Stuart Broad looking confident, positive, bandana gleaming in the haze. Jimmy Anderson looking more contemplative.
Yeah.
He's a fine figure of a 39-year-old.
He is.
There's not an inch of fat. Probably we're not on Broad either, but I'll just come on to a comparison in a moment after this ball. Here comes Broad. And he strays slightly onto Midland leg, but again, Williamson on this occasion can't take advantage. I saw a picture of Wayne Rooney yesterday, and that man looks about 63.
Yeah.
And he's 36, and I was thinking Jimmy Anderson is older than him. That's quite remarkable.
Yeah, Rooney went off the boil really early in his career, didn't he? I mean, by his late 20s, he was pretty much done. Much like Michael Owen, really.
Same thing.
Some of them go on, and others just, well, he was a bit of a clown, wasn't he, really? Did a lot of drinking, hard living.
Stuart Broad doesn't get away with that one. That's flicked off. The leg stump half volley goes down to long leg, where I imagine is that Parkinson into the action.
I thought it was Potts, wasn't it?
It might well be Potts, yes. Yes, it's Potts, the clean-shaven Potts of Durham. Loving Test cricket so far, and they've taken 2 runs. Williamson gets off the mark.
That wouldn't surprise me if Matt Parkinson, if he can get it on the spot, will get a couple of wickets just out of. They'd have seen him, but no one would have faced him. I doubt it. Maybe a couple of people who played in county cricket.
I do have to share with you a tweet that's just come up on my other stream. It doesn't mention guerrilla cricket. It just says, "Jesus Christ, KP is awful on comms."
Yes, he is. That's that one. Broad overcompensates. A little short outside off stump. Williamson takes advantage and hits it wide of gully, but only to the tune of 1 run by the look of it. New Zealand move on to 11.
It should have been 2 there, I thought.
No, I was very surprised that wasn't 2, unless it was 3. And yeah, maybe it was 3.
Well, then that makes more sense.
Williamson moves on to 5. I suspect it must have been 3.
Yeah.
So the lovely Katie Cooper has sent us a thank you tweet in response to a Gorilla Cricket tweet congratulating her on peddling the length of the UK to raise money for the Sussex Cricket Foundation, with whom we've had a partnership in the past. So just go on our tweet line. You can find the fundraising page for Katie. That's fantastic work that someone's done that work, and the Sussex Cricket Foundation have done some fantastic work in terms of helping people in need.
Well, that's brilliant. Last ball of the over was just left alone by Williamson. New Zealand 11th one. They've taken a lead by 2 runs, and that's the end of the 6th. Back to Messi.
Sorry, I miscounted the balls in that over.
That's okay. That's okay.
Madamahan Sharma says it wasn't the brilliance of the New Zealand bowler, rather the English batters surrendered before playing some rubbish shots in the first innings. I agree with that entirely. Warren is a little fatalistic. He says the Queen should realise the timing opportunity and pop her clogs today. Go out on top, I say. That's treasonous in England to say that. Lucky you're in the US, Warren.
I'm actually quite glad I'm doing this because of the amount of coverage on TV. If I was at home, I'd be shouting. I mean, I'm shouting for different reasons, but you know.
You're getting 2 extra. I hear you're getting 2 extra days bank holiday.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Yesterday and today.
And is that's surely not a...
The fact that the UK gets a 4-day weekend to celebrate an old woman being alive is very unfair for the rest of us.
Yeah.
Coming in from the pavilion, and he's back over the wicket. No movement there. There's a brief moment of indecision between Williamson and Latham before they decide better on it. We have a public holiday for the Queen's birthday here, which you don't have.
No, we don't. I got strong suspicion she might pop her clogs shortly after celebrating this thing, and then we have another. And then we get a week's worth of holiday. She pops her clogs, I think. Morning.
I admire it. I have to say, I haven't got strong feelings on royalism, but I do admire the Queen.
Yeah, I think everyone does. I mean, the fact she gets 96, you can't knock, can you?
Pretty good innings. Full and outside the off stump from Anderson. Williamson slightly caught in 2 minds, didn't go through with an aggressive shot and just plays it back down to the bowler. He remains on 5.
Well, I guess I'm one of the few here who was actually born before she became Queen.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I mean, I was 6 and I remember having a street party for the bloody Silver Jubilee. My dad.
My first outing when I was 10 days old was to see the opening of Coventry Cathedral by the Queen. In comes Anderson. He gave me a little wave. In comes Anderson, and that is left alone outside the off stump.
See it on your brain.
Yes. Well, so family folklore says. I gave a little wave back.
Yeah. So the Queen was sent to Coventry.
She was. Yes, indeed. Yes. I didn't like the new cathedral. I don't know if people have got strong thoughts on Coventry Cathedral, but I really didn't like the design at all.
Don't even know what it looks like. Is it a modernist one?
Very, very modernist, fiercely modernist.
Okay.
Horrible job.
Well, I
Lords
don't like God,
looking
like church, yeah.
In comes Jimmy. Lords looking an overcast picture, and Williamson getting his feet moving, trying to get something going here. Flicks it out to just wide of mid-on, but still no run. Looks a little bit like a small caged cheetah.
There's Devon Conway with his pads on the balcony, hoping he's not going to be coming out too soon, but we are. They're in the lead now.
We've got two players in this match, Conway and Crawley, who've both got double centuries and very little else in their careers.
Yeah. Well,
I must say, Forthy, that during the World Cup when I was touring around England, I went to Ely, Peterborough and Lincoln Cathedral, and all of those were superb. So why would you want a modernist cathedral amongst all
Lincoln in particular, absolute masterpiece. That was played down into 4th slip region by Williamson. He just ran it off the face of his bat, and we zero in on Root and Stokes having a little conflab there.
Yeah, I've been to Lincoln too. We used to go there with Homes Under the Hammer.
Oh yes.
Property auctions in Lincoln.
Lincoln's a very friendly cathedral. It's the most friendly church I've ever been in.
Oh, that's a nice
I don't know why. It's just the people are just lovely.
That's a lovely shot from Williamson. Manages to get everything on that one straight out of the middle. A lovely off drive past mid-off's right hand, and that's 4 to him.
Doesn't seem to be as much movement as there was yesterday.
No, very much not so. That looks like the end of the over. Williamson on news to 9. The New Zealand lead travels on to 6. They're 15 to 1 over to Messi.
Ravi says Jimila is like one of those Shaolin monks who teaches kung fu, at least in the films, who's ancient and has seemingly been that way forever, but he can thrash any young pretender's ass.
Yes.
He will never grow old enough to retire. Farong says, indeed, baseball is a waste of time. Same thing with basketball. Ice hockey, now we're getting somewhere. Mog says the only thing keeping the whole marketing grift going is QET's iron grip on the wisps of life.
Yeah, true. True, Mog, true.
Stuart Broad in again, round the wicket. Forward defensive from Latham. You won't be surprised to hear, no run.
You're going to count?
Yes, no, sorry, I'll go very quickly. Very quickly, my friend Adrian, who I was in Romania with, has typed in to say, you forgot the wolf. And it is true. On one of the days, a wolf came up to us when we were walking in Romania.
Did it want to eat you?
Presumably a lupus in your case.
Yeah, yes, indeed. So I'll put the record straight, and I've mentioned the wolf now.
It was a secret agent wolf. That's what you never knew.
The little transmitter around his neck. That one full and outside the off stump from Broad, played out into the covers, and there's a run for Latham first for a while. He moves on to 6 and the score to 16 for 1.
Yeah.
I can see that the Gorilla Book of the Year is going to be the Forthright Memoirs, which will be interesting.
You get to a point, my father, I'm sure most of your fathers probably wrote a memoir at some point, but who's going to read it? I mean, I can't be bothered to write a book that no one's going to read. I mean, who wants to read some old folks' memoir, really? I mean, your children
My father's
politely say they
magnum opus was translating Winnie the Pooh into Latin.
Oh, I've actually read, funnily enough, Winnie the Pooh. Yes, I've read that.
Yes.
I didn't know it's your father. In comes Stuart Broad again, this time over the wicket. Not much happening there. Williamson plays it down into mid-wicket, no run.
How long before Potts gets a go? Another over each?
Yes, about that, I would say. You quite often get these marvellous debuts. Can they be sustained? And Scott Boland had a marvellous debut quite recently, didn't he? Mike Selvey on this ground got an absolute hatful against the West Indies, but can you sustain a career? That's the big thing.
Well, indeed. Yeah, he seems to be a strong lad. I quite like what I saw in the first innings.
Broad in again, the extravagant leave in evidence again from Williamson. Straight through to Folkes, no run.
Of course, if they do last a little bit longer, Stokes will have to bowl a little bit more. But he came on cold yesterday anyway, didn't he? Because he had to take over from Potts when he went off with cramp.
He bowled pretty well, I thought.
Yeah, he bowled
Got a
okay.
wicket.
Got that wicket, last wicket. It was an important wicket to get at the time. That last partnership put on 30.
Yes, the tail did wag. We didn't think too much of it at the time because it was 130, score of 130. It never really seems to concern you that the tail's wagging a little.
Yeah.
In comes Stuart Broad. And once again, Williamson wasn't quite sure about that one. Got a very thick inside edge to where a leg gully would be and gets a run for it.
Yeah, he didn't know where that had gone.
No, he didn't. He moves on to 10.
So Brendan McCullum, is he what, same age as Jimmy Anderson? Or a year younger?
Yeah. Actually, I did hear Williamson at McCullum interviewed, and he did say, Stokes is a much better player than me, which I think was the psychology of the coach, because I wouldn't put Stokes a whole heap ahead of Brendan McCullum. Certainly not as a batsman, of course. In comes Broad round the wicket this time. Last ball of the over, defended by Tom Latham into the mid-on area. That's the end of the over. 8. Will we get a change of bowling? Probably not quite yet. New Zealand 17 for 1.
Point of correction, it appears my father was not the author of Winnie Illipoo. He must have maybe collaborated on it. Anyhow, Mog says, I've got no beef with Liz. It's what will follow that can fuck off. Just fair enough. Dave Sarah wants to know which ad agencies and when. Well, that's privileged information, which you'll have to pay for, I suspect, Dave. Warren says, the glimmer of hope that you have, Mog, is that Charles is a bit of a jinx name as far as the monarchy is concerned.
Oh, yeah,
True.
Well, Charles II had a good run.
Yeah, but it took a while to get him up there, didn't it? Warren says, in Trip to Dracula Land explains the pigeon attack.
Nice one.
It's all coming together, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, hang on, Messi. We're starting another over. That's Jimmy Anderson flinging himself once more into the fray, and a resolute defence on the back foot from Williamson. Good contest between these two excellent players. Williamson remains on 10, no run.
How do you spell McCallum? Is it double C? Or is it
M. I think it's M small c big C.
Yeah, that's correct. I tried it the other day.
He's got a triple hundred. Not many people have got one of those. Only about 16 or 17.
There we go, Brendan McCallum.
Best 100. In comes Jimmy Anderson again, straying onto leg stump. But Williamson on this occasion can't take advantage. Goes straight out to mid wicket. Where it fielded no run.
Well, his average is only marginally high. It was 30. He ended up with a Test career average of 38.64.
Oh, did he? I had him at higher. It's higher than that. Okay, fair enough.
Which is similar. I mean, what's I think Stokes is about.
I've got Stokes here. It's 35.89.
Yeah, there you go. So not a huge
there's not that
amount
much in it. Fair enough. And he's a bowler as well.
And he's a bowler, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Oh, just as I was looking down, some sort of landmark in Williamson's career came up, which I completely missed, but probably someone can tell me what it was at some point. In comes Jimmy Anderson again. Shoulders heaving. A little wider of the wicket, trying to get a little bit of an angle going. Same result.
They've got the...
defended the mid wicket.
It's not a bad angle of attack, is it? He's going for the stumps. He's got the mid wicket in, so he gets a little bit straight. Got a good chance it will hit him. Not be any run, gives him a little bit of cover mid on as well.
Yes.
If he gets any sort of movement away, he's got a chance. Might get that little edge or beat the outside edge and nip the bail.
And I guess the batsman is imagining the ball will keep coming into him down the slope, and if it just holds its line like that one did, although it just started a little wider, so Williamson shouldered arm successfully. But if that ball there just landed a foot closer to the batsman, that's the classic ball. Actually, that Ben Stokes bowls very well.
Yeah.
No run. A cruise. New Zealand lead by 8.
Yeah, England won
another wicket. Mog says we could use a royal beheading.
Johnson, maybe. Queen takes out Prime Minister. That'd be good.
In comes Jimmy Anderson. And the same results. Nice defensive shot by Kane Williamson. It's somewhat stalemate between these two at the moment. Yes, it's been a while since we've had a royal beheading, and I guess the last one was Charles. Things settled down a bit after that.
Yeah.
1649.
Nah, they just hung people instead, didn't they? They got rid of hung, drawn and quartering and all that sort of nonsense.
Really is quite unpleasant, that hung, drawn and quartering business. Last ball of the over, in comes Jimmy. And the result is the same. Defended by Kane Williamson, no run. He stays on 10. New Zealand 17 for 1 at the end of the 9th. Messi.
That is master of understatement. Quite unpleasant, that hung, drawn and quartering thing, isn't it?
Very unpleasant stuff.
Matt Searle says, did I hear that right? Sky let Gower leave and have brought in Fig Champ Peterson? I can only believe that Peterson has compromising failures of just about everybody, because nobody with a brain would let the fuckwit in, especially after what he did to Annie. I hate him. Mog says, fucking hell, you're old, Messi. Well, that's not news. Peter Lloyd says technically it's only one extra bank holiday. The regularly scheduled late May bank holiday was moved from Monday to be one of the 2 days.
Oh,
So
see.
there you go.
Okay.
And Diana Patterson says, well, Messi's a young un compared to me. There you go.
That's why we don't have a
Okay.
bank holiday on Monday. I was wondering why we don't have the bank holiday on Monday.
Well, Bear, you've got your wish. Potts is into the attack for his second innings in Test cricket. He accelerates to the crease now. Round the wicket on this occasion, it's Tom Latham. Little bit short, crash to the boundary. Perhaps Test match cricket isn't all it's cracked up to be.
Let's give him a jingle.
I've heard from Potts that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might too. Let's bring him into the attack.
I know opinions are mixed about Shane Warne's commentary, but one thing I did agree with him on: never give the batsman a stiff. Don't bowl him a loosener.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Potts did there. That second ball was more on the money, a little fuller, but left well alone by Latham.
Yeah, loosener's a ridiculous concept, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, God, come on, guys, professionals.
Yeah, he's got to follow up his first innings. There's a bit of swing on that first delivery. It seemed to come in, but started way
Yeah, it did a
too
bit.
wide.
Yeah. But we're not seeing the extravagant swing we did yesterday morning.
No.
Who knows why?
Indeed.
Potts in again. Oh, no sooner have we said that admittedly most of the swing took place after it had passed the inside of the bat, and Matt Folkes took it well down the leg side. So let's see what transpires
Didn't miss the
here.
stumps
No
by
run.
a huge amount, did it?
No.
That's not a bad ball. Second up, third up.
Yeah. Potts has a reputation for making things happen, in inverted commas. But I said that yesterday. He got a wicket the next ball, so let's see what happens here.
You can't
Left well alone.
You
Can't repeat the magic.
Damn.
Never swim in the same river twice.
I mean, what do we think England could possibly chase? I wouldn't want to. I mean, I wouldn't bank on England chasing 120. Let's be fair, but I mean, thought should. The pitch doesn't seem so bad. I mean, he should be able to chase down 200, but
should be able to, but can they?
There's certainly plenty of time to do that. If they only have to chase 200, they'll have 3 days to do it.
One and over, and
should
still
be
do it.
able to is the phrase that applies to the English team for the last 5 years, isn't it?
Well, that one came back a little sharply and caught Latham a little unawares. Slapped him on the pad. No suggestion of an LBW shot, but Potts is looking a little more threatening than the opening bowlers here. That was going to go over the top of middle stump, most likely.
Big inside edge as well.
Yes, and there was a big inside edge. But Potts is looking perhaps the most threatening of the bowlers on the basis of his 5 bowls so far. He's the last of the over. Nice and accurate. So apart from that blemish on the first ball, he acquits himself well. New Zealand 21 for 1 at the end of the 10th.
Mayank says once the Queen is gone, you get Charles. That should bring the Brits and their smugness a notch down. But a week off to mourn her death, it's just a bit too much. Leah says yes, KP on Sky, and I predicted it when he left the IPL commentary halfway through the season. Farong says couldn't quite get my royal rickshaw finished in time for the celebrations. However, I will make certain he'll be ready to collect any gorillas visiting Bangladesh next year for the English tour. There you go. Mog says doing Latin in Romania is at least appropriate from a linguistic perspective.
It is a Romance language, that's true. Shall we squeeze in one more over, guys, or shall we hand over?
Well, no one's here to take over, so we'll do the next
In
over.
which case we will. Okay. The next over will be still bowled by Jimmy Anderson, so I won't have the honour of seeing another change. I did get an over of Potts in. Oh my goodness me! Let's see that one. Just fell short. Just flicked the outside edge of Williamson's bat and just fell a foot short of Crawley's left hand and goes for 4 runs. Yesterday that he probably done. Not even a foot, 3 inches short.
I'm so sorry. The Jersey Jingler was making me chuckle. He said, "Latin teachers, Oxbridge, everyone's dad writes their memoir. Bear, save us. If I wanted middle class twaddle, I'd listen to TMS."
Yeah, you don't go down with me, man.
Jimmy in again. And Williamson rocks onto the back foot, but on this occasion manages to get a run wide of the man in the covers. He moves on to 15.
Only half an hour left in the GPL, Pete's. And
oh yes, I'll get mine in.
Yeah.
Me and Messi can only apologise for our background in life. I'm actually quite had an impoverished upbringing in Coventry. I just made good by going to the grammar school.
Yeah. He grew up in a fucking shoebox in the middle of the
road.
Exactly. I honestly did. I did. Seriously. It was quite a nice shoebox.
15 siblings all dressed in sackcloth, yeah?
Anyway. Okay. So where are we? We've got 4 balls of this over remaining from Jimmy. Zach Crawley steadies himself at slip. Latham steadies himself at the crease and leaves that one quite elegantly. No run.
Yeah, we've still got 4 slips in.
Can't see from here. I'm guessing yes.
No, we've gone down to 3. It looks like.
I wouldn't be. I mean, it's hard to tell on the basis of the data so far, but I'd be very surprised if we saw as conservative a fields as we saw in the latter years of Roots' reign from Ben Stokes. He's a more aggressive cricketer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Latham settles in, Anderson bowls, and that one gets a little bit of movement, but again, most of it after the ball had passed the bat, and this time snaking away at the half side. The left-hander's bat, and Folks takes it moving towards first slip, no run.
Hendo and Tony are going to come in and sit in the studio, and they're going to be joined by Jacob, who will be remotely coming in from his flat.
Oh, that's nice. Jimmy Anderson coming in from his run. Pitches that one just a touch further up. Latham is not to be tempted, and because we're not getting the same movement as we've done yesterday, can leave it with ease, no run. Got a nice little message from David Brook here. Heard in the pavilion, the cricket is a ball behind, but benefits from not having Michael Vaughan. Thanks, David.
Well, yeah, we have to go through the internet, so we're always a little bit behind. And there's Tresco having a chat with McCullum. Both in their sunglasses. Tresco doesn't look like he's going to rob a bank today, at least. That's short and wide, last ball of Jimmy Anderson's over. It's only 77 miles an hour as well, and it gets kind of what it deserves, which is clumped out to the cover boundary for 4 runs, and that will be time for a little switcheroo.
See you later.
The next tweet is O'Neill Harris, a better story. There you go.
Well, as we wait for Hendo and Tony to materialise and sit down in their chairs, I will whiffle for a bit. So, it's an interesting game so far, as we see Tony furiously disinfecting the microphone. New Zealand 21 runs ahead of England at the moment. Hendo's tuned in now. Tony will be on soon. Here come his headphones. There he is, Tony Bishop.
I'm here. I was just...
Hello, Tony.
Oh, shit. I was just organising myself, and I've thrown away someone's phone in the process. Not sure what I've done. Oh, no, there we go. It's Hendo's wipes.
On David's story from the pavilion.
It's going to be Potts, anyway, who's bowling again from the nursery end. And Williamson is very tidily in behind this. How are you doing, Jacob? Good to see you as ever.
I'm well, but if we're a ball behind on here, then I'm very much behind on my television. Now TV is short-changing me because I'm a ball behind the live feed here, and probably 4 and 10 seconds behind.
I can tell you we're bang on. Well, we're with whatever Sky's delivering, but of course that will be a variable speed dependent on your service provider. 30 for 1 are New Zealand. Matthew Potts, sensational yesterday, of course, before he went off with his clamp, edged by Williamson, taken at second slip. Potts has done it again. He's got Williamson twice. High fives all round. 30 for 2 New Zealand. England have another breakthrough. Effectively 21 for 2 because of that enormous lead. Williamson has gone for 15, and I forgot, of course, I'm also supposed to be doing jingles, and here is one for the Wicket.
On your bike, mate.
Super Bowl, Johnny Bairstow again. He took 3 yesterday, he's got another one today. He's on fire. He's probably better without the gloves than with them, I think, to be fair.
Yeah, well, you could argue that, couldn't you? Absolutely. I mean, that was a fairly straightforward chance, but well done, Matty Potts. He's got rid of the New Zealand captain, one of the finest players in the world, in both times in his first test. You can't ask for much more than that, really, can you?
Well, the player in something of a slough of form, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, he's not actually played, has he? He hasn't played enough cricket. Hasn't played. I mean, he missed quite a bit of the winter because of injury. He's been at the IPL, which is never a good way of preparing for a test match. And
ask Johnny Bairstow.
Well, indeed. Let me do some tweets. Warren says, my Jubilee wish is that GC Radio has a reliable feed in an app. Just spent the last minute listening to French rap from Droy before I realised it wasn't a jingle. Well, you don't want to listen to French rap. Madan Mohan Sharma says, we all love Messi. He is the backbone of guerrilla cricket. God may grant him all the health and happiness. Isn't that lovely? He's a really nice man, Madan, isn't he?
He is very kind to us, so we like that.
We have a Vaughan Free jingle, says Moggs. Should we get a Get Fucked KP one too? Yeah, get onto it, Mog. Get onto it.
Devon Conway is the new man at the crease. Here is his jingle. By Mog, indeed.
Devon Conway's here with a double tunnel debut. You'll never, ever see batting like you get from Devon Conway.
England again are persisting with the arranging the slip cordon and offside field on the basis of hair colour. Successful yesterday, seems to have done all right so far today as well. There's a gentleman we're looking at on that replay with his MCC tie on. It's punching the air. Who says they can't get a little roused in the pavilion? He looked pretty excited to me. 21 is the lead, 30 for 2 the score, and young Matthew Potts 4 wickets in the first innings, including Williamson. He's got Williamson to get his first in the second, and now he will have the new man Conway in his sights. He comes around the wicket and Conway meets him tidily and pushes it back down the track, and there is no run.
Talking of pessimists, of which I include myself amongst their number, Josie Oak has joined us, and he says, just like for England take their second wicket, get rid of the Kiwi captain. He says, we do, which is what you expect from Josie Oak. I like Josie Oak because he's sort of on my wavelength as regards pessimism.
Well, basically doomed is his default setting.
It is, but I that's you need to have something predictable in this life, and
the inevitability,
especially when you follow England cricket.
And England batting collapse is suitably predictable. As round the wicket again comes Potts. Conway's going to get himself off the mark. He's pushed this down to mid-on, and the enthusiasm of Ben Stokes is, although he has Parkinson stationed there in the onside field, he's going to come racing across from sort of wide mid-off. And I think someone's had a word for him. He said, Ben, you didn't need to chase that, mate, because he turned around and went and had a laugh about it. Nice way for Conway to get off the mark. Studying, has that 200, of course, to look back on. What a test match debut, and what a place to do it for him. Quite a fantastic effort, of course, in that otherwise disappointing draw. 275 in 70 odd overs England were chased, turned it down, set a tone under the Silverwood leadership from which they never really climbed back out, did they? As this one is wide of the off stump, left by Tom Latham.
Pirate Bradshaw says, nothing wrong with French rap, it's the only rap I listen to. Okay, all right. Aki Nation and his group I Am are great. Armchair Cricket Podcast, who's I think joining us later, isn't he?
He is, yes.
Potts gets Williamson again. The IPL hangover expected, but he did look a bit better in the innings. Well, at least the rest can get on with it, eh? Would England take a 220 run target as things stand? Yes, I think they would. I mean, anything under 250 you'd hope for. You don't often get, but you'd hope for it.
Round the wicket again comes Potts, rather outside edgy by Latham to backward point, and there is no run. 1 for 7. Young Potts, 2 overs bowled. Williamson in his pocket again. 33 for 2, Hendo.
Indeed, Matthew Cullen joins us. He says, he may have been here for a while. He says, watching and listening from York, somewhat doubting my day 4 ticket to Headingley will find use. I'm introducing my friend Mo to the Gorillas and attempting successfully to turn him against Kevin Peterson.
Ooh.
Excellent news.
Just keep saying the word franchise as often as you can.
Yeah. Old, pleasantly mature is the term I prefer. So Brian 001, that's talking about the backbone of Gorilla Cricket. That is message.
Oh, I thought he was talking about cheese.
No.
Well, it could have been old and pleasantly mature.
Although those of you who've been reading the Smaximum, which is now into its 8th issue, will know that when we wrote a guide to Twitter etiquette for Gorilla listeners, and one of those things was, well, when in doubt, talk about cheese.
It's always good for a pun or two, isn't it?
It is, and I'm expecting that to start things off now, and I expect that we'll have cheese from now till lunch, basically. Change of bowling.
It is indeed. It's going to be this man coming into the attack. He needs very little introduction, which is just as well, because I can't find his jingle. Here it is.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband.
He's coming around the wicket as well to the left-handed Conway, who pushes him to Jimmy Anderson, stationed at mid-on, and there is no run.
Got the best headband around, even though your hair is thin now.
Still a man with a spring in his step after Nottingham Forest's
Yes.
fantastic performance at Wembley, contrasting, of course, with his partner in crime, Jimmy Anderson, who will be suitably downcast and depressed after Burnley's demise. Burnley. Round the wicket again, full off his toes by Conway, straight to mid-on, and there is no run.
Were they not in the second leg of the playoffs in the Championship? I think Brody and Root were in the crowd together, weren't they?
They were.
Rooty was shouting for Sheffield United, I believe, and Brody for Nottingham Forest.
He was, yes indeed. Do you remember the days when I'm not sure Jacob would, he's too young of course, but when just about every cricketer also played football?
Yes, I mean the glory days, really.
Halcyon days they
Jim
were.
Coombs.
Jim Coombs, there we go, Jim Coombs I was about to say.
Goalkeeper of Aston Villa, Dennis Compton. Leslie
I have
Compton.
heard of these days long ago in the Mystic.
Round the wicket again comes Broad, that's taken an edge, has it? Oh, it swung, it didn't take the edge, it was a loose. Now if that had been our friend Crawley, we'd have been harumphing and grumping for all we were worth, because there was very little footwork. The ball swung away. He looked for a drive that he's throwing the bat at the ball, or the hands at the ball. Everything we blamed Crawley for there, wasn't it, Hendo?
Kind of was, and I wonder about Devon Conway. He's been put in this position in the middle order where he was whereas he was opening last year. Will Young hasn't really succeeded in this test at all, and I wonder whether 4 is the best position for him. It almost seems to be encouraging a little bit of an over-attacking approach, but maybe that is just a hangover from having played T20.
Slightly looser.
Yeah.
From Joe Berg, of course, is Devon Conway. Before he moved to New Zealand, this one he plays rather more carefully, just dabs it towards point, and will get himself a single, get him off the strike, maybe have a little think about which balls to drive at and which not to, and bring Latham back on to strike.
Mog says, Edam, the cheese that's made backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah. Boom,
no.
boom, I know. Thanks, Mog. Thanks, Mog. Go and, I don't know, decapitate yourself with a sword.
No, don't.
Don't. No, sorry, I don't mean that. I mean, sort of.
A head full of jingles you'd be losing.
Oh,
You can't allow that to happen.
How much value would that head have? I mean, if we could get the Mog's head.
I have to be honest and say rather more if attached to his shoulders than without them, but there we go. Around the wicket again comes Broad, forward comes Latham, big, high, solid defence. Do you know what one of his claims to fame is, Tom Latham? Either of you? I'll ask Jacob first.
No, I'm not sure.
Only the second New Zealander opener to carry his bat in a test. Extraordinary.
Who was the other one?
Good question. Who came first?
Glenn Turner?
Yes.
There you go.
I would guess at the time he had his collar turned up.
I loved Glenn
Looking
Turner.
a bit like Harry Hill.
He was a lovely batsman, Glenn Turner. Really was.
He certainly was. Broad. He's going to bowl the final ball of his over, none for 13 for him so far, just the one in the first innings, and that one is wide of the off stump and left by Latham. I think he got it against Sri Lanka, I think, if I remember rightly.
It was against Sri Lanka, Tom Latham's carry.
He made about 260 odd, didn't he?
That must have been his leading score, I think, 264.
It was. Anyway, lead up 25, 34 for 2.
And the tweets are flying through. They're going so fast I can't stop them. Oscar Habellini says, "Did you hear about the cheese factory that exploded? Nothing left but debris."
Oh, fantastic! I like that. As Jimmy Anderson's back into the attack, and Crawley dives to his left.
This is the replay.
It's a replay.
Yes, it was. Of course, it is. However, beautifully described. Albeit or somewhat
I think
redundant.
it's probably better to describe them by the commentator who did it originally.
Was that me as well?
I don't know.
No, it wasn't, because I've not been on today.
I'll have you know that I've got 300 jingles tucked away, ready to go, says Mog.
Fantastic. In his head.
Yeah, well, Perko says the Mog's Head sounds like a good name for a
brilliant
gorilla pub.
Well, exactly. If we start a whole chain of pubs, we could. That would be
the Bear and the Bishop and Mog's Head.
We'd have the Bishop and Bear and the Mog's Head, as this one is real life. Yes, it is. Turned away to leg by Conway, gets a single. Bring Latham back onto strike. Potts, of course, back into the attack. You do rather wish that Richard Kettleborough was one of the umpires, because you could at least have Potts in the Kettleborough then. Which could lead us down many pun-laden paths.
We just saw Sky put up a rather helpful graph a minute ago that the average swing in this third innings has decreased by quite a bit compared to the first innings of the game, and consequently England's average length has been about
comes Potts
7
again,
inches
and
shorter.
he's past the outside edge of Latham.
He's got an edge!
He had to look. It was very low key. Latham didn't seem to think he was out. In fact, he's come down to have a little chat with Conway. They are going to review. Latham is pretty sure he didn't get anything on that. We were so unexcited by it that we didn't think so. And even Potts, somewhat retrospectively, seemed to turn around, and it was a polite inquiry more than a full-throated appeal. So don't get too excited just
if
yet.
It has, Nick. It's a weird one.
Well, it was, because no one seemed to think.
Very weird.
Have a look, Jacob.
What didn't react at all. Oh, it's close to the bat.
It's very close.
And Potts just turned around and just went sort of, how's that? And the umpire put his finger up.
It does. He's got an edge.
Nick.
But wow, I could almost think in that case that Latham, no messing.
Umpire Rod Tucker
immediately
with good ears.
Good ears.
Great ears.
Good eyes. It's our old friend Pistol was the third umpire.
Well, it's a very thin edge, isn't it? I mean, it didn't make a huge.
Well, the slips thought so.
What's the word? The slips were short.
Whereas if you look at Ben Folkes, he's the one who seems to have no clue.
Yeah, well, I think that sometimes happens with those really, really thin edges. But
he's gone for 14.
It may not be swinging as much, but New Zealand find themselves at 35 for 3.
Has another one. Would you believe it? And we have to say goodbye to Tom Latham.
I'm a loser. Yeah, I'm a loser, babe. I'm just a loser.
I have a vague explanation for this, actually. Which
Go on.
is that I think, based on what I've seen of Potts in the county championship, the reason he's doing well with this lower swing, shorter length, is because that's kind of where he sits. He goes a bit back of a full length and relies on that little bit of nibble off the pitch, which has got Williamson twice and now Latham. He doesn't really bowl with the seam straight up. He's lots of cross seam, lots of wobble seam, and banging it into the pitch very hard is how Potts plays, which is nice for an England bowler, and exactly what we've been asking for.
So would you say a good
overseas type of player?
Ideal for England conditions, would you say then, Jacob?
Not ideal for England conditions, but he's very good in English conditions, and if he goes, basically it looks like kind of anywhere he goes, if the pitch has got a bit of nibble in it, he can hit it hard. Not to continue everyone's obsession with the Ashes, but Australia, hard pitches, big bit of pace. He seems like the sort of bowler who might be able to run in, strong man, hit the pitch and get some movement out of it.
It's very interesting watching the discussion that subsequently took place with Latham and Conway, because you can clearly see Latham saying, I'm sure I didn't hit that. Potts is going to be over the wicket to the new man Darryl Mitchell, who just pushes it to mid-wicket where the floppy-hatted Stuart Broadfield. Here's Darryl Mitchell.
I'm not an old black funny on Peep Show. Wrote that book, oh, Darryl, not David.
And when you watch Folkes, he genuinely has no idea. He genuinely has no idea that was edged. It's the slips who leap up first. It was almost a very delayed action. Look, they're running past Folkes. He's looking and go, what's going on? Potts again, over the wicket, short, and ducked under easily enough. Through it goes to the
Root was the one leading it, actually. Root wasn't even appealing, he was celebrating. He was running forward, arms spread, going, yeah!
He was indeed.
And then Crawley sort of looked at him and went, oh, maybe, and then Ollie Pope right at the end was, I want to get in on this. How's that?
Well, the upshot of it all is it's 35 for 3. And the lead for New Zealand just 26, so it's 26 for 3. Potts has 2 balls left of this over to bowl. He's bowling. Are you alright, Hendo?
Yeah, no, I just heard a very strange noise in my headphones that sounded like a news broadcast starting somewhere, but I don't know what it was. I don't know where that came from. It's very strange.
It's not Forthy just shuffling his notes, is it?
It might be
down there in
might
Melbourne. Full and right on off stump, but tidily played away into the offside by Mitchell, and he will get himself off the mark with a jogged single. So he's off and running. He's 1, Conway 5.
Mog says we're only served mead in the Mog's Head, and Perko says Tony dishing it out without the Potts and Kettleborough commentary. Messi Jez uses my favourite word to say delighted to see that Potts eschewed the celeb appeal.
Well, I think it was the definite polite inquiry.
It was. I mean, maybe it was one of those that maybe it was too obvious to him, and he thought, hang on, my wicketkeeper's not appealing. I better get in on it.
4 slips, I think a backward point, mid-off, mid-on. You know that the 2 slips, 3rd and 4th, will be of a ginger persuasion, working their way round to Ben Stokes. It's 13.5 overs have been bowled. Potts has got 1 left. 2 for 9 to go with those fantastic figures in the first innings. He's in, round the wicket, full, and Conway plays tidily off his pads. Works it into the onside. There is no run. It's the end of the over. 36 for 3. Hendo.
Yeah, Diane Patterson says, you wondered how we knew the lunch menu at Lord's? Well, here it is. Day 2, Players' Dining Room lunch menu. Roasted chicken supreme or harissa spiced salmon. And for Pud, Oreo cheesecake or ice cream. You wouldn't really want to bat.
Not super healthy, is it?
Well, you wouldn't want to bat on top of a cheesecake, would you? Literally or figuratively.
Well, you wouldn't want to bowl on one, that's for sure.
True. That's an excellent call by Uncle Rod, says Mog, talking about the umpiring. Wow, Tom Lathan has gone too, says Armchair Cricket Podcast. New Zealand in proper trouble twice in 2 days. Will this game even last into the 3rd session at this rate?
Potts, I really like the cut of Potts' jib. He seems to be sort of just gets on with things, but he's there checking which fielding position he needs to be in. There's nothing over expansive or with the crowd. He's just a gentle wave to them, just cracks on with the game, but he must be loving it, absolutely loving it. 36 for 3. Broad will again be back into the attack from that pavilion end. We've got about 6 or 7 minutes till lunch. You'd think England would be wanting to push through these overs and try and get another one in. Maybe Parkinson, maybe an over of Parky.
Please let him bowl a ball.
That's what we'd like to see. The 4 slips go down. Broad is over the wicket. Oh, and he beats Mitchell's outside edge, and he adjusts his headband, pushes back his hair, looks down the track at Mitchell and says with his eyes, you were lucky there.
I just want to say about the fact that Potts is doing well and he's bowling well, and we're grateful for that as England supporters. And you would say, based on the number of bowlers that are out of the team at the moment, quick bowlers or medium pace bowlers, that England ought not to be worried about what's to come after Broad and Anderson. But I'll come back to that.
Yeah, I've got another thought for both of you as well. After that, that's it, just short of between 2nd and 3rd slip. Crawley dived. I don't think it was a chance, but it was a legitimate edge. Broady's not had the best of luck. Mitchell has, and it's 36 for 3, and we move on.
Yeah, the but that I was going to add to that was that the thing is, you want Broad and Anderson there because they give you a stability, or they give you something that maybe if these younger players were made to be the fulcrum of the attack, they wouldn't be. I mean, they can come on after they've been a little bit softened up maybe by Broad and Anderson.
Well, we wait for Broad. who is in, and it swings away late and goes through to Folks. Well, that was one of my thoughts, is that Stokes timed when to bring him on after Jimmy and Broad had sort of had that initial blitz, which was a fantastic time to be able to come on. The other one, remember, he played because there'd been discussion that Overton might play because Overton bolstered the batting more, and it was more in tacking a tent to play an informed wicket-taking bowler than Overton. So my hypothetical question for Jacob was going to be, what might Overton have done? As Broad is in full, driven straight to extra cover, no run. Sorry, Jacob.
Well, it's very much of the old England, the Silverwood England, to basically pick bowlers on their batting.
Yes.
I would have hated to see Matthew Potts, who's taking wickets for fun in the county championship, even more so than Overton, to lose out because he doesn't bat as well.
Yeah.
That would be useless, which is why it was so frustrating with Parkinson as well, where a lot of the time he wasn't chosen seemingly because he was a spinner who couldn't bat.
Yeah.
You go, well, your spinner's not meant to bat, your spinner's meant to take wicket.
Comes Broad again over the wicket, quite full, played off his pads by Mitchell, just gently into the onside, no run. One more left of this Broad over. I think they will get another over him, won't they?
I'm not particularly concerned at 9, 10 and 11 are absolute bunnies.
Yeah, I'd like 8 to be a bit stronger.
You've got a decent, half decent, a Wokes type at 8.
Yes.
In England, and then, you find another 8 somewhere out the blue. Potts wants to be an all-rounder, so if he can work on his batting well enough. But, I don't care if 9, 10 and 11 can't bat for hell. I mean, Matt Parkinson played a beautiful on-drive this morning, better than Ian Bell would have been proud of it.
Well, I'll just hold that thought for a second, and we'll wait for Broad to bowl his final delivery of this over. 4 slips go down. There's a forward short leg as well. It's wide of the off stump. It's left by Mitchell, and it's taken behind by Folks. And it's the end of the over at 36 for 3. Hendo.
Old Fart at Play says, it's so nice to have the Gorillas back for the summer tests. You know what they say, absence makes the heart grow fondue.
Cheese.
Of course there's cheese. There's always cheese. Mayank says, fantastic umpiring from Tucker. No one went up for that except Potts, and even he didn't really buy it. Well, the slips, I think they possibly did. Here's a shitstorm ready-made by Cricket Bat Cat's partner. He says, that's Dan Lee, of course, who's been on the programme, says, Folks brilliantly tricks Latham into burning a review by pretending there was no edge. Next level keeping. I think you're right. I think you're right there, Dan.
That's interesting, Dan. That's quite devious.
Devious performance. Yeah.
It seems no obligatory spin before lunch.
No,
it's going to be. Well,
sad.
we might. It depends how quickly Potts gets through this over. He's round the wicket to the left-handed Conway, who just pushes the ball back to him, and there is no run. No, the thing I was going to say, and it's absolutely not a representative sample, but I did quite a lot of interviews and chats with Middlesex players at the beginning of the season. Interesting how almost every bowler was talking about how adding at least some batting to their bow was so important in the modern game, particularly the spinners, who all felt that, particularly with so much white ball cricket that they play, you cannot carry your traditional number 11s anymore. This one's slightly inside edgy. Potts got actually more excited by that delivery than the one that took the wicket, as he threw up an arm and he thought he might just have got through the Conway defences, but he hadn't. It was pushed out into the onside, no run.
Well, I suppose the problem arises when you have 3 number 11s filling sort of 9, 10, 11. That would be the problem. Yeah. Which we do to an extent here, although Broad has the ability, but he seems to have marginalised himself as this bloke who will just swing the bat because he's afraid of getting hit in the head again. It's a tricky one.
In comes Potts. This one's full, and it's an inside edge. It's going to roll off down the slope. That there is a man at long leg. It's Jimmy Anderson, of course it is. He's fielding down there in front of the Allen stand.
Last call for the GPL. Last call for the GPL.
Last call for the GPL. And before we head off to lunch, we will talk a little bit about Patreon.
Let's do that.
New issue of Smaximum out. It's an absolute belter. You can only get to read it though if you are a patron. GorillaCricket.com. You can see, or patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. If you can help us, it helps keep us on the air. Your patronage and support is so important. It means we can keep doing this, which we love, and we love doing it because you tell us that you love us doing it. So any help is incredibly welcome as we wait for Potts, who is going to be in to Mitchell, who just bends the knee, pulls the bat back and watches it past. And again, there is no run. I'm looking at that clock. It's 1 o'clock. There will be no filler over from Parky this side of lunch.
I don't care about the strategic element of it. Just give him 1 over.
I don't
just
know
so
if Gary
knows
knows.
that.
If Gary's there, he's already shuffling his papers.
Do you think Gary's heart would take? Would Gary's heart last that?
Well,
he'd seeing Matt Parkinson
so
bowling
excited.
out there.
It'd be still his beating heart if Parky was to get ball in hand. Potts, full, nicely met by Mitchell. He looked solid, of course, in the first innings, did Mitchell, and then just suddenly wasn't. He'd played very, very tidily for about 14 or 15 or so, hadn't he? And then wasn't there anymore.
Well, I mean, what did you see? What the sort of degree percentage difference was, Jacob, in terms of the swing? I mean, just as commentators and observers watching that, you think, yes, it's not swinging as much as it was in the first innings or even in the England innings. But what was the do you remember what the actual figures
think it
were?
went from 1.1 degree average to like
last ball before lunch, we
0.4
think.
or 0.5.
Oh, he's going to get runs, is Mitchell. He's worked this away down towards mid-wicket. And they take a single. The lead stretches to 29. It's 38-4-3. 16 overs of the innings have been bowled. Mitchell is on 2. Conway is on 6. And it's lunch on day 2. This game is gathering pace after the extraordinary 17 wickets that fell yesterday. England lost their last 3 this morning. 3 more lost by New Zealand. So 6 in the morning. And it's been all action, Jacob.
Yes, it has. I mean, 3 wickets down now. Excellent bowling, even accommodating for the lack of swing. Potts has been excellent throughout the whole test. A nice find for England, actually. Another one. Hopefully he doesn't get injured like the rest of the nice finds we've had, because we're not allowed nice things. But it's always batting, isn't it? It's the batting again and again, and until Stokes and McCullum can solve that and hopefully give them a bit of a kick up the arse, we will have games like this.
Let's just ask a question actually regarding England's selection, and we talk about a gem. We may have discovered a gem here in Matthews Potts. Even with his start to the county season, in normal circumstances, would he even have merited a mention, even though he's got 36 wickets, 35 wickets in his first 6 county championship games this year? If Jofra Archer had been fit, if Ollie Stone had been fit, 1 or 2 others, would he have got a mention? I ask that because it's slightly similar to the situation that we find with Harry Brook, who's in brilliant form, averaging 140, but can't get into this team, and is left out of this team for a guy who's literally just flown back from the IPL. So I wonder a little bit about England's selection. I also wonder if Matty Potts wouldn't have got a mention because of other people being available. Are we missing these gems in county cricket? We're always being told that county cricket is so terrible. KP being prime purveyor of that untruth. But are we kind of missing something? Are we missing that there are these gems in county cricket? We're just not watching them enough and knowing enough about them.
I don't think it's that, because when people put up the numbers like Matt Potts has, they do get mentioned and they do get brought into the conversation. Craig Overton, for all the criticism he's had, has forced his way into a test shirt by putting up the numbers in county cricket, even if when he gets the test shirt he doesn't necessarily do the best. But it's more a case with batsmen, because the batting has been so bad. It seems more egregious when people like Harry Brook are not getting into the team, when the batting's been so poor. But I was talking about this yesterday. I don't have a problem with Johnny Bairstow having the spot in this test, because to drop him after twin test hundreds would be very harsh, and you can't.
But I do
look straight in at 3.
Well, it's a tricky one, and they would just. I mean, but would it have been any worse putting in Johnny Bairstow at 3 and having Harry Brook at 5 and not having Ollie Pope? I mean, they kind of went out on a limb by saying, Ollie Pope, you're going to be our number 3 for the next however many tests. Maybe that's the selection that they've got wrong.
But then after that, you have Bairstow again being messed around, and once he's finally found a place where he's scoring some runs, he gets moved immediately again. And the one thing about the selection, whether you kind of like who's there or who isn't, they've been decisive. They've backed players. They've said this is what it's going to be. We're sticking with Johnny at 5 because he's doing well in that lower middle order. We're going to put Ollie Pope at 3 because we believe in his talent. And we will change if we have to and if they're horribly out of form. But we're not going to just, as soon as someone new comes in, start shuffling our order all around and being indecisive about it and not knowing who we want in the team.
Yeah, it's all about getting those you can be decisive, but your decisiveness has to be the right form of decisiveness, if that makes sense. Because if you do say that Ollie Pope is going to bat at 3 where he's never batted before for the next 6 tests or for the whole of this summer, and he fails miserably in every innings, then you're going to, well, I suppose at that point you say, do we discount him as an England player, or do we admit that he's batting in the wrong position? These are things that obviously people have to take into account, and you're not always going to get it right. So I think it's fair to say that.
At that point, you probably say about Pope, well, he's batted 6. I think he's batted 5 a couple of times, and now he's batted 3. And in all of those Test matches, in all those positions, he's got 1 century, a couple of half centuries, and the rest of the time he fiddles around outside off stump and gets out. So he needs to go away, bat probably higher for Surrey, and work out his game.
Well, that's got to be the other thing, hasn't it? There's got to be more communication between the England side and the England management and the county setups to actually. Surrey might argue, no, we don't want him to bat at 3. He's much better batting at 4 or 5 or whatever for us. Who holds sway in that situation?
I think England would, if that situation was we need to make him a number 3. I think Surrey would tag along and help England down.
Well, then that's what needs to be done, doesn't it? I mean, they need to say we're going to play Ollie Pope in that position for the whole of this summer. Can you help us out? Although that said, with the way that once the international season has got underway, will he play very much for Surrey?
Well, my 2 pennyworth is I think I'd look more for an opening batsman in county cricket making runs
to bat at 3.
And I got 1 or 2 in mind, and clearly I got an agenda for Sam Robson for obvious affinity with the middle, but I think that would help. Because England, there's always a chance of any team in the world. There's a chance that a batsman might fall early, and number 3 is effectively a de facto opener. And you can't look at Ollie Pope and go, "You're an opener." You just can't. So, to me, I think that's the way I would look. But then I am not Rob Key. I'm not Brendan McCullum.
That's a shame. But there you go. Because you'll be on a much better salary.
Well, shall we? Very well. That's true.
I'm going to hop off and get some lunch. And
You can do that. I'm
30 minutes.
Ever so quickly finish off the scorecard and let Hendo do any final social messages. England this morning, they lost. Who did they lose? They lost Folkes. They lost Broad fairly quickly. Big 4, and then another big heave back when he's off stump, and they lost Parkinson, Jimmy Anderson, another not out. So 141, but they crucially did have a lead. New Zealand since then have lost themselves 3 wickets. They lost Latham to the bowling of Potts. They lost Young, caught behind off Anderson. They lost Williamson, in fact, to Potts again, once more caught by Johnny Bairstow. Conway and Mitchell, the not out batsmen, they're 38 for 3. The lead for England is 29. Endo.
Some final tweets then to get through before we take a little bit of a break. Old Fart at Play says, I used to enjoy watching Ian Baby Bell bat. He couldn't be any worse than this lot. Well, he was a darn sight better than a lot of this lot, to be honest. Our 2 most reliable bowlers, says Ravi Nair, fitness-wise, are Anderson and Broad. Whence comes another? It does seem that way, even though they've had their injury problems throughout their careers or at various points. Morg says, I don't think Potts did appeal. He just seems to have a habit of putting his arm up after most deliveries. Could be that.
He's so used to taking wickets, that's why.
Well, there you go. Nestlers, so it's 874 miles Land's End to John O'Groats, and on average I do about 35 miles on an Epping Forest ride, so it's about 25 times around Epping Forest. Yeah, well, maybe Nestlers, maybe you should do it in aid of guerrilla cricket. A sponsored Epping cycle for to raise funds for the the very poverty-stricken guerrilla cricket. Mog says, lunchtime declaration. And Nestler's comes back to point out that the ride around Epping
Nestler's
doesn't...
epic Epping extravaganza.
Well, that would be it. That would be
You've got a
perfect.
name
He
for
does
it.
point out that Epping doesn't have any mountains. John Aldous comes in, Che's craped. There you go. Now, Webby Nair says, I'm sorry, Gorilla Hendo, I'm with KP on this, though entirely with Annie Chave in her spat with him. Potts is a county teacher under thriving in early season England conditions. Let's not big him up, or county cricket, until they've been tested elsewhere. Well, that's true in one sense, but we all know that your agenda with county cricket is almost as strong as KP's, and you're a man who despises the counties. So I'm not going to take you on your word there particularly. I think there's an element of that. We don't want to big them up, and we do certainly get that in the media. As soon as someone does well, we see them as the saviour. But I think Potts is a little bit more than a county trundler. I'm not saying that he would have got a game in other circumstances, but he's doing good. He can only do as well as he's done, can't he? Really, I mean, you can't ask any more from him. He's taken 4 wickets in the first innings, 2 wickets already in the second innings, and that's more than Stuart Broad. He's only taken 1 wicket in the match. So, we're all bowling on the same wicket. So, I personally have to say that I part company with you on that particular viewpoint. Anyway, that's it for the morning session, and no doubt it will be an enthralling afternoon session. You'll join us in about 20 minutes or so now, while the England players are having their halibut or whatever it is today, salmon and chicken supreme. Hang on, wasn't that the Jubilee? The Jubilee meal that you were supposed to have? Coronation chicken.
Are we?
So is that why they're having? Oh no, it's chicken supreme. Is there a difference between chicken supreme and coronation chicken?
Made with very creamy, and coronation chicken has got like more
pickles
Indian
and
spice.
Yeah. Okay, maybe
so they're basically fundamentally quite different apart from the chicken.
Apart from the chicken
aspect. I think it's Rob Andrew again, and if I've tried to follow the Bears' instructions, so Lord knows what's going to happen. But hopefully you're going to hear it over lunch if I press this button here.
Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Guerrilla Cricket.
Not many players have witnessed the growth of Bangladesh women as closely as Jahanara Alam. She's represented Bangladesh since they were first awarded ODI status in 2011. She has captained her country in a world tournament and was selected in the ICC's World T20 team in 2018, having taken Bangladesh women's first ever T20 international five. Jahanara is currently starring for the Falcons in the Fairbreak Invitational Tournament in Dubai. Jahanara Alam, a very, very warm welcome to you.
Thank you so much. How are you?
I'm extremely well, thank you for asking. I suspect your weather in Dubai is rather better than my weather in London, although it's not too bad. Let me start by saying, of course, that you can watch the Fairbreak Invitational live and exclusive on Pre Sports in the UK, which is, of course, free to air. So, Jahanara, how's the Fairbreak tournament going so far for you?
It's awesome. It's been awesome for me. I'm just doing good here. I'm so happy to be part of Fairbreak Invitational Tournament, and I'm so happy, and I'm very proud to represent my country here in Fairbreak, and thanks to Fairbreak for inviting me to taking part of this tournament.
Well, we'll talk a little bit about that and what that means, actually. Yeah. That's one of the things I want to talk to you about. But, where are you at the moment? You're sitting third, I think, 2 wins from 4, so reasonably okay in terms of the way things are going. Have you had much experience playing in Dubai before? And are the pitches quite challenging for a medium pacer?
I had once last time back in 2020. I came here for women's IPL, women's T20 challenge. So back in 2020, and I had a bit experience to play Sharjah, not in Dubai International Stadium. so it's new for me as the others. So yeah, it's really tough a bit for medium pacer because it is pure true wicket to bat on.
Well, yeah. Let's say one wicket, I think, so far. Let's hope for some more today. I guess the Tornadoes, I think you're playing today. There are some terrific players there. Who are you particularly enjoying playing with? And then who are you particularly looking forward to or have enjoyed playing against?
Well, I'm enjoying the company of Susie Beers. Yeah, she's awesome skipper, along with very friendly and very helpful, a player to whom you can share your experience. You can gather lots of knowledge, as she has a big experience from from her background. So yeah, she's very good. And yeah, Danny Watt, I should mention Danny Watt's name. There's Chamar Yatapatu was there, so is here. So yeah, I love to play it with each and everyone, and I really love to become a Falcons family. And against, I would say every team is a tough team if you go for competition. So yeah, if you if you play well, that is your day. So yeah.
Well, and you've got Danny Wyatt in your team, so you of course will remember that you dismissed her in the World Cup. Do you take the opportunity to remind her of that now you're teammates?
Yeah, yeah, we had a discussion about it, a bit gossip that I took her wicket, and she is doing well in this tournament, so I'm so happy for her that she can deliver what she really wanted to.
Good. Well, and also you playing in the tournament. I think for the Barmy Army you have is it Rumana Ahmad? So I guess this gets onto one of the things I did want to sort of explore a little bit with you. With two players like yourselves from Bangladesh playing in the tournament, do you think this really does do something that helps to kind of inspire potential young up-and-coming players in Bangladesh to take up cricket?
Yes,
be interested.
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do believe. It's a huge thing for women's cricket back home in our country as well. That this is such kind of a big platform. This Fairbreak Invitational platform I'm talking about, and 35 nations together were taking part of this tournament, and. Especially if I say about Falcons, we have got 13 nations together. So it's a huge opportunity to share your knowledge, exchange your knowledge, and gather your experience a lot. And I hope I can get some experience, some knowledge from here to back home, and I can share with my team family, Bangladesh team family, and they will be, gained something from us. And yes, we are very happy and proud, me and Rumana as well. And I hope that we have some quality players back home also. They can take part in future in this tournament.
Who would be your tips then, up and coming in Bangladesh? Who should we be looking out for? Not necessarily in the team now, but in the future.
In future there are so many. If I talk about Salma Khatun, Nigar Sultana Jyotish, Farjana Haq Pinky, Fahima Khatun, Nahida Akhtar. So there are so many international star, I would say, from Bangladesh who can take part of this tournament in future. Well, and of course, Murshida Khatun, happy lefty batter. So.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the Fairbreak Invitational Tournament and how you personally became involved. Reading about it and following it as I have been. Its mission is a really interesting one. Creating opportunities to progress gender equality on a global scale, using cricket as a primary vehicle. and it's not just cricket. Cricket is a way to just inspire women and enable women across all kind of different walks of life. I mean, they talk about sport, health, business, media. I mean, that's part of quite a phenomenal thing. It's very exciting.
Yeah, true. It's really very exciting for me when I got the invitation from Miss Ellie Williams, and I thought, wow, what kind of this tournament is? And she said it's a kind of platform where gender equalation, and we are just looking forward the, it's a kind of women empowerment we are working on. So so I thought, okay, it's a very big one for the women, especially, not only specific to countries, it's about all around the world. So this is the first time ever happened in Fair Break Invitational that 35 countries taking part of. So it's huge for women's cricket, not only women's cricket, but I would say for the all women around the world. It's huge because if you involve 35 nations in one tournament, and you will get lots of players from here, and also their family, their relatives, and so many people involved. So it's huge, I feel.
Do you personally kind of feel a sense of, what's the right word, responsibility to inspire? Because and I guess the other part of that question for me is are there particular challenges in Bangladesh that make it maybe even tougher to grow women's sport? Maybe take those two questions one at a time. What it means to you personally to be a role model. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm so happy to be a women's cricketer. I'm so proud of myself because I can represent my country, my Bangladesh, as a women's cricketer to the world. This is a huge thing for me. I'm so proud of it. And look, Bangladesh is a cricket crazy nation, and we got lots of support from Bangladesh Cricket Board and from the government as well. So and our government is a lady, woman. So we got lots of support from there, not for the women's cricket, or the every sport. So
I wish ours was.
In our seriously, and as we got lots of support from our board, from the government, and I felt like I'm a free bird type of. There is no pressure, no problem, no struggling that much. But every people has a struggle on their back. So sometimes you do struggling and you have to go forward. There are so many barriers as well. So, but for me, I faced a little, not much, to reach this stage, and I feel like I can say I'm a professional cricketer, being a woman. So it is huge for me, and I would say people are thinking that yes, I am a role model for someone following me, some girl following me, some women, not only some girl, women, some boy can follow me, that how I do, how I act, how I what I gonna do about my work and all. So what I'm doing for my society and for my life. So it can be you can take anything from anyone, any positive thing. So people are looking at you all the time. So but I'm feeling that I have to do well, I have to do something good for my country, for my nation, and for myself as well, that someone can follow me and take something good, something positive from me. So that's the thing I mean about role model. So I wanted to be a role model, and I feel like yes, I am a bit for someone may be following me.
Do you think? I mean, we're all, any cricket fans are delighted it's cricket. But do you think if it hadn't have been cricket, you'd have found something else that would have still given you that opportunity? The way you're talking, I sense you probably would.
Well, I cannot find right word right now. So if you give me a clue, then I can talk about.
I was just thinking. I mean, you talked about being a role model, and I was just thinking that it's cricket, and cricket is enabling you to do that, which is fantastic. But had cricket not been there, I suspect you may have found something else. That's what I.
Well, look, it's not about only cricket. Yes, you got that right. Yes, being a cricketer, what I am doing, people can follow me as a cricketer, and some women's cricketer can think that yes, I'm a role model. They can pick something from me, some good and positive thoughts and things. But as a woman, I feel that I have to make myself in that level that women can at least follow me and take some positive vibes, positive things from me, and they can apply in their life, and they can move forward. So I wanted to be someone like that, a hard worker, honest. There is definitely there will be a dream. So to reaching that dream, you have to maintain your process, follow your process, and step by step you're going to reach your dream. And definitely you have to do in that way that you're not going to do any what would I say, I forgot that word.
Well, if you're talking about
regrets. It's
regrets.
What regrets. So
following your dream, and you won't regret. I like that thought.
Yeah, you won't regret. So that be a woman like that women can follow you. So yeah, in other way apart from cricket.
Well, let's go back to cricket. How and why did you very first get involved in cricket? What led you to the game?
In my career, you're talking about?
Yes, well, you personally. When did you start playing, and what led you to cricket?
Well, it was like it was so funny for me because I came in my national team back in 2008. When I started playing cricket, I never knew that I gonna join cricket for full time as a professional cricketer. So yeah, it was so funny for me, and I got I got offered from one coach, and he said, "Do you wanna play cricket?" I said, "Okay, I will try." And I just came into, and I tried, and after 1 year, I came into 2007. And after 1 year, back in 2008, I came into national team, and from there I playing till today. My 15 years cricket career, 14 years for national team. So it is huge for me. But still, I remember that it was like a funny story that I have faced, and I just when I played my first match against Hong Kong. It was unofficially back in 2008 in Mirpur Stadium, and there were 50 over match, and I got I just got to bowl number 47 overs for the first time, and I got hat trick for the first time unofficially. So it was huge for me. My photo came in our national paper in a big way, and I was the top of the day, and Roger Federer's photo was the flop of the day that day. So it was huge for me. My family was so happy, and they said, "Oh, that is great. You just do continue your cricket, no problem at all from our side."
Well, they say it's always important to make an entrance. I think it rather sounds like you did. Now, I heard as well, or I certainly read that your parents were very supportive. To the extent where didn't they sort of encourage you into cricket, even sort of allowing you to sort of put to one side a bit some of your the sort of education things to ensure that your cricket was successful. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, look, in our country, SSC exam, that secondary exam class, past 10, is very important for us. So that was the SSC exam, and I was selected for the national team for the first time, and I asked my father that which one I should choose, and my father said, you can give that exam 3 times, you have 3 chances to pass that exam, but you have the you have got the first opportunity to represent your country, go and play. Then I said, okay, it is huge for me, because lots of parents doesn't support their child to choose another thing instead of study. So yes, that's the first step from my parents that I got support from, and yes, that was the turn for my life, my cricket life, as I say. Yeah.
Well, that's fantastic. Who would you say then has been the biggest influence on your career so far?
Well, my grandmom, my mother's mom. Yeah, because my parents are like average. Okay, what you want to do, you can do, no problem. But when I started playing, as at the age of 9, I started playing inter-school handball and volleyball, and back in 2004, for the first time, women's football was happened in our country, and I took only once part of that tournament, and I played football as well. So after that, at the age of 13, I got offered for playing cricket, and I said okay. So I was so young to think about it. That time, I'm talking about that generation back in 14-15 years back. So in this stage, at the age of 9 or 10 child, they can think a lot, think a broad way. But for my generation, I was so silly and I couldn't think a lot. So I started playing cricket, and my grandmom was so happy. My father said, you have to follow 2 things if you want to really play cricket. Don't ever do anything which is feel ashamed for me, for our family, and you have to come back home before evening. So I said okay, no problem. So my grandma was so supportive for me, and she said sometimes for the practice I came late home, and my grandmom just went from my home and stood on the road and take my hand and go back to home, and said she was with me. So yeah, that was the support. And my father was so flexible, but he just gave me 2 conditions, but that was so silly. But it was happened that time my grandma was supported me a lot, so she was so happy, and every time she said she used to say lots of positive things. Yeah.
Well, there, I think you should tell Danny Wyatt that one. I got you out largely thanks to my grandma. You can mention that to her. That's such a lovely story.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about perhaps the real highlights, biggest thing so far in your career. Was it that 5-4 against Ireland? Was it the Asia Cup win against India? What would it be?
Well, before got the 5 wickets, just one day back during training, I got hit my right elbow here by the ball. After finish my bowling, I just going to took my ball, and I just came back from to my run up, and the ball some batter hit it, and that ball goes directly here, and it was so hurt for me. I couldn't even bend my elbow and straight. So within one night, I took very care. I took care of myself very well, putting ice to painkillers and all. And very next day, I had to play. I wanted to play. So I talked to my physio. I wanted to play. I'm okay. She said, okay, no problem. Go and play. So you said you okay. Then very next day I got 5 wickets. It was huge for me that I never thought I'm gonna play. And I played. I took 5 wickets for the first times. And lots of time I missed 5 wickets. I missed 4 wickets. There's so many catch misses. So many, it's happened. It can happen. So it was like goes beside my ear. And I took for the first time that day. It was really dream for me. I was so happy. And I feel that day that yes, now I'm a bowler. I took 5 wickets.
Well, I don't think anyone would argue with that. So we have grandma and some blocks of ice now to thank for.
My grandma was passed away by that day. Yeah. So before that, so if she was there, she might be so happy. Might show so happy.
I think she was.
Anyways, please everyone, please pray for her. And about Asia Cup, it was back in 2018. Everyone knows we beat India twice, and for the first time we beat India twice, and we beat Pakistan after 4 years on that tournament. So yeah, it was a very great opportunity for us. And about final match, I took 2 runs, that 2 winning runs from my bat it came, and I was so happy that yes, some responsibility was in my shoulder. And
it was the very last ball as well, wasn't it? The final ball of the final over. I mean, that's pretty dramatic.
Yeah, Harmanpreet was bowling, and I was on strike, and first ball I faced first ever and need 2 runs, and yeah, Salma was the other strike, non-strike end, and I said okay, let's try. Inshallah will be happen. So yeah, it happened by the grace of Almighty. It was luckily happened.
You beat Pakistan in the World Cup as well, didn't you? I mean,
yes.
Something must have really clicked that day against Pakistan, because it was quite a tough tournament.
Well, I do believe. No, actually, I do believe that we played against Pakistan a lot of matches, comparing the other team. Like for the first time we ever faced Australia for 50 overs in this World Cup. I mean, last World Cup. So it was huge for us. We playing 14 years continuously in international cricket, but first time we faced Australia in this after 14 years. Can you imagine that? So we are playing with Pakistan lots of times. We know them very well. We are like equal. So on that particular day, who doing well, they're going to be win. So that the matter actually. So before World Cup, we played Pakistan, and we were like equal. And in qualifier round, we beat them again. We played well, we beat them. If they would play well, maybe they won. So yeah, we play well and we won. And after that, in World Cup, we know each other. So as I mentioned that we played well and we won. So if we had bit experience to play other team, like South Africa we played Australia, New Zealand, England even. So and we know India even, but we're not getting much opportunity to play with them. So now we are under ICC FTP, so we know the schedule. We are under calendar, so we're going to play lots of matches against each other. So now the party will be on that we're going to get lots of experience from that matches, and if we play 5 matches series even, we're gonna win 1 or 2 for sure, inshallah. So that is my confidence actually. So if we get chance to play each other, then you can say you're improving or you're gathering experiences, or you can fight fight for win. So yeah, that's the things mainly.
I mean, for me. You'd mentioned Australia a couple of times. And one of my last questions for you was, and it is, I guess at the moment, what does it take to beat Australia? And how? And the answer is, if I knew that, I'm sure.
Look, Australia, everyone say mighty Australia. Their current champion. They are huge in women's cricket. They got lots of, many times trophy than the men's team in World Cup. So yeah, they are big team. So yeah, if we going to beat them, if we beat them ever, that will be huge for women's cricket for Bangladesh, for the next generation as well. We can set it. Yeah, we can set example for the next generation. They're not going to look back again. So yeah, it will be huge for us if we're going to beat them.
For England.
Well, we're back after lunch, and I should be with the company of Jacob Jaffa. Are you there, Jacob?
I am, Tony. Hello.
Well, fantastic. As ever, glad you are here. And also, Messi Jez.
Hello, Tony. I hope you're not stinking. That's all I can say.
Hope I'm not stinking like a bishop, like as the cheese, as per the cheese.
Yeah. We've been on the
when in
cheese
doubt,
theme.
talk about cheese.
Well, first of all, let's jingle up your first commentator, who's going to be this chap.
My own jingle.
And then you're on.
Yeah.
All right. I was hoping you might say something from there.
Oh, sorry. I totally feel part of the family. Well, hello and welcome back to. Yeah, I was surprised that I was given that one. Welcome back to Guerrilla Cricket's coverage of this beautiful second day of the New Zealand-England first Test 3 Test match series. The game finally poised as England did well, then did England, and then did well again. So we are now at 38-3 New Zealand, and England looking to peg back the Black Caps, who lead, I believe, by just over 20 runs. But 29 runs. I've just been corrected by the delayed graphic on my television. I'm joined by, as we heard earlier, Tony the Bishop and Messi Jez. How are we, boys?
Well, it's noticeable that each session of this wicket is, this game has yielded at least 5 wickets thus far. So it'll be interesting to see if this one holds up. In which case, New Zealand will be at least 8 down by tea time.
I think actually best day for batting
think
this.
That's
I reckon.
likely. It should be, yes.
As the headband comes back on to bowl with the best headband around, it's this man.
It is indeed.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best.
And he comes with his long, languid legs, and that's defended by Daryl Mitchell. Forward in solid defence in the first ball after that.
Got the best headband around, even though your hair is thin now.
Be interesting to see who bowls at the other end. Will Anderson come back on? Will they stick with Potts, who has been bowling excellently today, or will they even throw in the wild card? Give it to Parkinson. Why not? Come on. No, they won't. But
not gonna happen.
We can hope. We can try. As Broad in again to Mitchell, who's again defending a little less solidly forward in that case, just kind of leaning forward onto a slightly shorter delivery.
Should we jingle up the batsman as well? What do you think?
Yeah, let's jingle them. Let's jingle up the man on front.
I'm of an old black funny on peep show. Wrote that book. Oh, Daryl, not David Mitchell.
There is Daryl Mitchell's jingle, and he is facing up to Stuart Broad, slightly thinning hair flowing in the breeze. As he clips that one into the leg side, it's into the ground, well in front of Alex Lees at short leg there. But in his general direction, and England, well, astutely putting in that position for Mitchell, with Broad getting a bit of nibble off the seam. A big criticism of Joe Root was that he never put in a short leg early enough, and when he did, it was always after 2 or 3 had kind of looped up in that region. So positive captains from Ben Stokes, which we've seen so far in this test. He's had his catches in, he's been aggressive with the field, we can afford to when wickets are tumbling all around you like little piggies' houses, as that's defended, even more than defended, slightly pushed by Mitchell out into the mid-off region. Either that beat Ben Stokes just, or it was a rare misfield by the England captain. I think by the shake of his head it was a rare misfield as they sneaked through a single, and we have this man on strike. No ball as well.
I'm not going to do the jingle for that. I'm just going to do the man who's got a castle named after him, this chap.
Devon, Conway's here with a double tunnel debut. You'll never, ever see batting.
That was, by the way, quite a sizable no ball, wasn't it?
It was a hefty no ball, a decently sized one by Stuart Broad, who has been decent with no balls, but has been known now and again just to lose a bit of rhythm and start stepping over. As he's in round the wicket, left-handed Conway, as is his usual ploy, and Conway leaves that alone. It was heading towards the off stump, but angled away and nipped far away from Conway's bat. He left it alone. Good bowling from Broad.
I mean, every session is crucial. Were England to take 1 or 2 in the first hour after lunch, they would feel so on top of the game. If these two survive, it'll feel a different game, and much more in New Zealand's favour, won't it?
Indeed, as we see the replay of how Broad got Conway in the first innings, exactly how Broad likes to get left-handers, and a bit of nip away off the edge. Oh, that's driven beautifully by Conway. A lovely drive, and there's absolutely no question of that going away for one of these.
Beautiful shot.
Strayed a little too straight. It's Stuart Broad, and Conway punished it with a textbook on drive of even Matt Parkinson's quality from earlier this morning. Diving Broad could not reel it in with one hand, even though he's quite a long man, but that was out of his reach.
Out the coaching manual, that was. Played under the eyes, waited for it, didn't overhit it. Gorgeous shot.
In comes Broad again, and that's nicely left low by Conway. Good knowledge of where his off stump is. Propped forward, ready to play, but then just withdrew the bat and lifted it over his head as we end the over. 17 overs done, 44 for 3 New Zealand. That over going for 6 runs. And Messi Des.
So there's been a considerable discussion over lunch about the relative merits of Potts and whether he's just a trunder or in the right place at the right time or better than that. Ravi Nair, having watched the interview that Tony did at lunchtime, says Jahanara Alam, I call her Cleopatra because of her eye makeup, is a legend, an utter legend. And Tony obviously enjoyed that interview.
Was that obvious? She was. She was utterly charming. But I mean, from a cricketing perspective, but she was a delightful interviewee. I've got to be honest.
And it will be Matthew the Trundler Potts coming on to bowl. I think he's bowled exceptionally in this test. I think he's bowled very well. He's hit the pitch hard and he's got stuff out of it where others maybe haven't got as much. Ooh, as that nips back in over the top of Mitchell's off stump, but well left on length.
I'm just looking for his jingle because it is rather good, but it hasn't disappeared on me, has it? Potts, where is he? Where is young Potts? There he is. I'll do it after this ball though, because it took me so long to find it. He's buried as if he was a middle order batsman in this running order that I've got in front of me.
As in comes Potts, we've just been shown his match figures of 6 for 24, as that's wide outside the off stump and left alone by Mitchell. Impressive debut for Potts.
Well, here he is, and it has been impressive.
I've heard from Potts that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the attack.
The only discrepancy with Potts that I've noticed is, as happened with Overton, there was talk before he came into the side that he had a little bit of extra pace, as that's blocked nicely by Mitchell, but kept a little low. That he was not a 90 mile an hour bowler, but a sort of 86, 85, 86, 87 mile an hour bowler, like Overton was touted as. And then they get on the test match arena and you realise they bowl about 82 most of the time, which is fine, but that's what's happened with Potts. 82 is his number as well.
Well, yeah, I was just that was what went through my head. I do have a thought on that in a minute.
As in comes Potts, and that's a little off the outside half of the bat from Mitchell. It will get past the sort of wide fourth slip gully, who won't cut it off. Ollie Pope running back clearly didn't fancy the Jack Leach dive and spike your head into the ground sort of thing, so just overran that a little bit, and that will be 4 for Mitchell.
Down to this area.
As Potts is in again, and that's nicely played by Mitchell, past mid-off Ben Stokes, who's sprinting towards the boundary. Oh, he's been outrun by, I think that's Matt Parkinson, who flicked it back. Has he not flicked it back? No, he has.
No, he did. He did.
I thought, by the way he got up slightly gingerly, I thought he hadn't flicked it back, but he's taken a chunk out of the turf. Don't injure yourself on the first game, Parker.
Well, having come in as concussion substitute for Leach, to get injured in exactly the same manner Leach did would be, well, just a coincidence beyond all coincidences.
But it was
he
a
got
nice
his
drive
toes stuck
from
there, didn't he?
Stokes. Oh,
Yeah,
knee
that's gonna
stuck
hurt.
in there. It was a nice drive from Mitchell that beat Stokes, who was outrun by Parkinson. I don't think Parkinson's that quick. I think he was just a little deeper in the field than Stokes.
I think you eventually get his brother in and just don't tell anyone.
As Potts round the wicket, defended by Conway. No run as Stokes comes round. Tony, you had a thought.
Yeah, it was about the speed. It was about speed. It was about speed. Yes, it was about speed for bowlers, and you know, at Lords, when the ball is doing a bit, you don't necessarily need to be pushing it through fast. You let the conditions work on your favour. So he hasn't had bowling conditions here where he's had to push it. So judge him on a hard, dry, sun-baked afternoon when the extra pace would help, and see what he does there would be my thought on that. Messrs.
Good point. Dashbird Cake wonders if anyone's coming over for the Netherlands-England ODIs at home club in Amsterdam. I can just imagine Amsterdam overrun by the Barmy Army. That would be fun. Mog says Sky had so much KP Vaughan during the break. I spent most of it swear vomiting. Sorry,
Messrs, that's beaten the outside edge of Mitchell. I wouldn't have interrupted you, except it was a peach from Stuart Broad, who has had not great luck in this test match, and that was inches, if that, away from the outside edge of Darryl. Yes, it was. That was one of mine. Also not far away from the off stump. That's completely beat Darryl Mitchell. He played inside the line of it, and it was a lovely ball from Broad, but he has, of recent years, as in he comes again and left alone outside the off stump. Of recent years, Broad has been criticised for maybe not being at his full powers, and interestingly he talked about how they've looked at the data and the areas he's been bowling and the kind of the expected wicket probability that they use have been pretty much the same, but he just hasn't got the wickets. He's just been really unlucky, it seems, because they have that sort of expected average metric, these areas, how many wickets you get. As in again, he is to Mitchell, who again defends, because we've seen Broad bowl a lot of beauty, which kind of they're almost too good to nick, and end up with not as many wickets as you'd hope.
Bairstow wants to come off. I'm watching Johnny Bairstow, who's at second slip, isn't he, with Pope to his right. No, third slip. You've got Root, Crawley, Bairstow, Pope. But Bairstow seems to be signalling that some kind of rotation. I'm not sure what he wants rotated.
I think he was possibly, judging by the slight giggles of his slip mate, as Broad is in, and that's left alone, goes over the top of off stump.
Needs a toilet break, do you think?
I think he needs a comfort break. I think that's what he was signalling. He seemed to make the substitute symbol and then point to his backside. So either his hemorrhoids are playing up, or he needs a loo break.
Is there something you know that we don't?
I'm merely speculating about the state of Johnny Bairstow's bum.
Who was it? There was Sir Viv Richards, didn't he? He was horribly troubled by in that department for many years of his career. Pile on the
things
agony.
I didn't need to know.
Broad is in again, and Mitchell forward in defence calls no as he takes 3 steps down the wicket and then turns around back in the air. We saw a great yesterday, I think it was a good old fashioned from Alex Lees block. Yes, no, sorry.
It was a yes, no after you, Claude, wasn't it? Of the finest tradition.
Win Viz has England 59% winning this Test match, New Zealand at 40%, and the draw at 1%. Yeah, I don't think the draw's in much money at the moment.
Yeah, well, we all know how reliable Winviz is.
Here comes Broad, driven onto the onside nicely, but only as far as Jimmy Anderson at mid-on. And that's the end of the over. 51-3, New Zealand leading England by 42 runs. Messi Jazz.
So we're going inside the fourth wall a bit here. Brian Barrish says, "G'day and tomorrow, cricket knows not to pull the curtain back too much, but I don't think we'll need to worry too much about being short-handed on the commentary front on Sunday, Tony." While Mog says, "Mental note, do an every session is crucial jingle to Monty Python's Every Sperm is Sacred."
That would be superb. Mog,
Neil Harris says, "I keep hearing a ping. Does someone need to turn down their phone notification?"
That's me, I fear. Yes, I have. I think I have turned it down. In my defence, it's Annie. I'm pinging to ensure that she is fully on board for tea time.
As round the wicket comes Potts, and Conway defends up the pitch, no run. Saw a young lad in a Somerset hat, looking quite dissatisfied, presumably paid to see Jack Leach. Didn't quite work out that way.
He can gaze up at the balcony and look at Marcus Trescothick.
Yes, who's got a commentary earpiece on, presumably tuned into Gorilla rather than the Sky
Well, I hope so. Marcus, if you are, next time give us a wave if the camera comes your way.
Give us a wave, yeah. But was lying on the sofa, sort of reclined.
It looked very relaxed under the new regime.
I wouldn't be. He's the bloody batting coach, isn't he? I'd be having small tremors every moment.
Yeah, well, yeah.
As around the wicket comes Potts, and that's defended nicely by Conway. Does the old step and no, and sends Mitchell back to the popping crease from whence he came.
It's interesting you had for Broad at one end, you have coming from the pavilion end, you had 4 slips for Broad for the one that would go actually effectively to right-handers up the hill, whereas you've dispensed with 1 slip to the left-hander for Potts for the one that would go up the hill. So they think Potts is worthy of 1 less slip.
In is Potts, driving. Oh no, that's off the I thought Stokes might have caught that, but no, I was wishful thinking. Conway drove into the ground, it bounced up into the hands of Stokes, and no run will be had.
50 up. That'll be some comfort to New Zealand.
Jeff Perkins demonstrates the collaborative process for the jinglers. He adds to Mog's process as if a session's wasted, Hendo gets irate.
Wonderful. As in is Potts again. Fuller swinging, but too wide to start with, and Conway can comfortably leave it alone, not be tempted into the drive. I like the Monty Python session jingle. I hope that turns up soon. I expect Mog to see that in my next test match.
Somehow in my head, though, I'm listening to it being sung by Gary Naylor in a Gary Naylor accent. Every spare.
Now you're being very demanding.
Well, no, I'm just in my head. It can stay in my head.
In comes Potts. Oh, that's an inside edge from Conway, just tentatively prodding his bat out, and it's inside edged and Potts all 3 stumps, more actually close to the batsman's heels. He could have ricocheted that on quite easily, but it's gone square of the wicket on the leg side and been picked up as they get through for a single. Brings Daryl Mitchell back on the strike.
Well, it's quite interesting. We do see quite a lot of the interplay between Brendan McCullum and Marcus Trescothick up on that home balcony, and they do seem extraordinarily chilled, relaxed, laughing, enjoying themselves. There's definite vibe of that they're trying to convey, I think.
Of who gives a fuck, you know.
And that's left alone by Mitchell. 20 overs done, 52-3 New Zealand, and Messi Des with the social.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, the vibe of, well, we've done what we can, can't do much more here, can we? So on YouTube, the statement is, sorry, my feed's funny. Cheese puns are evil, which is from Pokey Bungfinger, which was agreed by a crazy chap, who also says, without betting, you wouldn't bet against New Zealand. To which Jan Brown says, pervert, and Stephen Kilk says, good afternoon, or welcome, Stephen, and all of you over on YouTube. And on Twitter, we're going fairly quiet. I'm pleased to say.
You're pleased to say?
Oh, except Mog now says, well, that's going to swell my ambitions much further beyond my talents than usual. You can do it, Mog. You know you can.
Broad round the wicket, defended by Conway, no run.
Conway, I may have mentioned a few times. I'm quite a fan of Conway. He's spent some time in county cricket. I think he's more than a journeyman. I think Hendo was possibly a little unkind to him earlier today. A lot rests on these pair. If these pair put on another 70, 80, 90, that lead could look quite daunting for England's batting lineup.
In comes Broad. Flamingo from Conway. He kicked the back leg up as he drove into the offside. We've seen him do that flicking into the leg side, but that was an off drive with the back leg up, but he will get no run for it. I remember he went to 200 with a glorious flicked six Kevin Peterson Flamingo style, right down to sort of the fine leg region.
He didn't shout franchise as he hit it, did he?
No, I don't think he did. He may have done. We weren't. I wasn't there. I didn't hear. As Broad comes in, that's left alone by Conway. It was too wide, too easy to lead. Broad.
Ben Stokes is busy trying to encourage his charges. Just too early to say England are looking a little frustrated. I mean, they have after all got 3 wickets down, and the lead is only 43, but you'd sense they really would be buoyed by another breakthrough.
Seen a gentleman in the crowd. I'll hold off till after this ball, but he's right behind the bowler's arm as Broad is in, and that's left alone by Conway. Right behind the bowler's arm in full MCC bacon and egg jacket and flat, sort of cricket cap, but not with the MCC tie on. Why on earth would you choose a different tie with your bacon and egg jacket and hat?
Individuality statement.
It's a disgrace, really, as far as I'm concerned. but the best place when wearing such a jacket to sit is directly behind the bowler's arm. I'm very happy about that. As in comes Broad. Oh, and that's defended sort of off the back foot by Conway, actually. It was a little full, but he rocked back and then low-handed defence. May have just snuck through a bit low on him, as we see some New Zealand players walking around the outfield. I don't recognise them, actually. I should know who they are. But I don't recognise them. One of them looks slightly similar to Tom Blundell, but I don't know if it is. There you go. Helpful commentary for a laugh.
Got a bit, I'm not actually sure.
There's a man walking around the outfield who looks a bit like Tom Blundell. There you go. As Broad is in for the final ball of the over, Conway props forward nicely in defence. End of 21st, 53, leading by 43. Letters.
Well, Brown Barry says as long as it's only Mog's ambition that swells, that's all right. To which Mog says, well, a gentleman never tells. What would you know of what a gentleman does, Mog? Neil Harris was any GC pundit suggesting Potts in a similar way to how Mr. Parkinson was highlighted to get a chance. Yeah, anything could happen here. I suspect that from now on, people will be watching test matches with a view to hopping on a bus to come to the ground as soon as somebody goes to field the ball near the edge. You just never know how you're going to get into the England team these days.
As that's clipped off the leg by Daryl Mitchell. Bit too straight from Potts, that goes down to Anderson at fine leg. And just a single, I think. Yes, Conway's been brought on to strike. Interestingly, I mean, the innings haven't been hugely long. But Stokes, apart from when Potts went off with cramp, hasn't bowled himself, and now that Parkinson's here, hasn't bowled Parkinson, obviously couldn't bowl Leake. So it's really been 3 seamers, 2 of whom are over the age of 35, bowling all the overs for England.
Well, I think you've got to, again, both Jimmy and Brody have said, don't play a game 3 games from now, play the game that's in front of you, and they're the best trio is doing the job.
As Potts in, as that's it's a little aerial from Conway, but there wasn't a short leg in on that occasion as he clipped off his legs and will get through for a single. I take that point, but also, you know, the breakthroughs have been coming, but now maybe, you know, Potts has bowled 6. Or in his 7th, I think Broad's bowled 7. Anderson might have bowled 6 or 7. So you start, rather than rotating Anderson back on at one end and then keeping Potts on for a longer spell or something like that, as in comes Potts, pulled hard from Mitchell, along the floor, Broad diving. Oh, what a save from Broad! Peter Shilton would be proud of that one. He's dived full length to the side with both hands, picked it up as he rolled. That is immaculate fielding from Stuart Broad.
And well done for picking an ex-Forest keeper as well.
Aha!
Which I'm sure was deliberate.
Absolutely, definitely. It's worth another look. We will see it on the replay. Big man gets down, full length dive, pulls it back in with both hands. Wow, that was a good bit of fielding. Commitment from Stuart Broad.
Yeah.
I know a lot of 35-year-old bowlers who would not do that, especially in the middle of a spell, as that's all close from Devon Conway. Rather like how Daryl Mitchell got out in the first inning, didn't get quite on top of the bounce and played straight into the floor next to the stumps on that occasion. I think it would be interesting now to see what Stokes does with the next change. Does he bring Anderson back on and keep Broad on for an extended spell and then rotate Potts to the other end to replace Anderson and then Broad comes back on? Or will we see Stokes bowl? Will we see Parkinson? I think that's what I'd like to see as Conway clips the leg side for a single. Yeah, I'd like to see Stokes at least.
Well, in some ways the more adventurous selection would be to give Parkinson a role.
With some close field.
To me, it's not a defensive move in any way, shape or form. It's an attacking move. If it doesn't work, then go back to what has been working. But
yeah, give him 4 or 5 overs with, you know, a short leg and maybe a silly point or something, and a slip. He gets a lot called at slip, and so, you know, a slip, short leg, at least. Give him 4 or 5 overs and see what he can do. And if the pitch is offering anything, because it's got some seam movement in it, we don't know about turn yet. Neither side has used the spinner, as that's played into the leg side by Mitchell. No run, end of the 22nd, 56 for 3, and we've got 1 over before we have a switcheroony.
Stephen Kilk says YouTube chat gets an even more surreal edge when Messi reads out bits of it on air. And Scott Harrison says Parky not going to bowl and never play another test. Has this happened before? A batter playing in just 1 test and not batting, the bowler playing just 1 test and not bowling, maybe in rain-affected tests. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I think we've got a way to go yet. I think Parkinson will be bowling before tea, my own view. And Nihilistic Optimist shares a photo of his walk where he's watching little kids' game and listening to guerrilla cricket. And Warren says, are we on declaration watch yet?
They're trying to change the ball as well. and they will not succeed as it's tossed back to Stokes, who takes a look at the umpire sort of like, oh really, please, and is denied. So it's tossed back to Broad, who's now into his 10th over, and it's his second spell. So he bowled a spell of I think 6, and now is into the 4th of his second spell. Potts is into his 7th over of the spell, I think, as that's left alone. Oh no, it wasn't left alone. I think it came off the back of the bat as he left it. And is that the first drop from Johnny Bairstow, or has it fallen short? We'll see a replay. Bairstow dived at 3rd slip.
Did seem to deviate too much for a ball that was just on swing.
What's gone on there? I think it's come off the toe end of his bat as he's tried to leave it.
I don't think it was catchable there. Nobody seemed to sort of be hugely disappointed by it.
Well, we will wait for the replay as Broad turns it top of his mark in again and defended by Conway. I'm sure Sky will queue up a replay for us soon. We don't have the ear of the direction today. It's a shame. No, they've decided absolutely not to do that. They're going to have a look at the head-to-head between Stuart Broad and Devon Conway instead, with Broad having him 3 times at an average of 22. It's pretty good against a man who averages 60 in Test cricket.
It's also rather interesting in that picture, they seem to have identical hair colours, which I don't think is necessarily true, but somehow that graphic made it look that way.
As in again comes Stuart Broad. And that's a big drive from Conway and saved nicely in the covers. Only 79 miles an hour from Stuart Broad.
I don't think Broad's...
slapping drive at that, and Pope saved it with a nice dive.
Broad's not going to mind that. If he can get the left-hander driving like that and throwing his bat at the drive, it was uppish some of the way. Pope stopped it, but remember the philosophy is very much keep the batsman playing, and that was both uppish and not fully in control from Conway.
I think that dropped just short of him, didn't it?
Yeah, it did just drop short, yeah.
Still haven't seen that replay of the Bairstow one, as that's through to the keeper from Broad. I've no idea what happened there. The ball surely didn't swing to 3rd slip, so it must have gone off the toe end of the bat.
I think it did come off the toe of the bat, but I think it dropped just short and popped up at Bairstow, and it took everybody by surprise.
That was uppish from Conway, the last shot. Looking at the replay, I think it did just drop an inch short of Ollie Pope, which is a shame for him. He was in the game there as Broad turns for this penultimate ball of his 10th over in this innings. Conway clapping his bat behind him, get the rhythm in. Oh, is that down the leg side? Yes, it's been given by Michael Goff, a full shot by Devon Conway, and Broad has got him again for a 4th time in his career. Broad loves the left-handers, and that's a strangle down the leg side, an under edge on the pull shot, and Devon Conway is gone for 13. New Zealand 56 for 4.
It wasn't a great ball, I don't think.
Rubbish shot.
It was a leg side strangle. He went to pull it. It should have gone to the boundary. It didn't, and almost one of these.
Oh, that's a bit of a long hop, isn't it?
Shit gets wicked to try and see. A slow full toss is a guarantee there. Shit gets wicked, obviously. Shit gets wicked, so shit gets wicked.
Bit harsh, probably, to be fair.
Was not
but
fabulous.
it was a leg side strangle.
Should we wait for the end of the over, or should we action the
I
change
think we should
now?
swap now. Yeah.
In that case, once my rotor loads, I will tell you who I'm leaving you.
Hendo, you've got Hendo. 4th, he's going to come in all the way from Melbourne, and I think I'm staying physically in the same chair but shifting jobs.
Well, I shall.
Next tweet is Mob, Tony.
Well, yes, shit does get wickets, as Messi's background tells you, and our t-shirt tells you. If you want to buy a t-shirt with shit gets wicket, go to redbubble.com and go to Gorilla Cricket on that, and you'll find some lovely merchandise. You can get all sorts of exciting things, not just t-shirts. You can get hoodies, you can get bags, you can get shower curtains. Shower curtains is one of our worst sellers, funnily enough. I think only Jay Grover has ever bought £108 on a shower curtain, but it's worth it. Just have a gorilla staring at you when you're in the nuddy in the shower. New batsman has come to the crease, and as Forthy joins us. I think Stuart Broad's deserved that wicket. I think he's bowled well. That particular delivery was a poor one, and he's lucky to get the wicket with that one. But he's actually deserved a wicket or two, and
he absolutely has. I mean, both of them used to get goodness knows how many. Notorious for getting wickets off bad balls, but who cares? Because all the good balls before it created the environment in which that occurred.
Absolutely right. And Devon Conway, a couple of failures for him on his return to Lords, where it was such a memorable period for him this time last year, getting a double 100 on debut, of course. Tom Blundell is the new batsman. We're going to kind of want to jingle him up. Poor old Tony's
dropping bits of paper everywhere.
I've just put my phone to my mouth
Absolute
instead of my microphone.
An
I'm in a
absolute
complete state
nightmare.
here.
Final ball of the over. We've got 6 men round the bat, 4 slips, leg gully, forward short leg, and down the leg side it goes. Folks leaps to his left just for a moment. The effort that he made there suggested that there might have been another tickle there, but apparently not. That is the end of the over. New Zealand are 56 for 4, and Tony's still not ready to play the jingle.
I'm supposed to. I'm going to play the jingle while I get my tweets out.
Okay.
Up next is Tommy Blundell. Tommy Blundell. Up next is Tommy Blundell. Tommy Blundell.
Right then, let me see. Mog apparently was the next one. I'd also like to take issue with this week's Smaximum working title that suggested Tony and I were the same age. Fuck off!
Oh, all right then. Fair enough.
Tony's years younger than me.
Potts in, bowls to Mitchell. Mitchell plays in front of his front pad. He's glad that he got bat on that. Turns it away behind square. They'll come through for a single. Broad, who, as you know, at the beginning of this Test match said he's going to leave his heart and soul out there for England. He's certainly doing that this afternoon. Brilliant pieces of fielding. Rejuvenated in the field. Never been a poor fielder, but he's looking particularly good today, and also now picking up wickets. So certainly can't deny that Stuart Broad is giving his all for England, and maybe being dropped or rested, whichever you want to say it was, has just fired him up that little bit more, which is good in the sense. It's good man management, you could argue. Anyway, Potts
he probably looks a little fresher after the break from West Indies. He probably wouldn't confess it himself, but I think he is.
I don't think he'd have enjoyed bowling in the West Indies because those pitches were, really a struggle for bowlers, weren't they? Folks has got something in his eye, and Root is poking him in the eye with his forefinger in an attempt to somehow suck it out. But he's still not happy. He's got his glove off. I think now he is happier. And
one thing I'd like to see is Joe reverts to his larrikin self before he was captain. I think all the joy got sucked out of it. It'd be nice to see that back.
Well, it's relatively joyous considering what was happening. Potts is in, bowls down the leg side, flicked on its way. Blundell will get off the mark with a single down to long leg. Jimmy Anderson finds himself stationed down there, and the score moves on to 58 for 4. I thought he sort of maintained a pretty good attitude, all things considered. Forthy.
Yeah, all things considered, but it must take it out of you.
Oh yeah.
And there's a reason why most normal people can't do it for more than say 4 years, and I think he did it for 5. It must take it out
most normal people. Yeah. Yeah. I do wonder how people, the amount of criticism you get. Falls, really lovely stroke by Mitchell up to mid-off. Won't beat Stokes though. There's no run. I mean, when you think how upset individually, well, I certainly think for myself, if you get attacked on Twitter or something, you get quite upset. If you imagine that sort of by multiples of thousands.
I think of someone like Alan Border, who, Australia were losing for years when he first took over the captaincy. It must have been he didn't even want the captaincy.
Potts in again, left alone outside the off stump, keeps a little bit low as it goes through to Folks. Yes, I do wonder. I mean, I think people that can take lots of criticism are either mentally incredibly strong or incredibly stupid. I mean, one of the two. You have to be one of the two.
I fully confess I've got very little mental resilience. I wrote a book. I sent it off to an agent who wrote back a withering dismissal.
Oh no, really?
And I haven't written a word since. I just
Pops in.
no mental resilience.
Bowles defended a good length ball, straight enough into the covers. There's no run.
Was it slights?
Was it fiction?
Yeah, it was fiction. Everyone's proud of what they've written. I'd spent 2 years on it, and I got it just where I wanted it and everything. Couldn't have been ruder, the dismissal.
Did you only try one publisher?
Well, funnily enough, my not that this is relevant to the cricket, but my podcast took off at that same time, so I channeled my energies into that instead.
Okay. Potts in again, full half volley, really driven pleasantly by Mitchell, but there is now a man in a genuine extra cover, and he does the fielding. It's the end of the over. New Zealand 58 for 4 in a one innings match, effectively 49 for 4.
Yes, indeed. Warren is asking us tech support. So I'll say that loudly because tech support is probably currently got his feet up in the green room. Tech support. Is it possible to have the player on the website be a pop-out? I am always scrambling to pause or adjust the setting in the midst of the just fuck off jingle. Mog says, the Gorilla Cricket, the shit gets wickets jingle. Yes, we played it. Ravinair wants to know, does anyone think in these second day best for batting conditions England would love to get New Zealand out and bat themselves? Well, yeah, I think interested in the game, the quicker they get New Zealand out, the better.
The thing is with Test cricket nowadays, you don't have to worry about batting on the last day and breaking up on the last day because there never is a last day. It seems. So actually, if England their second innings is on the second day, you won't expect the pitch to have deteriorated too much. 4 slips then for Broad as he advances into Blundell outside the off stump, left alone by the New Zealand wicketkeeper through the England wicketkeeper, and there is no run.
The Grumblers were... Oh, sorry. I was just
no, I just meant to say, so nice to be on with you again, Hendo. It's been a long time.
Oh, no, it's been a while, hasn't it? Yes.
End of last thing.
It's extraordinary, isn't it, how quickly that's gone? Yeah. I mean, it was September when I sort of collapsed, hit the wall, as they call it in marathon terminology, and and here we are back with Test cricket. Test cricket always gives you a boost, doesn't it? Broad in bowls, good ball, good length and straight, and forward comes Blundell. Defending.
The reason I was just going to say hello to the Grumbler is Peterson back on the England New Zealand comms on Sky. Time to mute the TV and put on Gorilla Cricket. So thank you for that little promotion and welcome back. Hope all is well with you. I've been reading your newsletter on a regular basis.
Oh, excellent. 58 for 4. Colin de Grandon is man sitting on the balcony. He's next man in for New Zealand. Blundell's got quite an open stance. A little bit like Sibley, but he plays a little bit straighter, I think, than Sibley. This is left alone, a good length delivery outside the off stump, through to the keeper. Blundell comes down the wicket to give it a little bit of a prod, maybe just to shake out some of those nerves that I'm sure he's feeling.
I suppose the difference with Sibley, he moves his foot across to a more orthodox stance as the ball is bowled, whereas Blundell tends to remain open.
I did take a look at Dom Sibley because I read that he had changed his technique slightly again this year, and he does seem to have closed the stance a little bit. Doesn't seem to make much difference, to be honest, what I saw of him. This one comes in off the pitch or maybe down the slope and strikes Blundell on the pad, rolls out into the onside, is fielded, and again there is no run.
A bit of a hint of Rory Burns, although the correction is not so pronounced, is it, with Blundell?
And then the grip of the bat is different, I think. That's the strange thing with Rory Burns, is how he grips the bat, I think. That indeed was going down the leg side. I just saw Ben Stokes doing a few deliveries in warm-up, so we might be about to see the England captain. He's certainly not been inclined to overuse himself, but that's because England have been bowling very well so far. Broad in, again, full. And right over the top of that is Blundell, very watchful, bat and pad close together, technically perfect, and there is no run.
Yes, he'll be a little nervous, Blundell, in the sense that presumably his place in the team is not set in concrete. Average of 33, which is okay for now for a wicketkeeper after 17 matches.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he's got a couple of centuries, hasn't he? If I'm not
He's
mistaken.
got 2 centuries and 4 50s and
Yeah.
the highest score of 121.
Broad in again, bowls him, hits him on the pad. I'm thinking about an appeal, but it's going well down the leg side. Got a little bit excited as well because the ball got tangled up, and there was always the chance that he might inadvertently sort of roll it back onto his stumps, but in the end was safe enough. It's the end of the over. New Zealand 58 for 4. Tony.
Mog says, I wrote a fiction novel once and haven't worked up the balls to submit it to anyone. So congrats for at least trying 40. So
thank you, Mog.
Encouragement from your fellow Melburnian. Mog had also said they didn't call Alan Border Captain Grumpy for no reason. Only shot on the board, says Nick Short. Annie says Hendo and loads of love hearts.
Oh, Annie.
Oh, isn't that nice?
It's beautiful. I can see it sitting in front of me. Those beautiful love hearts. Thank you very much. How's it going at Lord's today? Enjoying yourself? Hopefully.
Well, she'll tell us at tea time.
Oh, she will tell us at tea time.
She'll tell us at tea time.
Yeah.
If she's found David. Have you found David? Wandering, lost and lonely as a cloud in the crowd. Ravinair says, Tony refused to read my tweet properly. Fucking censorious Catholics. I was just no.
We got a new bowler. It is indeed Ben Stokes. We'll jingle him up in a moment as Tony tries to multitask on many a front. Go for it. No, it's a bowler. It's an England captain. You know it is. I'll give you a clue. Ben.
Ben Stokes.
Hoping to be at his destructive best, but not on this occasion, as it's a good length ball turned into the onside. He has to go and field it himself because there's a gap between the man at a sort of straight mid wicket and all the way round to deep backward square, so plenty of room for them to take an easy single. Mitchell moves on to 14, New Zealand to 59 for 4. Blundell just has a single.
All got a little bit quiet, which presumably suits New Zealand. Probably suits them to take the heat out of proceedings and just gradually eat away towards at least a 200 lead.
Well, yes. Stokes in again to Blundell. Down the leg side, hits him on the pad. This time Broad has been brought up into an imaginary circle. He's come up from deep backward square to a more orthodox backward square leg, and so they don't have the chance to get the leg by from this one. New Zealand remain 60 for 4. Ben Stokes, of course, got the final wicket of the New Zealand innings yesterday, and here he is again in his 80th Test match, and 175 wickets to his name. Ginger of hair, and defended by Blundell. Again, backward a square where conveniently for England Broad is stationed.
I don't know what you chaps think, but I think probably Eve, Anderson and Broad are playing together out of necessity rather than strategy, and it could be that their years slightly begin to catch up with him as today rolls on. If they start going under 80, New Zealand might cash in at that point.
Fair point. Here comes Stokes again. I've a kind of loopy delivery outside the off stump, which almost turns into a wide York or wideish Yorker that Blundell gets bat on and opens the face and guides it out to square cover.
Good one-day ball.
Good one-day ball. An interesting little tempter to a man who's only just gone out there. And when you've got a few nerves, you might play a shot, you might play an attacking shot that you really oughtn't to, and you wouldn't play at some other point in your innings once you feel more comfortable at the crease. He's very, very crouched, is Blundell. Gets in behind this one, however. Good length delivery from Stokes, and that is the end of his first over of the second innings. Just a single from it. New Zealand are 60 for 4.
Well, I can tell you that over on YouTube, our nemesis Naked Fun has returned, much to everyone's by and large amusement, I think. So Bear, I don't know if we can do anything to block Naked Fun. Let me see, who has Fat Bastard said, is that Vernon spamming with Naked Fun ads? Stephen Kelk's just getting excited, going, Naked Fun is back.
I must admit, I misled you there. The over hadn't ended. In fact, Stokes comes in, bowls a half volley, and Blundell puts it away with some aplomb in front of the mound stand, or in front of the tavern stand. And at the end of the over, it is 64 for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, Stephen Kelk also says, or perhaps is it an alternative cricket commentary service trying to destabilise guerrilla cricket? Oh, I hope not. Scott Harrison says, give Parky a bowl, just one bloody over. Yeah, we all think that. I think several other people on YouTube. He'd said earlier, had Scott, Parky not going to bowl and never play another test. Has it happened before? A batter playing in just one test and not batting, bowling, playing just one test and not bowling, maybe in rain-affected tests.
In fact, this is the never-ending over, because that was a no ball, and Stokes finally completes it by coming in, bowling a ball just backward of length, which Blundell gets behind, and there is no run. Tony, so you're getting called up into action sort of every other ball at the moment.
Well, I know you keep,
misleading you,
peaking too soon, or sending me off the blocks early. Where did we last get to? I might read them back to front. David Brooke, heard in the pavilion, guerrilla cricket is a ball behind, but the benefits of not having Michael Vaughan. I think he's retweeted that, because I've seen that once today already.
That can't be underestimated, can it? I think he put that in the WhatsApp group earlier. That was what it was.
Maybe. Diana Patterson, hello Diana. A great cartoon to celebrate the test. Look at that wicket, and it's a cartoon it's from World of Pont. It says, at home, the cricket enthusiast. Oh, they're playing cricket with like the breakfast things in the family, which is rather nice. Warren says, I can only imagine Gary Naylor jumping up and down in Lord's commentary box shouting, hey, bring on Parky like lad. That was my best Scouse impression. That's not me saying that. That was Warren.
Very good. All right, not bad. Broad into Mitchell again. Bowls. He's hit on the pad. Worth a shout. Possibly going down the leg side. And I think also Mitchell was trying to indicate to the umpire that he'd got an inside edge there. Well, I mean, you can leave that up to the umpire, really, can't you? Because you can review it, so you don't have to tell him it's hit the inside edge. Make him make the decision, and he did, and he made it in the negative.
We had a funny one yesterday, though. I don't know if you saw it, which was almost impossible to tell, even on the replay. It went, as far as anyone could tell, bat, bat, or maybe pad, bat, and in the end, he got the benefit of the doubt. And even the replay couldn't sort it out. He might well have been LBW.
Yeah, no, I think that happens. There will be times when even the technology cannot distinguish or make a distinction between the two. Broad in bowls, a bit shorter, bit wider, swinging more after it went past the bat than anything else, and taken by folks.
I mean, it doesn't say anywhere in the laws that the benefit of the doubt goes to the batsman, but there is an unspoken assumption that is the case.
Yeah, I wouldn't make it unspoken. I'd shout it if I was batting and I was going to LBW. Anyway, Mitchell's on 14, Blundell has 5, 65 for 4. The lead is 56 in this very low-scoring Lord's Test. He's Broad in 3 slips and a 4 short leg. He's looking for that LBW, brings that one back into him again, probing around his middle and leg stumps, but Mitchell is over the top of that and defending into the onside, and there is no run.
You'd notice that Tom Blundell's got quite an extravagant kerchief sticking out of his back pocket. He'll never forgive himself if
that drops onto the stumps.
It could happen, yeah.
That'd be fun. He's batting a little bit outside his crease. Well, that's Mitchell at the moment he's facing. Lees is the man in at forward short leg, and Broad is in again, and always hoping maybe also to get him to play that to short leg. As it is, he's got it fine into that. He's got it all the way down to long leg. There's a great effort from Matt Parkinson to field. I think he thinks he's fielded. I'm not 100% sure that he has. We might have to have another look at that, see whether it actually counts as a boundary. He's taken another smattering of turf. Actually, and this is the thing about Matty Parkinson, he knows he's not going to play again, so he's trying to take bits of Lords with him to put in his, I don't know, I suppose in a display cabinet. Is he in touch with the ball there? Is he in touch with the boundary sponge? I suspect he is. Very difficult to tell. It's a good effort. Great effort, really.
Yes, he flicks it the second time. No, he's just unlucky if you watch. He stops it.
Okay.
Then he lets go.
And then it hits his elbow.
Then it catches his elbow, and he almost flicks it again a second time. So I think that is 4.
I don't think you can see it from that angle. Maybe from the angle before. Well, no, apparently not. It's been.
I'm not sure it was.
Yeah, it's been given us 2 runs saved by Matt Parkinson, so he replaces the divot and gets ready for the next delivery. Broad 1 for 21. He's in a 12th over and running in from the pavilion end. He bowls and Mitchell covers up in defence as it's a good length delivery on the line of off stump. Rolls.
Has Lord's been re-sewn or relayed anywhere, Tony? Do you know? It looks some divots have been flying up.
It certainly was whilst the building was going on. There was a huge work done on the pitch and the playing area as they were kind of really during lockdown, when of course they also did carry on with the building work, but not since then that I'm aware of.
Now what's happening here? Right, now Lees has gone from forward short leg to a leg gully, and he's just taken off the helmet and passed it to Root, who's placed it behind the wicket keeper. And certainly Broad does seem to be bowling for something around about leg stump. This one though is wider of the off stump, dies a little bit on its way through to folks, and that is the end of the over. Just the 2 runs from it. New Zealand 67 for 4.
Armchair Cricket Podcast is saying, well, from the webcam reviews that I have of the 2 of you, I don't quite agree. This is about whether Mog and I are the same age. Now the secret is out that I've seen both Mog and Tony Bishop. Maybe my days are numbered. Mog says, don't leave your drink unattended. David Brooke, great listening to Gorilla Hendo. Sending more Hendo love. Annie and I will be babbling at tea.
Oh, I'm just...
Ravi. We're talking of Annie. Ravi says, Ray County Cricket, neither Gorilla Hendo nor the Hoff Bear predicted Potts. But they don't know county cricket. However, county cricket aficionados Tony and Annie did not predict him either. Well, I don't know what you mean didn't predict him. I'd certainly been saying he was worth a look and he was highly likely to get a game, if that was a prediction.
Stokes in again, full, defended by Blundell. This one is just guided out to backward point. They're going to come through for a single? No. Quite right too, as it went straight to the man there. I don't know that... Well, you are to a certain extent right about not knowing county cricket. It's very difficult for us to get to county cricket these days. I have become a bit of a fan of these streams now, where you can go on the ECB site and get to all the different streams. I've spent a bit of time this year watching various players who might be in contention or who might not be in contention. What I will say about Potts is Stokes in again, short ball, and Blundell swivels and really rolls his wrists on that, almost plays with a perpendicular bat in the end, but doesn't get any sort of timing or power into the shot, and it dribbles rather slowly to Stuart Broad at backward square leg. You're right, I didn't pick Potts, but I think you would look at his numbers and say, hang on, this bloke's got 35 wickets, he must have something about him, especially if you consider that we've been talking about, it's how easy it's been for batsmen this year, and the soft balls that haven't been working very well, or have been going soft very quickly. Stokes in again, outside the stump, too wide. Blundell gets in that enormous stride and then leaves the ball, which is kind of what he did yesterday, but got bowled in doing so. But it's very much an over-emphatic stride that he gets in.
Bit of a captain's pick, wasn't he? I think Stokes was very impressed with him.
Well, that's another good thing, and that's
the
great thing about having Ben Stokes as captain, playing a couple of first-class games before the test as well, because even if he didn't know about him, he would do that by now. Stokes in, bowls to Blundell onto the pad, a little bit of in-swing there. Again, Broad will do the fielding as he moves from backward square leg to a position around about mid-wicket. And there is no run. I certainly agree with you that Annie and Tony are much more county aficionados than me, and much more so with the Bear. I mean, the Bear really takes very little notice of it at all.
Extensive experience of one afternoon.
Yes, exactly.
At the Oval.
I would love to be able to see a bit more county cricket, but work and things like that get in the way. Stokes in again to bowl to... Oh, that's a huge in-swinger, which ends up being pretty full and pretty well played by Blundell. Watching that one, so he threw that out way outside the off-stump, but it curved back in quite dramatically. So very well played by Blundell, and there is no run. And I think isn't that the joy? That's always been the joy of county cricket for me, as someone who doesn't really support a side, apart from the fact that I would go to Surrey because it's the nearest ground to get to. The joy is to go and look for players who might make the England Test team, or are coming back to make the England Test team, and see how their form is. Stokes down the leg side, and Blundell tries to turn it down to long leg, but makes no contact. Through the keeper it goes. End of the over. It's a maiden. New Zealand 67 for 4. Tony.
Right, yes, let me see. Armchair Cricket Podcast says, with that wicket at Conway, England have snuck ahead in this test. If they can get these two in the next 25 to 30 runs, they will make short work of the target. But a lead of 175, Black Caps will have a good chance. Yep, I definitely think we'll be going along with you there.
Good summary.
Mog says, naked fun, time to swap over to YouTube then. Ravi Nair says, do we like Stokes' use of himself? All rounders traditionally overbowl or underbowl themselves as captains, but Benjamin seems to have got it right. Yeah.
Well, so far, but he's been helped by the fact that the England bowlers that have been on before have been bowling well.
You sense he's really thinking about, he really wants to be the one to get that extra wicket because it could be so pivotal.
Yes, but I think he's not thinking to himself, I'm better than everybody else and I should get myself on. He's having faith in the bowlers that he's used so far. I mean, he hasn't turned Parkinson, but he's had 3 seamers who've all bowled very well.
My son, who doesn't watch a huge amount of cricket, says he's the ultimate team man, Ben Stokes. I think that's true.
Anderson back into the attack. Stuart Broad is going to take a little bit of a rest. Got a jingle that is at the bottom of the page, and it goes like this.
Jimmy, 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 oh, Jimmy, Jimmy, oh, little Jimmy, let go.
I think the contrast I draw is when he got that century at Headingley 3 years ago and didn't even acknowledge it.
Outside the off stump, not that far outside the off stump, but good judgment shown by Mitchell as he lets this one go through. I remember seeing KP get his century at the Oval in 2005, amazing innings, etc., etc. He was cavorting around like a bunny on ecstasy. So there was still a match, in the balance. So that would be a good contrast to draw. Well, I always like a bit of sobriety in celebration of your achievements. I'm not a big fan of the David Warner leap, the Johnny Bairstow leap it's become when you get 100. Anderson in, bowls, defended, but they'll grab a single.
You'd have been a big fan of Jim Laker putting the jumper over his shoulders after he got 19 wickets and walking off and driving off in his car and then having dinner with his wife.
Absolutely. I like the understatedness of it.
It's the ultimate jug avoidance.
Well, there is that as well. If you don't get a jug out of someone who's taken 19 wickets, you're never going to, are you?
You never will, no. You won't.
So, it's Jimmy Anderson back in action from the pavilion end. And Mitchell is on 17, Blundell on 5. We're halfway through the 29th over. The lead is 59, New Zealand 68, but 4 wickets have been lost. This one onto the leg stump flicked with nice timing by Blundell, but there's cover for Jimmy there at backward square leg. There's also a mid wicket and a mid on and a long leg, so he's got a 5-4 field at the moment. And Blundell.
I think Mrs. Laker did ask him how he got on at the cricket, and he said not bad.
And went to bed with a couple of hawks.
Probably.
Yeah, absolutely right. These show ponies, who needs them?
I used to love listening to him on Sunday afternoon cricket, Jim Laker.
Anderson in bowls, and this one keeps low, and Blundell has to jab down on it at the last minute. I always remember, in the days I used to go, we didn't have a telly, I used to go around sometimes to my granny and granddad, who did have a telly, and watch the John Player League or something, and Jim Laker was always one of the commentators there, him and Peter West, people like that, and they always used to say that whenever Jim Laker says anything good about someone, he'll get out. And it was amazingly true. It happened all the time. He would talk someone up. He was the original commentator's curse, I think. Anderson in. Onto the back foot goes Blundell. Gets well in behind the line of the ball. And defends it in the covers. That's the end of the over. It's 68 for 4. It must be time for me to take a break because I can see Jason G. Hiscox is poised to leap into my chair.
Is. Jason.
Together with the Wizard of the Wirral.
Indeed. I shall leave you to take over then.
G'day, Al. How are you?
Oh, for a Friday, not too bad, mate. it's good to be getting on a day early because this might not last till tomorrow.
True.
I must apologise on behalf of all Britain. Apparently, the Sky News Australia, their Jubilee correspondent is Piers Morgan. So I am sorry.
Well, Sky News Australia has an audience of about 3.5, so I wouldn't worry too much.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right.
It's not got a huge following, I'm pleased to say.
Well, that's always good. So, all right, Jason.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
How are you enjoying collective slip practice? Sorry, what we should call it, the first test between England and New Zealand.
There's never a dull moment, is there? It's
no.
It's all action, and it's probably even although it's hideously expensive, it's probably just about good value for money.
No, I don't know what would be good value for money, given the huge fees that are
it was
concerned.
£2 an over yesterday. Basically, it was 76 overs and 160 quid for the expensive tickets.
I don't know. You can buy a lot of Smarties for that amount.
And apparently,
I should warn you both that 11 minutes ago, Gary Naylor tweeted that in about 15 minutes' time, he would be jumping up and down demanding they bring on Parkinson if they hadn't done it by then. So watch out for an explosion somewhere around the area of the media centre on the TV.
An over-exuberant Scouse explosion.
Yes,
indeed.
I had some friends there yesterday, and they hadn't obviously had enough cricket because they came across London and then watched the T20 for Surrey in the evening.
Dear me.
It's glutton for punishment, that is.
I was going to say, is the 25 marks, no conferring, can there be such a thing as too much cricket?
It depends. It's worth pointing out that if you are after some cricket, entrance to Lord's after tea today is only 20 quid, which relatively speaking is fairly good value because you get the best part of 40 overs out of that.
Should do, hopefully.
Well, they tried yesterday and then you got 30 in. They did get the problem was they only bowled 46 in the first two sessions.
That's true, yes.
But it was an entire innings, though, so there is that.
Yes.
So New Zealand are 68 for 4. A lead.
Neil Harris has asked the very reasonable question: who on earth would want to see guerrilla cricket radio pundits having naked fun?
Well, first of all, you can only see me up until my chin, and thirdly, define fun exactly. You know,
it's a very loaded word. That
the rest I'll leave up to your imagination. But you know, fun times.
It's probably worth pointing out that they've been having a drinks break while we've been doing all this.
Yeah, you have missed absolutely nothing.
There is a reason for all this wibbling.
Ben Stokes, decapped, will continue. He will bowl the 30th over of this inning.
Speaking of caps, do you like my headwear?
Just get a bit closer to the camera. Very good. Love it.
Other caps are available.
Nah, just that one. So, Mitchell facing, Stokes comes in, first ball of the over, just outside the off stump, and that's blocked away to point. No run there. It's 59 the lead. What's a match-winning lead for New Zealand?
Against England?
Anything over
3 figures is looking pretty good.
Anything over 150, I think, is definitely a match-winning lead.
Is it 150?
I think
I reckon they're wanting 250.
I think they want 250. Well, want and get is two separate things. As that's a little bit wide, a bit of shape from Stokes away from Mitchell, and that's harmlessly through to the keeper. And there's no run.
I suppose the worry is that this pitch is flattening out after the first day or so.
Yeah.
And that scores are going to go up rather than conversely going down as they normally do. And so you're going to need to get a decent third innings score to have a reasonable fourth innings score to defend.
That is
yes.
Wise words there as Stokes is in. And that is short and pulled away. 2 fielders in the vicinity. Stuart Broad, unfortunately, cannot repeat his previous heroics. And that's going to be one of these. That's a bit tennis ball-y bounce, really, that bouncer, isn't it? It's like it's sticking in the pitch a little bit.
Mitchell's done very well to get over the top of that and get it along the floor. The less said about Broad's attempted stop, the better.
Well, after his maybe he's only heroic moving to his left, as that is slightly more pitched up. Attempted a tap and go there by Mitchell, but Pope is there in the covers to do the fielding, and there'll be no run. 63 is your lead.
I'm really not convinced about this Pope at 3 thing. I would have thought Bairstow at 3 would be a much better choice, but they've said that they don't want to muck around Bairstow too much when he's just started to get settled at 5 and scoring runs.
Can we just say probably what it is? We don't have a 3. Stokes in, and that is an attempted Yorker. Mitchell digs it out pretty well. Stokes looks frustrated. Good ball though. Absolutely really good ball, but well defended by Mitchell.
Well, as people
big beaming smile on his face.
As people mentioned earlier in the broadcast, what you want in 3 is someone who can actually open, and Pope is not an opener by any stretch of the imagination.
No.
So why are you putting him in there? You really want 3 openers to bat 1, 2 and 3.
Well,
he's not going to get that opportunity for Surrey at the moment.
England hasn't got 2 openers to bat 1 and 2. How are you going to get one at 3 as well?
A wise words there, as that is punched nearly through the covers. There is some work done to limit Mitchell to a single mid-off. That's the end of the over. 73 for 4 is the New Zealand total. 30 overs in the books. And what have we got by way of social media?
There's been some discussion around Stokes' use of himself in this innings. Brown Barry says, I'm not a fan of people jumping around to celebrate 100. Sounds like something someone who's never got 100 would say, Hendo. Although that's not true. Hendo's definitely made 100 or 2.
I'd jump around for 1.
Yeah. Mog says Jim is cooked, his knee is fucked.
Wow.
Warren says, is Stokes the England captain with the most body art after Douglas Jardine's full-bodied sleeve?
That may be something that we'll need to be looking into. It is Anderson who's going to continue this ball just on sort of middle and leg. Pushed out to mid-wicket by Mitchell, and there'll be no run. Certainly doesn't seem to be anything wrong with Anderson's knee there. Do you reckon any
wishful thinking on Mog's part?
Could be. I think it's because he kind of was flexing his knee in between deliveries in his last over before the drinks break. Joe Root looks like he hasn't got a care in the world. Mainly because it's somebody else's problem now, as Anderson is in. And a uppish expansive drive which takes an edge from Mitchell. And Bairstow is unable to get a hand on it, which means it must have been flying at some pace and speed and height. And that's gone to a vacant third man, and that's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It was a bit of a Yahoo, that shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was hero shot. Not really playing down the right line, and uncatchable. That was in no way near a chance. Bairstow dived to make it look good, but there was no way that was going to be caught. Anderson in again, fuller and wider, tempting Mitchell, and Mitchell takes the bait, but swings and misses.
Just a little bit of tail in, so it's quite impressive that he managed to play inside it, even so.
Yeah. Anderson, of course, looks just so annoyed. Do you reckon?
The well-practiced look.
Yeah, I think Anderson must get somebody to deliberately, like, park in his parking space or something like that. So, something to make him angry before the day starts. Like someone nicks his paper or something like that. More on leg stump this side, and Broad will dive heroically and limit everything to a single there at mid-on. Potts takes the field as the junior England bowler and makes sure that Broad's alright, gives him his hat back, that sort of thing.
Helps him up.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to say that out loud, you know. You're right, Grandad. You're okay. Yeah.
It does seem to me that Broad seems to roll around a lot more than is actually necessary.
Maybe it's all about watching Notts Forest than the player. This one more on off stump. Blundell fends it to mid-wicket, but there'll be no run. Just one ball left for this over. Anderson's 8th.
I'm not sure I want to lip read what Jimmy Anderson is saying here.
Did you spill my pint? Maybe something like that.
I think it started with P and ended in S. But my lip reading is suspect.
My Lancastrian isn't what it used to be. That one fended to point by Blundell will end the over with a dot ball. 78 for 4 is your total. Jez.
Annie Chave says, yes, I sure did mention Potts before this. He's been taking wickets for fun at Durham. Top wicket taker so far. Now, I have an issue about people talking about people making runs or taking wickets for fun.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what they do. Of course it's for fun.
It's not fun.
Why wouldn't it be for fun?
It's work.
It's just, yeah. Well, it's work and fun, isn't it?
It sounds a little bit worse if you say that he's taking wickets for contractual obligation. and potential further numeric reward.
Yes.
Talking about
Neil Harris makes a very reasonable point. You can have too much cricket if KP is on comms.
Well,
the mute button is your friend.
Yes. Full length ball by Stokes to start his next over. Pushed to mid off by Mitchell, and there'll be no run.
I've got a bit talking about scoring runs for fun. When I saw the squad announced, I thought they picked the wrong opener from Kent. Ben Compton has been scoring shed loads of runs all season.
Parkinson is practicing his phantom delivery, doing it while Stokes is looking in the wrong direction. This ball is a bit wider and able to be driven. And it's a race to the boundary, and will the ball win? No, it won't. Good work to limit that to 2.
It's that man again.
Yeah, he's
the omnipresent.
Yeah. Is there 3 of them? No, there's only 1. We could be the commentary team that commentate on Parko's first ball, and potentially his last one. Heavy as the hat.
That's true.
Heavy as the head that wears the crown and all that.
Oh dear.
Stokes in, tailing in towards Mitchell's off stump, but he does push it again to Potts at mid-off. Shy at the stumps, but can't prevent the single. 81 for 4. Now the total, Mitchell up to the dizzying heights of 30, which in the context of this test match is, I don't know.
Is a 50.
Yeah, like I was going to say, like 150. Certainly.
Well, it's the second highest score, isn't it, after Crawley?
The de Grandon, didn't he get 40 or something?
He
like
got
that?
42 not out, I think.
Oh, right. Sorry, yeah, I forgot. Yeah. Jeff Perkins says a naked chin is rather risque for gorillas of either gender.
Well, true. More to be pitied than scolded. Stokes in. Back in his crease. Whips that towards mid-on. And he'll take a single.
It's the right time for Stokes to bowl because he's starting to get the ball to shape a bit both ways.
Yeah.
And he's always a much more dangerous bowler when there's movement in the air instead of having to just take it off the seam. Because it happens so late as well. He's hooping in swing that people, much like Jameson, get caught by surprise by it.
It does seem to be something that some bowlers can do and others can't, as that is down the leg side.
Sure.
And Mitchell helps it on its way. And that is gone, I think that's gone for 6.
Wow.
Did you say 6?
I think so. Oh no, sorry, 4. Because Broad made the sign like that, the 6. But I'm pretty sure that's a 4.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
A brilliant drive off the next ball, a full-length ball, and Stokes can't get a hand to it. And that's consecutive boundaries for Mitchell. He's starting to feel himself a little bit. 38. Not a lot wrong with the ball there, but just a really nice, expansive straight drive.
Just bowled very neatly onto his bat, to be fair.
Yeah.
I think that's about the only thing you can say. There's nothing wrong with the ball, but just in the wrong place.
So, as far as tweets are concerned, there's been quite an extensive discussion involving Ravi and Gary Naylor, and now not Fred, in relation to the merits of Potts and Toby Rowland-Jones in particular.
Who is the
and
second
I'm not going
highest
to go through all of that.
wicket
but
taker
it's
this
their
season.
Guys! Parkinson's going to bowl!
Whoa! There you go.
Oh, well, I'll have to find a jingle for him now.
Matthew Parkinson!
And talking about celebrating hundreds, Brian Barish says, I mean, I got 100 once too, but you didn't see me disturbing anybody else on the golf course about it.
I still have
In
the
fact,
second 9 to play.
he does have a jingle, and it goes like this.
Oh. He's got a slip and a leg slip. Parkinson in. And that is a good ball just outside the off stump, but Blundell. Like applause as Parkinson looks like he's got all 6 winning numbers on the last 3. Nice bit of loop. Yes. Let's see how we do second ball up. Parkinson in. Blundell comes down the track and he sort of inside edges it onto his own foot.
He's certainly getting him above the batsman's eye line.
Yeah.
No doubt about
Like
that.
yes.
And I think Blundell's come down the wicket to get some pace on the ball, and
Yeah,
in the
he's going to.
effect almost yorked himself.
Yeah. His eyes, I think, have been lit up by how much loop is being got from Parkinson. That one a bit wider, but Blundell won't be tempted into anything too expansive, just pushes it to point. Stokes just does a bit of gardening in the field.
Calling Gary Naylor. Can we have a quote, please?
Parkinson in. Blundell again, half shuffle down the track, but just blocks this, and folks will do the fielding just by the edge of the stump.
Good bowling by Parky. He saw him come in and brought it just a little bit flatter and a little bit quicker and a little bit wider, so he couldn't quite get hold of it.
Parkinson just resets before he bowls the 5th ball of this over. Absolutely Johnny on the spot. Signal for a dead ball. Blundell distracted by something just before the ball was delivered. Parkinson in, and that one is a bit more on leg stump. Does take a little bit of turn, but Blundell's able to turn it round the corner for a single. Leg slip will do the fielding. And there'll just be 1 ball left in the over and 1 run coming from it. But he's kind of been right on the spot right from the very start of the over. It's been all neat and tidy so far, if a little bit unspectacular. But unspectacular will be okay.
I think it's pretty clear. Go.
Mitchell's faced the last ball. Again, slip and leg slip in place. Bit wider, and Mitchell will let that go through to the keeper. And Matt Parkinson, that is the end of your first over in Test cricket. Yes, I kind of talked over the top of you there, sorry.
No, it wasn't my place to talk. Warren says Parkinson is on to allow the others to switch ends. I think he's on because the word got out that Gary Naylor was going to carry on a treat if he didn't get the bowl. After all, he was called in yesterday as a result of Gary taking a hostage and refusing to release him until Parkinson arrived at the ground. So it seems only fair that he should actually get a bowl as well. But yeah, not a bad start, eh?
That seems pretty much okay.
Steady.
I'm sure the second over is going to feel an awful lot better than the first.
He'll get some more revs on the ball once he's warmed up his shoulder and his wrist.
Yeah. Anderson will continue. His match figures are 5 for 86.
Which aren't really reflective of how well he bowled, because he got tonked for quite a lot by Southey late on yesterday.
Yeah, he did end up being almost quite expensive in the context of the innings, as that is close to the off stump, but left by Blundell. Straight through to the keeper, no run. 82 the lead.
It's almost like the F1 Mark Blundell and Martin Brundle. Blunder.
Yeah, only one of them could drive at any one time. That was the rule, wasn't it?
I should imagine it's the same for after this ball.
Anderson in, and again left outside the off stump, no run.
I've been watching some of the county cricket, and if you look at Nottingham's lineup, you sometimes have Dane Patterson, Liam Patterson-White, and James Pattinson all bowling at the same.
God, it's got to be a faff, isn't it? If you're a commentator or a scorer, your names are too similar. Pick two.
That's always the recreational cricketer's curse when you have two batsmen that look identical and you don't know which one's facing.
I think that's why they put numbers on the back of jerseys now, as that is onto the hip of Blundell, and he'll push that through a vacant mid-wicket area, which will make the bear annoyed, and they'll take a comfortable 2.
And Bandana Man manages to throw it in without falling over.
That's well done.
Did lose his hat though.
It's all action, isn't he?
Something's happening. He's a whirling dervish of destruction, as Stuart Broad. All guns blazing. Anderson in again, and that is almost jumped up by Blundell to push that ball maybe through the covers, but it hits cover itself, and that will be no run. 93 for 4 the total, leading by 84. And these pair have just taken the sting and the pace out of it, a reminder that this is potentially a 5-day game.
Yeah, you get the feeling that England need a wicket before the tea interval in order to cement their chances here.
That is pushed again through the covers, wide of pot. He'll have to do some fielding, and he will do so. Oh, sorry, Stokes it was who did the fielding. No attempt at the relay there, or maybe some wise not to slide on this Lord's pitch. It seems to be something you can take a big chunk out of with not too much effort. 2 to Blundell there, he'll go on to 11, and the score's on to 95. 1 ball left of this 34th over.
You wouldn't expect a lot of wicket-taking opportunities in the second session on the second day at Lord's Test normally, would you?
Not really. This ball pushed by Blundell to mid-wicket. Broad will do the fielding, but they'll take a single and he'll retain the strike, and that's the end of the over. Jez, what have we got apart from naked fun?
Gary and others still discussing Toby Rowland-Jones and others. Ravi says, how can a leggy be considered like for an offie? Surely Moeen would have been the acceptable call. I think the substitution rule doesn't require a identical character. I think a bowler for a bowler is probably enough, isn't it?
I just thought it was a warm human being.
It was for Leach, who turns the ball away from right-handers, so that's a leg spinner is perfectly appropriate.
Parkinson in for his second over. That is wide and floated up, but can only be driven down the field by Blundell to mid-off.
He's really bowling some tempters here, isn't he? They really
yeah,
are.
he's really it's
very
high and
slow,
it's loopy.
Very loopy.
Yeah. He's in again. Blundell again comes down the track, but again, he's not quite getting to the pitch of it. Parkinson is fooling him somewhere in the flight. And that's inside
I'm sure
edge.
Bear could bowl that stuff.
I'll leave the Bear to respond to that himself. As Parkinson prepares himself for his little shuffle in. That one is just on off stump. which means England can do no more than defend. No run so far, as we see Callum Parkinson, Matthew's brother, in the crowd.
Good spot.
This is driven again, but straight down the ground, and Parkinson will do the fielding off his own bowling.
Kind of basic question, why isn't he playing today, given that he's a very good left arm spinner in his own right for Derbyshire?
Well, maybe some dispensation to... it's not every day your brother gets to play for England.
Well, maybe
That
he's
one
his
is
brother would get
absolute-
injured and he get called in the sub.
Absolute filth from Parkinson, dragged way too short down the leg side, and can only be tweaked away to deep square leg. Got away with one there.
I thought Callum Parkinson was a bolter for a Lions place last year, because he did have a very good season. He's best for Leicestershire. He took something like 55-60 wickets and some runs.
Last ball of this over. Parkinson in, drifting in towards middle and off, but Mitchell gets a good stride and a good straight back towards it. 2 overs in the books for Parkinson. Mitchell's on 38, Blundell's on 13, and New Zealand lead by 88.
And we're due a change, are we not?
Are we?
Next over,
Bear
I've
Hendo
heard
and you, Hutch.
there's been a bellow from the bear in the green room. Next over.
Next over.
Okay.
Okay.
Okie dokie. Well,
this is your 1 over from the bear warning.
Armchair Cricket Podcast says good positive cricket from Darren Mitchell. Even a counter-punchy 75 here could decide the fate of the test. With the ground diamonds slightly to come, New Zealand will hope these two can see them to a 120 lead. And he's done that again.
When the margins are so small, Jez, it's not going to take too much. Maybe to swing it either way. Anderson in, wide of the crease, and that is played on the back foot to cover, and there'll be a sharply taken single. And I think there may be, Potts had a shy at the stumps, there might be an overthrow in there. Nope. No, just simply a single to Blundell. Potts looked skyward, like there might have been a chance here. He's not too far away, but I think there would have been a batsman safely home. Well, just home, but safe. So, good fielding. You see, he's pretty agile in the field. Potts seems like a decent find. As Anderson is in again, and that is right on Mitchell's off stump, and he will play it to Stokes at mid off, and there will be no run. 89's your lead, 98 for 4. This has all the potential to be by far and away the longest innings so far.
Given that the other two didn't get much above 45 overs each.
Yeah, I was going to say one was 40 and the other one I think might have been 42. So the England bowlers I'm sure will be knackered by the end of it.
I'll bring you word from them. Sorry.
Defended by Mitchell out into the covers. No run. I bring you word
from the Met Office saying tomorrow's forecast is light showers changing to sunny intervals in the afternoon.
That's a nice way of saying they don't know what the weather is.
Yeah. 30 to 40% chance of rain until 3 o'clock.
Why don't they just put the shrug emoji on? Yeah. there will be weather, we just don't know what it is. Don't get me wrong, I get that predicting the future is hard, but I mean, come on. As that is in on the off stump by Anderson, who Mitchell plays it straight back to him, and Anderson fails the field, but there'll be no run. Yeah. What are they? What other tidbits are they going to come up with, Jez? What do you reckon? Weather tonight will be dark.
Oh, come on! You're such a cynic. I mean, the truth is that they actually do get quite a lot of stuff right, and Sunday's looking quite wet early on, and then it's going to be a bit dodgy. So expect some rain interruptions over the next few days, I think is the message.
Possibly so.
If we go that long.
This one's been squirted away off the outside edge, and it beats point, and so Mitchell will take 2 runs. He'll move to 40, and New Zealand will reach 100 for 4. Their lead 91. Just one ball left of us, and then there will be. I am assuming that there's a bear that you can see.
Well, I can hear a herd of hooves coming.
Dun, 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 dun. Hopefully they'll come into the music of 633 Squadron. As Anderson is in for the last ball of the over, and that is well defended by Mitchell. He's on 40. Blundell is on 14. And New Zealand are 100 for 4. Jez is going to read a couple of tweets while we have some switching in and out in the studio.
Yeah. Farong says, I think for the substitution rule, the only strict criterion is that if a Yorkshireman goes off, he must be replaced by a Yorkshireman.
There's got to be a minimum amount of Yorkshire, hasn't there, at all times?
Yeah, and Matt Searle says the concussion sub must be similar, so that you can play spinner with spinner, but not spinner with seamer or batter. Be interesting if Root was ill and didn't start. Could he have been a replacement for Leach, given his record as a spinner? Yeah, that's going to require some clarification at some stage.
Well, Gary, having jizzed in the commentary box, will be enjoying this as Parkinson comes into his third over, and is none for 2. The first ball is a bit too full, and it's driven by Blundell up to mid-on, and there is no run. All right, Al.
And Gary is the next tweet, in fact. There you go.
On the leg stump and just turned into the leg side. Potts fields it, and there's no run.
He's bowled with a lot of air and loop.
Yeah, too much for me.
Too much for you?
Well, at international level, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bit too slow. It looks to me like he needs to get his arm over a little quicker. Bring it, get a little more pace. It's not too bad though. See, that's better. But it's sort of misdirected a bit on leg stump. Turns a bit, but Darryl Mitchell can just play out to mid-on and there's no run.
There was a little bit of drift there, which is what you're looking for from him, and I have noticed that he does drift the ball in. That's the ideal for the leg spinner, get the ball drifting in. There it goes. You see in the replay. Didn't quite get the line right, but it's promising.
It's definitely got potential. Yeah, down the track comes Blundell. Can only drive it back to Parkinson. There's no run. If you can get it to drop, that's good. I think you need to be over 50 miles an hour as a leggy, though. 51, 52 as a regular, and if you get up to 54, you're looking good. Especially if you can get it up and down in that. But it's not bad. So that's all right. That's too short. Blundell hands on the back foot. Good field placings, though. I like the fact that he's got 2 sweepers out, left and right, for that shit ball, which inevitably he'll bowl every once in a while. He'll drag it down. And generally it'll go square on either side. That's a little bit too short. And Blundell goes back and knocks it square on the leg side. Sweeper fields it, it'll only be a single.
Yeah, and I mean, not just his own lack of pace, but the lack of pace, maybe a lack of pace in the pitch as well, which means that in that particular delivery, the batsman had a bit of time to go back and to whip it away.
A bit tennis ball-y bounce, wasn't it, Endo?
Yeah, I mean, it probably does need to be a little bit quicker. It just depends on the pace of the pitch you're bowling on.
It seems to me when you watch, established, he seems to me that he has the ball in the end of his fingers as a leg spinner, and I always thought really you kind of wrap your fingers and it sits in a palm more, because you're using all your fingers to roll the ball, so you don't need to as a regular spinner, you've generally got your thumb underneath and your 2 fingers over the top, and you're trying to rotate it like that. Whereas a leg spinner, because you're putting your action of your shoulder into it, it's more in the palm, and you roll it out and roll it with the wrist, and the action comes from the palm, and he seems to hold it quite in the end of his fingers.
There was an interesting sort of sidebar, a little bit of nugget from Warney, because what Sky have been doing to kind of like pay tribute, where he's talking about that, but you actually don't want the ball to touch the palm of your hand.
But you want you kind of grab it with all your fingers as a leggy.
But if the ball is touching the palm of your hand, it kind of stops the rotation. So he was talking about that you actually want the ball to be a little bit away from the palm, but in that general area.
Well, Anderson continues. It's into the hip of Blundell, who gets back for 2. And it's a good little partnership here for New Zealand. They're on to 96, well, lead of 96, 105 for 4. England kind of need a wicket.
Well, Mitchell's on 41. I mean, the top scores we've had in the game so far, 42 and 43.
Yeah.
So he may be about to pass both those.
Or get out with a bit of luck.
Or get out. Ravinair says, OK, if New Zealand reach 100 lead, well, it's 96 at the moment, says England will lose. Doomed.
Well, Anderson in, played off the back foot by Blundell. They're starting to leak runs a little bit now, England, as it goes through. I'd give Potts another go as well. I'd be tempted to get him back on. It goes out towards point boundary. There's only, what, 20 minutes till tea?
Yeah, it's just got a bit untidy, hasn't it?
Yeah,
a little
bit. Well, we only took that one wicket at the beginning of the session.
Well, if there were any demons in the pitch and in the conditions, they all seem to have disappeared over the last 40 minutes or so.
Well, I mean,
there wasn't anything moving around.
To be fair, they haven't been there much today as much as yesterday.
Actually, 6 wickets is going down in that first session was again a bit of an anomaly, really.
Anderson in again. Oh, wow, Christ! That one kept low, and Blundell's lucky he managed to put his bat down on that. Otherwise, he'd have been bang in front and middling off, and would have been sawn off by the umpire. But he did manage to jab his bat down. Definitely kept a little bit low, didn't it, Hendo?
Yeah, definitely did.
Just got the toe end on it. Otherwise,
Kyle Jameson would have been toast.
I think Blundell's quite fortunate in the fact the way that he stands. He stands in a sort of very quite crouched position, so he's almost already down there.
And he's not the tallest either.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to get down. Jameson would have struggled. Anderson in again. Decent line again, once again, on a roundabout off stump. A little bit going away, but Blundell was able to get behind it and defend it in the offside, and there's no run. See, crease occupation helps, doesn't it? 52 balls, 70 balls, it looks a lot easier.
Yeah.
I think there's some real lessons for England to take out of this about how New Zealand didn't panic about being that many wickets down in the first inning.
No, well, you think they bat a long way as well, don't they, Kiwis? That's defended back up to the bowler, and there's no run. I mean, you've still got Colin de Grandon to come, still got Kyle Jameson to come.
Yeah. Just what we've seen an awful lot in Test cricket, at least while I've been doing this with you guys, is that once a team's got on top, there's no real counter attack or resistance that comes from the other side. Once you're down, you're down. Whereas this has been.
Well, the better side. Yeah, well, this is the thing. The better side don't, do they? That's two strays leg side. It's Jimmy Anderson, and it's gone down to find another fine dive by Matt Parkinson. He's doing well in the field. He couldn't stop that one, and it's made itself down to the boundary for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
11 for 4. As we watch.
Slightly better leg spinner.
Yeah, Shane Warne.
Just a bit.
There's a lot of talk going on between tweeters out there about concussion substitutes and various things like that, and we're getting copied into it. And if you've read in the Smacksman, which is our new bulletin about the guerrilla etiquette to good tweeting, you should know that don't copy us into a discussion that you're having with other people unless it's relevant to us too, or it's on the same kind of line of subject that we're discussing at the time. Otherwise it just makes it very difficult for us to read out tweets that make sense to other people. Gents, the missus complaining at 11:30 in South Oz with me listening in without mentioning her name. Mel, please tell her to go and watch TV, thank you. Newly single bulldog, otherwise known as Timbo. That's the kind of tweet we want. We want domestic strife.
Mel, welcome to Guerrilla Cricket.
Yes. Parkinson to continue. That's a filthy delivery, and it kind of gets what it deserved, which is not. If that had long on, he'd probably caught it. It was a really terrible shot by Mitchell. His eyes lit up. It was a terrible ball by Matt Parkinson. It's 43 miles an hour, and it got hit back over his head. He's lucky to get away with 2. It should have been 6.
Oh, it's a horrible full toss, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And he was already on his way down the.
It wasn't too.
Obviously didn't get that in the middle at all, did he?
No, he wasn't that far away from him actually. Mid on,
towing it.
It was so slow. Matt Parkinson That's better. Gets it on a decent line length just outside off stump. It's not much turn for him.
I wonder if there'd be a little bit more turn if they bowled him from the nursery end.
Down the slope.
Down the slope. I mean, not necessarily, but that
helps
does have an effect, doesn't it? A little bit of an effect.
Jimmy probably doesn't want to switch ends, does he? That one's a little bit too short. See, if you're quicker with that, you can hurry the batsman up.
Yeah.
And if you've got the googly,
well,
you can beat the inside edge and get LBW.
That was going to be my point. Is that I don't think we've seen that variation from it yet.
You need the slider as well, don't you? Really?
Yeah, you need the slider, the top spinner. That's down the track, a couple of steps, and Blundell just defends it back to the bowler. There's no run. I mean, he's not getting hit over the top, and they're trying to get down a pitch. So he's in that sense, he's got good drop, and because he's enticing them, they're not quite getting there. It is only a day 2 pitch. I mean, sometimes even Shane Warne didn't get that looked like a googly or a straight on attempted googly. It didn't really turn that much in, but it certainly kept a little bit lower and darted on. Caught the inside edge of Blundell's bat as he just propped forward. He didn't really know much about that. Well, actually, he turned the face.
Well, he was playing for the leg spin there, so he played a little bit outside the ball.
Yeah. I didn't see the pace of that one, and well, that's a weird delivery. What happened there?
Awful.
It came out and did something strange in the air. Maybe that's just the TV. It was short and it was down leg side, and it got hit down to Crawley at long leg for 2 runs.
3, I think.
3, actually. Yeah, you're right. And the lead moves on to 106. Effectively 106 for 4, which if you have a decent test side, you wouldn't be too worried about, would you?
I've got a lovely
with the speedy bowls out, he's got no margin for error, has he?
Not really. No. Perko has been in touch with a little ditty. I think this is discussion going on about Matt Parkinson between Gary and various other people. He says there was a little bowler who had little controller, which was denied in tailored discussion when he was his best. Didn't give him a test, but he did bring him on for concussion. Hey!
That's very good.
Don't give up the newscast job, Perko.
I was watching that live, Perko, and I knew it was you when they said it.
Had to be. Who else could it be? If you don't know what we're talking about, there's a political discussion programme late on the BBC I think it's on a Thursday at night.
Yes.
Newscast, which is a number of the political correspondents talking about it, and Perko, our very own jingler Perko, has been doing jingles for that. Would you believe?
Well, that's because Harry Hill has done a musical of Tony Blair.
Oh, right, okay.
Career.
New bowler,
and it's who I called for. And his first ball is a little bit of a loose now outside off stump. Did go off the seam, but it was wide, not particularly quick, and a little bit short. And there was no run. It is star of the show so far, one would say. Man, this guy.
I've heard from pots that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the attack.
On the back foot is he gets another little there's a bit of movement off the pitch, wasn't there?
Sideways movement, wasn't there?
Yeah, Blundell goes back. It's a little bit too short though. Stood up a bit, and Blundell was able to just play it out to cover, and there's no one. Yeah, and apparently the BBC, being the BBC, asked him to do shitloads, including video, in about 2 hours, which is typical BBC, and they didn't pay either.
Well,
at least when we ask you, we're not getting. We apologise profusely.
We're
the get loads of airplay.
We're the only people allowed to not pay him.
Yeah. That one is defended up to mid on. There's no run.
Do Rutherford and Fry not pay him either? Because he does some stuff.
I don't know. I don't know about that. Don't you, Perko? You'll have to keep us up to date on that.
Yeah, you'll have to give us some trade secrets, Perko.
Yeah. Who don't you get paid by?
Well, yeah, exactly.
Anyway, the argument's going on between Ravi and Gary Naylor.
What about Parkinson?
Parkinson, possibly about Potts. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm ignoring it really.
What I want to know is that's left alone outside the off stump by Blundell through the keeper and so on. Is Gary being really defensive?
I imagine so. I imagine he's being quite defensive. Now, interestingly enough, at the end of this over, New Zealand will have batted for as long as they did in the first innings.
Yes. I was about to mention that myself.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, but you took it away from me.
Sorry about that.
It's all right. It's okay. Well, my spliff was
not scripted, folks. It's all live.
We came on an over late because I had to roll up my reefer. As Potts is in, and that's left alone outside the off stump. by
That's the
blunder.
second one. That's the second one that's bounced twice to the keeper.
Yeah.
I just wondered, the ball's getting a little bit softer, and it's just dying a little bit, perhaps. There's just not enough hardness in the ball now.
Yeah,
at
maybe
40
this
overs.
batch of Dukes doesn't last more than 40 overs. They need to get it changed.
Yeah, well, this is a weird thing yesterday, wasn't it? That they brought out what presumed they were the Duke's balls in a Kookaburra.
They've done it the whole test.
Box. How bizarre!
We've had 3 ball changes, I think, so far, and they've all come out. I mean, it's ridiculous. You should be having to change a ball really in the 40th over. Oh, now that's interesting. Blunder went right across, then attempted to leave it. Periscoped his bat a bit, and it hit the bottom of his bat, went straight into the ground. Could have gone anywhere really, but it went straight down and into the ground. There's no run.
Ravi Nair says Parkinson's just a cut price Adil Rashid, isn't he? Well, he's a leg spinner, but a great white hope. Not for me. It's not a great hope of any sort for me.
No,
I'd like to see him do well.
He's Gary's great hope.
Gary Nair says, did Mike? Ravi's been saying, well, we revisit this in 6 years, and Gary comes back. Did my conjecture on the basis of 1.5 days Test cricket stand up 2,190 days later? If I'm still alive, okay. This is quite entertaining, probably more entertaining than the cricket right now.
Gary,
And in the blue corner,
yeah. Well, he's going to continue. He's only gone for 9 runs in his 4 overs so far. I mean, presumably, you know, this isn't. I guess he would want to be. Well, he'd expect to bowl in the first innings, but I think Gary said he was he could hold an end up. Or he would take wickets in both innings. That was his point, wasn't it? As that's defended up to mid-off, and there's no run.
I mean, I'd go along with Gary. I don't think you can judge a man by one performance. Especially coming into the pressurised arena where your team is already under pressure.
The way Gary was selling it, he was going to come in and bamboozle everyone from the fucking word go and take a hatful of wickets. That's what I was expecting. As that's played up to mid-on, there's no run.
So that sounds remarkably like a dubious point made with
hyperbolic conviction
by Gary.
Well, 2 points. First of all, there was a single, and secondly,
yes. Sorry.
Do you think it helps not knowing that you're going to make your debut when you make your debut?
Well, yeah, no, it doesn't. I'll go along with that. Well, it's one of these.
That was a dubious point made with hyperbolic conviction by Gary.
And that was shite. He's let that go. He was probably trying something, but he's floated it up. Very aerial, full toss, well outside off stump, and it's just floated up there at a very slow speed. And Blunder said, "Thank you very much." Come down the track, battered it through the covers. It's gone to the boundary very quickly, and it's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Kind of licorice all sorts, isn't it? That's a better ball,
Yes.
but it's a little bit too short. And again, you see, because the pace isn't there, they've got time. They don't get hurried in the shot. It doesn't come onto them with that pace that beats the bat and gets the pad and gets the LBW. Instead, they can hang back and it sits there and they can hit it out to mid-wicket. I don't want to be too disparaging because it's not, it's not bad.
Ben Stokes does have the look of someone who's on a disappointing test drive.
Yeah. Well, that one's tossed. That's a better ball. You want to concentrate on just bowling that for maybe a couple of overs and just get them to come prop forward and defend.
The thing is, as a leg spinner, especially, as it's such a difficult art that it looks so bad when you do bowl a bad ball.
Yeah, true. I mean,
which a seamer can still bowl a bad ball, and yet it won't look quite as terrible.
Yeah. They've been put off a run by a diving man coming in from mid-wicket. I think it's Stokes 82, and he dives over it, goes to mid-on. They don't get the single. And Parkinson, number 15 off of 5. It's not too bad as a leggy.
Brian Barish says, please adhere to the etiquette that you would only know about if you'd bothered to pay £4 to read about. Well, pay £4? Yes and no. We're trying to get people to Patreon us, which is crowdfunders, because we've lost a lot of supporters over maybe because of COVID, who can say everyone else is blaming the pandemic, so maybe we can do likewise.
We're going to blame the pandemic.
We're blaming the pandemic, and so we need to get the money back up again. And we're giving you more content. We already give you 1,000 hours of commentary for absolutely nothing a year. We go through the night to make sure that you can hear about cricket.
Indeed, Potts is in, and on the back foot goes Blundell, plays it square on the offside now, and the ball definitely has a tinge of it's gone soft, and it's
Definitely.
Well, this is why you bat long, for fuck's sake.
Well, yeah.
at this point in the game, after 35, 36 overs, is when you're supposed to be making runs. But if you can't fucking get there,
yeah,
it's, you know,
absolutely,
stupid, isn't it?
Absolutely. It looks like Matt Parkinson's having some Red Bull or something down there on the boundary edge. Jeetan Patel has gone out there to have a chat with him.
Yeah, hopefully he said to him, let's go through with it. Maybe he's just not going through with his action, he's a bit nervous. That's left thrown outside the off stump and there's no run. I mean, I just think you don't want to be trying too much as a leg spinner. I mean, this is the other thing about that annoys me. I mean, Gary thinks that he should be in the side because he'll take wickets in both innings because he's a leg spinner, he's really good, right? And thinks that, you know, any spinner who holds in the first innings is a waste of time, but that's, you know, that's the lot of the spinner in a lot of games. Potts is in and it's defended up to mid on, there's no run. I mean, when you play club cricket, you're basically playing on a wicket that's only going to get bowled 100 overs on it. As a spinner, you're very lucky if anything ever fucking turns anyway, you know what I mean? It's like the whole thing about a test match, if you're not playing in India, if you're playing in countries that don't traditionally turn, is that if the wicket does break up, the spinner becomes really effective anywhere.
Actually, I would say though,
in the fourth innings,
I think that's
third innings.
Certainly, a lot of the club cricket pitches that I played on, you get the spinner doing a lot more in club cricket than you possibly do in professional cricket.
Well, on decent wickets, you don't. On crap ones, possibly.
Yeah.
Well, and a lot of them are crap.
Yes.
That's too wide. By Potts, fourth bowler of the innings, is left alone outside the off stump. There's no run.
You've also got to consider that, you know, any bowler you bring in has to be part of an overarching unit. You know, and it's not about he'll take wickets in both innings. It's about the unit's got to take 10 wickets somehow twice.
Yes.
You know, and sometimes that means that you'll bowl well and you won't take them, and sometimes you won't bowl as well and you'll take 5. And it's about what you contribute to the overarching group.
Potts, Jesus, Potts gets an edge, a genuine edge from Blundell as he defended, but he edged it all on the ground, and it squirted off of Folkes' glove, past first slip, and they got through for a single. Mitchell has equalled the highest score of the game so far, 43.
Yeah, who would have thought that at this point Zach Crawley, well, the criticism we were giving him for the shot that he got out to, and kind of the shot that we knew he would get out to yesterday, and he's still top scorer in the match. Maybe not for much longer, but you know, he can point to that and say, well, hang on guys, I didn't do a bad job, did I?
Right, Dave Brooks here, he's logging on. Hold on, popped in, defended out to the offside, there's no run.
So we were going to be talking to Dave and Annie, weren't we, at tea? I think that's the plan.
That's the plan.
We're going to be inside the establishment.
Huh?
We're inside the home of cricket, and we're going to get video and voice from both those sources.
Were you just expecting him to come from, like, turn up behind Nasser Hussain there, is it?
Well, that'd be fun. That would be fun.
Well, yesterday we caught him walking around the outskirts of Lords.
Yeah, he was trying to get
Panama.
He was trying to get an acceptable connection, and it wasn't really happening. Brian Bash comes back and says, I'm not criticising or making fun of the message, just the delivery. I think it's a great idea to have that little extra for people who want to support us, since I help out from time to time. Yeah, what was wrong with the delivery? Or do you mean the delivery that was bold? I'm not sure what you mean. What was wrong with the delivery? I'm just trying to promote the fact that we've done a guerrilla cricket guide to Twitter etiquette, which is not to be taken entirely seriously, funnily enough.
Well, our wider digital content is I'll put on par with any other outlet about the quality of what we put out there.
There you go. Parkinson's going to continue, and he's into his 6th over. How long we got? This could be the last over before tea, actually. Depending on how long it takes and how shit he bowls. Parkinson tosses that one up. Gets batted back. Oh, now! Has he got anything on that?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, it's gone back and it's driven hard by Blundell.
It's absolutely killed the stump.
It's killed the stumps at the bowler's end. I don't think this is a test match. They're not really backing up, are they? Well, he backed up a little bit. It's driven back. He did get something on it. He got something on it.
Yeah.
But Daryl Mitchell had moved about a centimetre outside his crease, and he was safely back.
Good work all round.
Yeah, good work all round. Good ball. That one is tossed up. That's got a little bit of drift.
You kind of want to see that last ball as his stock ball, I think.
Well, this is what I mean. I think he's trying. It looks like either he doesn't have the control, or he's tried too many variations. But exactly that, I think, if it was me, I'd just be bowling 4 or 5 stock overs and trying to just get in a groove.
But you can understand why he's trying things, because he will feel under pressure, won't he?
Well, yeah, you got to play your own game though. You got to impose yourself.
You've got to be authentic.
Yeah, exactly. That's only 45 miles an hour. It's a decent delivery. It's tossed up and defended by Blundell though, and there's no run.
Either you define the moment or the moment defines you.
Exactly. That is no, and I'm not saying that easy. I mean, you get nerves.
Oh yeah.
Parkinson, it's on leg stump. Doesn't really turn. It's just guided down behind the man who's at short leg. There is no one there. There's a deep square leg, and both of them converge on a ball, which allows them to get back for 2.
Well, he might. You see, if I think he was bowling from the other end, from the nursery end, when he does slide it a little bit down the leg side like that, it might just straighten a little bit, because at the moment, if he bowls it slightly outside leg stump and there is no turn, it just keeps going. It's an easy, single really for the guy to just clip it away.
I wonder if someone will mention that to. That one goes straight on again. You see, with a bit more pace, that becomes a reasonably dangerous ball.
Can I ask you a spinner question?
No run. Yeah.
If the ball really is this soft, then does that make the spinner's job easier or harder?
Well, harder. I mean, bounce is a really good tool for a spinner.
Absolutely.
Sometimes more than spin, Because if you can get dip and get it to kick off a bouncier pitch, you always bring the. Well, they've got a sitting mid off in, funnily enough now. But that one's too short and too wide and hammered through the offside. There is a cover out there, but Stuart Broad, he's not going to get round there. And it's all going a little bit wrong here for Matt Parkinson. And it's 4 more runs to the Kiwis.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
I'm not 100% sure who Gary Naylor's arguing about, because he comes back to Ravi Nair says, Potts, has he even been playing for 2 years? O'Neill Harris says, welcome back, Hendo. You fundraise more than any other gorilla. Well, someone's got to do it, haven't they? Luigi Magpie says, or Mrs. Luigi Magpie says, would you consider doing a gorilla favourites list for the archive? Quite often a dire game produces the best wibble. Throw it open to the regulars too. 1,000-hour archive can seem like a wall more than a door. A gorilla favourites. Oh, that's an interesting. So you're basically saying
our favourite matches.
Take the best matches that we've done. That will take a bit of work.
We'd have to remember them for a start.
Well, you might need tweeters to send in memories of particularly good bits of commentary.
I tell you what, if someone sends me in an archive number, a date and a number and a timestamp on it, I'll cut it out. But if no one's going to do that, there's literally about fucking 4,000 hours of archive.
It's tricky.
If you lot start patroning and get it up to about 10 grand, I'll think about it, right?
Well, this is the thing. I mean, it's a chicken and egg situation. Is we need more money to be able to do more things. We're actually doing more things without that money. But ideally, as a long-term solution, we do need more money. And this is not something I'm having to go about. There are lots of people out there who do support us really well. And I often feel guilty if I've done a little bit of promotion and then I go to the Gmail queue and find that someone has upped their pledge to us, because I'm not trying to get to you people. You are already brilliant supporters. What I'm trying to get to is those people who've been listening maybe for years and haven't contributed over the years, because this takes effort, it takes work, and it takes money.
An awful lot of time.
And an awful lot of time. And, we do it at all hours of the day, depending on where the action is in the world. So I think those people who've been listening to us for a long time, maybe 8 years without contributing, I think it's time you got your hands in your pockets. And I make no apology for saying so.
That's a fair shout.
So get to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket, and £4 a month or more will get you all the extras.
Gents, it's tea, which means I will take my leave and allow you to bring in Mr.
Dave
and Mrs. J.
Dave! Are you there, Dave? Come on, Dave. Come in, Lords. Have you got Annie with you? I'm here on my own now. And I'm waiting for Dave. Come on, Dave. Dave's not there. Dave? It's like a horror movie. Come on, Dave. Where are you? Can someone WhatsApp Dave and tell him, and someone sit here with me to talk? Possibly. Because I'm shouting into the ether. Hello, someone's turned up. Hello, Messi.
I'll talk with you bear until we can find Dave and Annie.
Well, they're in the WhatsApp. They just haven't decided to turn them themselves on. What do we reckon?
Oh, okay, I'll do it.
Right, there you go. Here he is.
Now. Okay, hello.
Hello.
Hello, Bear.
I've just been shouting into the ether, waiting for you.
Here at Lord's. The problem with the audio is we can't hear you, but hopefully you can hear us. And you'll see that I have with me Annie Chade of County Cricket Matters and, of course, Gorilla Cricket. Here, Annie, tell us about your experience of Lord's today.
I found David, at least, which was quite a task in itself. But it's very, very full. It's very, very hot, and there's been quite a few wickets, and it's been good play. We've had we've seen some really good.
And the Wi-Fi's gone dodgy again. So great picture of Annie though. She's looking very cool in her sunglasses.
County champion.
It's the same car crash that we had yesterday, but it's all right. You got to laugh at this shit, man. We try.
Got 25,000 people trying to use the Wi-Fi at the same time. That's
I did wonder about that. If you're not on a specialist Wi-Fi, you're in trouble, aren't you? We've lost you, Dave. Can someone WhatsApp and tell him it's not working? I'm going to go to some highlights.
Okay.
We shall play the end of Rob Andrew, actually. Because he was quite interesting and we hadn't got there yesterday. We had 20 minutes left to run on it. So I shall play that for you now.
It's just the right thing to do, and it's the right thing to give girls an opportunity, A, to play sport. I've got 3 daughters. Sport to me is sport should be, it doesn't matter what sport it is, but some kind of sport, some kind of exercise should be along with reading and English and maths, quite frankly, in terms of how important it is to life. We somehow have managed to lose that through successive governments over the last probably 40 or 50 years, but let's not get started on that. We'll be here for a long time.
We'd have a series, Rob, not just the one-off interview. An interesting idea, by the way.
Yeah, well, that's, and it is just so important. And why not cricket? Girls that take up cricket absolutely love it. We have pathways. We have our Sussex Women's programme, which is based out of Backer, the state school that we talked about. We obviously feed then into the Southern Vipers, which is the regional side, which is involving Hampshire and Oxfordshire. It's a big South group that ensures that our Southern Vipers team are then feeding into the Southern Brave in the 100 and then into the England team, and we're seeing how extraordinarily well
they will be playing matches at Hove as well as other centres, will they?
Yes, they play. The Vipers play at Hove. We were going to be a Southern Brave women's venue before COVID, and now the matches are obviously double headers at the Ageas Bowl. But no, our interest in women's cricket has been long-standing, as many people will know, going back a long time. Again, Claire Connor, current ECB head of women's cricket, MCC president, long-time Sussex captain and board member. So Sussex has a huge history, and you touched on this at the very beginning. This year it's our 150th year at Hove. Wow. First game June the 6th against Gloucestershire, WG Grace was on the ground, the very same ground that we're currently playing on.
Yeah, I love going to Hove. It's a great place to visit.
So it's these things are really important to me, to sport. And I think you cast them aside. You do the sport huge damage if you do that. And the other thing which I touched on earlier was just the number of clubs now who want to have a girls section is just exploding. Clearly lots of benefits all round, and it's the right thing to do. And it's just fantastic to see the amount of girls and women that are playing cricket.
It is fantastic. You talked about Hove and its history. In the current situation, let's call it one of flux or change, though who was it said change is constant? Bob Dylan. He not busy being born, etc. is busy dying. Yeah. Change is forever. But does a club like Sussex, a non-test match ground, does it have to work harder in some ways than a Lancashire, a Yorkshire, a Notts, a Surrey? Does it mean you have to pedal that much faster and do that much more to be competitive, really, I guess?
Yeah, I think we do. I think it's becoming a bigger challenge. There's undoubtedly, as the test grounds get bigger in terms of their capacities and their revenue generating potential through both the international game and the non-international game. They are very important venues to cricket. Without the test match venues, we don't have the revenue that then feeds the whole game, including the recreational game. And the investment that the test match grounds have put in over the last decade has been amazing. You look at the international match grounds were not in great shape probably 15 years ago, and they've all invested significantly in world-class facilities now at test match venues. So there is a balancing act, and there is one of the challenges I think for cricket is that the different business models are very varied between the 18 first-class counties. There's probably a bigger difference between the business turnover of the biggest first-class county and the smallest first-class county compared to, say, the Premier League in soccer and the Premiership in rugby. Where there is a difference. I'm not talking about. I'm not necessarily talking about absolute numbers, but just the difference between the top and the bottom. There's a big difference between the top of the football and the bottom of the Premiership, but it's not as wide, I don't think, as it is between the top of, say, the financial pyramid in cricket and the bottom of the financial pyramid.
I don't know. Have you seen Watford's results when they play Manchester City? I know what I do. And I'm at the Watford end of that.
Yeah, that's why you always have this debate, don't you? In all sports, and then you're into the debate about promotion and relegation. Is that the right thing? Rugby, again, I keep saying, is still having that debate 25 years on. It is more difficult, I think, and we have to try in different ways of trying to stay competitive on the field, and there are very different ways of doing that, and undoubtedly, Sussex's greatest successful period in the 2000s was based on homegrown players and a couple of outstanding overseas, and we've probably gone away from that a little bit over the last decade, and we're trying very hard to go back to that.
Pujara and Rizwan alongside the likes of Archie. I mean, there you go.
That's quite exciting. If you can get that balance right, it's not easy because it's competitive and everybody's trying to do the same. But we have taken a strategic decision. I know you mentioned that 5-year plan. We all try and look 3, 4, 5 years ahead. You as you say, you got to be a bit careful. You need to look at today and tomorrow. And it's in the current landscape, it's very difficult to look too far ahead, and particularly at the moment in cricket, because we need to know what the structure is. We need to know what the next TV deal is. We need to understand some longer term stability issues that help us plan. We're in danger of getting ourselves into a little bit of a void if we're not careful.
You talked a bit about the blast, and Sussex has always filled Hove for blast games by and large with a very excitable crowd. I can remember Luke Wright blasting runs left, right, and centre for many years for you. Given the sort of the more franchise focus of the 100, the potential restructuring of the game, many people I've spoken to feel that 2 very short form games is not sustainable if you want to continue to play longer form cricket, and if you want to play one day cricket, and if you want test players who won't break down injured or given the importance of the blast, I guess the best way to ask the question is, are you seeing benefits from the 100 in terms of interest in Sussex, and how much of a concern is a potential threat to the blast for you?
Too early probably to say about the 100 because we've only had one season of it. Obviously the first season it didn't happen. If I'm honest, my personal view is that I don't think it'll have a huge impact on Sussex and the blast. The Sussex blast product is very successful. People love supporting Sussex. They love coming down to Hove on a Thursday or Friday night. They have a great time. It's a great product. We have world-class players. And the second part of your question is that would be hugely damaging if we didn't have that. So I don't think there's a first-class county in the country would agree or accept any dilution of the blast. That's not what we're looking at. I think it's a much more difficult question. Probably the one you're going to ask next is, so what happens then? And that's the bit that we have to work through. The debate around 2 white ball competitions has raged ever since this new competition was mooted back in probably 2015, 2016. We've had 1 year of it. It was very successful for the women's game, hugely successful for the women's game. I think the jury is still out on the men's 100 in terms of what is the value of it to the game going forward. We have to debate that over the coming months, but you won't find a single first-class county that's going to give up on the blast. What we want is more red ball cricket in the summer, and my personal view is, and I think this is happening anyway, and I think it'll happen more and more as the game goes forward, the players will choose red ball or white ball, and I'm becoming personally more of a feeling that just let them choose. They'll choose through skills, they'll choose because of money, they'll choose because of their agents. We can't control that. You can't control the market, and it's a bit like the TV stuff, don't fight it, just let it happen. And let's play red ball through the 100. I would definitely play red ball through the middle of the summer, and if we're getting more and more to a point where most of the guys in the 100 are not playing much red ball cricket anyway. So just let them play red ball cricket, white ball cricket in the 100. We'll carry on playing county cricket because our members will probably come to Hove to watch a 4-day game anyway, rather than go to the 100. So I think we've got to think much more. We've got to think much more differently about this, and instead of trying to fit everything in, just play 2 separate competitions.
Well, you have actually rather preempted one of my next, and towards the nearer the last questions, timing wise. But I was going to ask you. People have drawn the connection between disappointing England Test results and the timing and structure of the county game. some shifts this year to get more, certainly into July, but you've still got a big gap in August. Do you think enough is being done yet this year to create more white ball cricket? The one thing I did notice in the first round of games is there were some very decent tracks and some very decent first inning scores. Whether that's a trend or just the fact that groundsmen have had more time to work on wickets, I don't know, but it felt a little bit more encouraging to me.
Yeah, look, it's a very interesting debate, and we could probably spend hours on it. The whole international failure versus the counties. It's the same in all sports. If the international team does well, it's all down to the international setup. If the international team fails, it's all the county's fault or the club's fault. Yeah. I've seen it in rugby, see it in football, and it's just rubbish. Absolute, and it's lazy. And the groundsmen get blamed, for England's performances in the Ashes. It's just absolute garbage. I'm really sorry. I get really annoyed about it. The groundsmen in this country are amazing. They work incredibly hard. We see it at Hove, and I see it across the whole country. And it's lazy.
Hello, and welcome
we are
back. I'm joined by. It was going to be the bear, but it isn't.
It is me substituting for the bear.
And Messy Jez.
Hello, welcome back, Jacob. And
Thank
Jason
you.
G. Hiscock.
And welcome to the last session of the day.
As Matty Potts turns at the top of his run, we'll jingle him up once he's bowled this ball. As he's into the awaiting, I think it's Daryl Mitchell, yes it is. In comes Potts, and that's flipped into the leg side straight away, and a Broad will run in, gather from a short mid on, and there will be no run. Let's jingle up Matthew Potts.
Yes, I shall jingle up Matthew Potts. 2 seconds. And there we go.
I've heard from Potts that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the attack.
In he comes again, and that is again a little too straight, and this time worked round the corner, kind of square, and I'll just get through for a single. So we've just had Daryl Mitchell on strike, and it'll bring Tom Blundell onto strike.
Up next is Tommy Blundell. Tommy Blundell. Up next is Tommy Blundell. Tommy Blundell.
As Blundell leaves alone from Potts outside the off stump. Jason, I left a gap for you there because I sensed you were waiting to jump in before the jingles. You then said absolutely nothing.
Well, to be fair, what I was going to say was, I've just noticed it. Does Matthew Potts have a sort of like a Morkel twirl at the beginning of his run-up? He does.
A twirl.
In he comes again. It's a sort of semi-U-turn, as that's a big drive from Blundell. Outside edge, past fourth slip. I think it's fourth slip, there's four in there. That was just 78 miles an hour from Matthew Potts. The big in outside edge, past the slips, and for one of these, third man boundary. An aggressive drive from Blundell, especially so soon after lunch. Are we going to see New Zealand try and up the run rate a little bit?
They've got all the time in the world. They have no need to, from my point of view.
In again, and that's shorter, and Blundell pulls hard. It will beat the diving man at mid-wicket, and that will go for a consecutive one of these. Not the best start from Matty Potts after lunch. An outside edge past the slip before, and then that one just too short. The diving Alex Lees had never had a chance. It was pulled firmly away to the boundary by Blundell, who moves on to 47.
Just cashing in on all the shots he didn't hit off Matt Parkinson before tee.
As in Potts for the final ball of this over, and that's just dropped down to his feet by Blundell. That's ended the 44th over, 137-4, leading by 128 on New Zealand. And I think it's Jason on socials, isn't it?
It's
me.
It's
Oh, it's
Jez. But
Jez.
before we go to Jez, just a very quick piece of announcements. Thank you very much to Matthew Alston for his Patreon donation, and also to Ben Adams for his one-off PayPal donation during the tea
Brilliant.
break. Jez.
That's fantastic. It just makes us feel loved, apart from anything else. So during the tea break, we tried to have Annie and Dave Brooke on, but unfortunately the Wi-Fi from Lords was not good. But what we did see was KP on the Sky coverage. And I tweeted that the sight of KP on Sky Cricket makes my blood boil on Annie's behalf, and I can't believe anyone actually goes to Sky because he's there. And Jeff Perkins immediately came up with a jingle to the tune of Starman, saying there's a fuckwit broadcasting on Sky. Nobody wants him there. Everybody asks why. Oh, give us some more Annie. Give us some more Annie and less of that KP guy. Thank you, Jeff. I think we'd all endorse that.
Thanks very much, Jeff. And the Parkinson experiment is over. And headband on, here he goes. This man's into the attack.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the
Ian
best
hoping to sweep
headband
the leg
around.
now. And that's defended by Mitchell out into the offside. No run.
Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thin now.
So, Matt Parkinson is an England Test cricketer. He had 6 overs, and now he's done after tea. No doubt we'll see him a bit later if this innings extends on, but Stuart Broad, with figures of 121 from his 12 overs, is back into the attack. Bit of harsh luck, he's bowled some beauties and not got the rewards, but he did get the 1 wicket. Devon Conway, as Mitchell clips that into the leg side, gets through for a single. There are 2 men out deep on the leg side. There's a deep square leg and a deep fine leg, who's relatively square for a fine leg actually, so there are 2 men out there on the hook.
We're there for Broad the Enforcer again. It didn't work well for the last 15 years.
No, but occasionally.
Oh, well,
Broad's been banging in.
eventually, Jason, eventually.
We saw the other day Potts got a couple. I think he got someone out hooking, didn't he? And then Anderson got one. Someone
No, Potts received it when hooking.
As that keeps a bit low and Blundell settles in on it, drops it down to his feet. No run as it trickles out into the offside. As we see a replay of some of Broad's bowling earlier. A lot of this is on a very good line, but it's being left well. And that's what I was talking about. A lot of batsmen would play at some of this stuff, but he's been leaving well, Blundell. As he faces up now, again to Broad. Tapping his bat, wafting it behind him. In comes Broad. And that's driven, check drive out into the offside, but firmly hit, but not firmly enough, as it will be chased back by Alex Lees, and they'll just get through for a single. Blundell moves to 48 and edges towards what would be the first half century in this match.
Wow.
And after a slow start, Blundell has caught up quite a lot with Darryl Mitchell. In fact, he's gone just ahead of him now, and he's probably favoured to get to 51st. Although off roughly the same amount of balls faced for both players, 80 versus 84.
As in, Mitchell goes Broad, who defends forward. Well, Mitchell defends forward, and Broad regathers off his own bowling for no run. 1 more ball left in this over, and then we'll be back to your tweets with messages, should there be any.
There are indeed, lots.
Sometimes gets a bit quiet just before and after a break, but people are getting him in. As in comes Broad for the final ball of the over. That's driven slightly on the up by Mitch, but will only get out to, again, Alex Lees at short cover. And no run. Leaders 130, New Zealand 139 for 4. Betty Jazz.
Unfiltered Parks tells us he has been caught up in what I can only refer to as a Jubilee twist. He says, bollocks, short notice invite to family barbecue and everyone else has said yes, which means I have to. Buggeration. Bloody group messages. Yeah, I know that feeling. You just left like a shag on a rock, aren't you? And Mrs. Luigi Magpie came up with the excellent idea of a playlist of sort of biggest Guerrilla cricket hits. I suggested we look at the Discord channel to have suggestions on that, and she said, yeah, maybe a para in this maximum to raise it as well. I think, as time goes on, we're going to get more and more really good stuff for our patrons using the Discord channel and this maximum, so it's great.
As Blundell punches the ball from Potts out into the offside on the back foot, diving stop from the fielder at short cover will mean there is no run.
I have to rely entirely on your guidance on the call because my feed is woefully behind yours, so your voice is my guide.
I shall guide you, Jez, through this land that's left alone by Blundell outside the off stump. I had a moment earlier where my feed got slightly behind when I was on ball by ball, and I knew I was about to call a wicket because I heard from the studio a quick "Hey!" just about 3 seconds before the ball was bowled, and I went, "Oh, this could get interesting. Better pay attention." As we see Stokes prowling the outfield as Potts in, left alone again, a bit too wide. Potts. Stokes didn't look the happiest just then. Game drifting a little bit.
Well, it's going away from England, I think. This partnership is about 70, 80 now, and looking to put the game out of England's easy reach,
which would put it out of England's reach. As Potts is in, and that's defended nicely by Blundell, who will have no run. I don't think there's any danger of the scenario we saw last year, where if England have set a kind of competitive declaration, that Stokes will turn it down. But I don't think New Zealand will be as sporting. They'll probably definitely try and put the game to the sword, because World Test Championship points are at stake, and also there's always the danger of the collapse, as that's beaten the outside edge of Blundell. He feathered at it, he had a little look, and just poked his bat out at it. Nice bowling from Potts, but still a little wide, and it's beaten his outside edge fairly comfortably. But yeah, even if England do get a bit of a backbone and go for whatever declaration could be set, there's always the danger that they'll be all out for 110.
And they still have the first innings highest score to come in next at the fall of a wicket.
As that's off the leg, I think, of Blundell. There's a muted appeal from behind the stumps. If it is leg byes, it was always going down, so no danger of the wicket there. We haven't seen the umpire's signal yet. I think that's been given as leg byes, because there has been no addition to the tally of Blundell's score. Yes, it's leg byes. Well, going well down, and that's the end of the 46th over, with New Zealand 140 for 4. Messi Jez.
So, Ravi has been sharing with us some existential angst he's been having in relation to whether he can donate or not donate to Guerrilla without... you can listen to Guerrilla without paying. I'd make it clear that we're not trying to guilt anybody into paying, but if you're in a position to assist us and have enjoyed what we have offered, it would be great if you could assist us. But we don't want to fucking drive anybody away through shame. Please don't think that.
Defend off Broad. Split leg off the back foot, no run. We're definitely not trying to guilt anyone into paying, but if you don't, you're a terrible person, we hate it. So, give us your money, please. No, I'm only joking. I mean, I don't subscribe to the Patreon, and I'm on the damn thing, so you know. I probably should do that. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. Okay.
Now I have guilt. Now I have existential guilt. Rubbing here, it's catching as Blundell drops forward in defence to Broad. No run. Yeah, it's contagious, that existential guilt.
You weren't brought up a Catholic, were you?
Jewish, so similar.
Oh yeah, same issue here.
Same deal, really.
Same guilt, different religion.
Yeah. As we see Matthew Potch in residence at Fine Leg, as he will be, presumably for time immemorial and henceforth. From now on, as Broad is in and defended by Blundell again, he's came out. So just before tea, he started swinging. Then he came out and played some extravagant shots, and now he started to defend again. It's a mixed strategy from Tom Blundell or Blundell or whatever you want to call him.
Good, it's working. This is easily the biggest partnership of the match so far, isn't it?
Very much so. I think the highest one beforehand was partnership.
Partnership, wasn't it?
Yeah, it would be from about 58 runs, wasn't it? As that's again defended into the offside for no run. Highest New Zealand partnership was, I think, the 9th wicket partnership for about 30 odd. But I may be wrong on that. Almost always am.
Might be the 8th, Southey and de Grandhomme.
Ah, I was close. As we see Johnny Bairstow, which is almost ludicrously large, young luck. It's almost ludicrously large head. As in is Broad, and that's again defended by Blundell, who's gone right back into his shell, and no run will be had. One more.
Slight grimace there from Blundell. I don't know whether he's just jarred something in sort of that defensive shot. But he's as the ball's bowled away, he's just sort of had a little bit of a groan, if we could hear the audio.
I think it hit the toe of the bat and may have just shaken the old top hand up a little bit. As Broad in again. Oh, that's almost got through the gap. There's an appeal. I think it's inside edge onto pad, but it's almost gone straight through the gate off the inside edge and onto the stumps. Lucky there for Blundell. No run, end of the over. New Zealand 140 for 4 still. I think that was a maiden over from Stuart Broad.
I think it was. Dave Sarasara says, drink every time KP says leave positively or bat outside your crease. I can only assume the Sky producers are working on a way to cut its audio whenever he uses any words beginning with P. Well, his audio is permanently cut from me, so I don't have to drink because I just look at him and get angry. Peter Ward says, things to expect to hear on Guerrilla Cricket without context, number 102, like a shag on a rock.
There's a few words beginning with P I could think of to describe KP, and none of them are Peterson.
No. Anna Forthus says, morning all. It's on with those grim, warm and sticky but raining days in Vancouver. Who do we need to pay off for some bloody wickets?
As Mitchell defends, and there will be no bloody wicket in this case, as Mitchell defends into the onside. A pretty straight, good length ball from Matthew Potts, who's returning for his 13th over of the second innings. I believe third of his spell or fourth. As that's slightly inside edgy from Mitchell. He aimed a straight drive at it, got more of the inside half of the bat, and it's squirted out square on the leg side. They'll get through for 2, bringing Mitchell to 47. The race is on now between Mitchell and Blundell to get to the first 50 of the test match. Which one of them, if either, can do it? Well, Matthew Fox will be trying to prevent them valiantly and with great malice as he charges in, and that's all. it's off, I think, the glove of Mitchell. He played, he left, and then I think it's ricocheted off his glove, short of Johnny Bairstow diving at third or fourth slip. I couldn't quite see how many it was. I'll see the replay in a moment, but it's taken his glove, I think. We'll have to have a look. I've got a delay on my TV feed, so I can tell you now. He tries to leave it. It's gone off the bottom of his bat, actually, and gone straight down, and Bairstow's cut it off well with a nice dive, as in comes Potts again, and that's fronted back towards him, straight into the ground, bounces over his head. He almost gets a fingertip on it, and Broad runs round behind him to collect. So no run there for Daryl Mitchell, who remains on 47 with 2 balls left to kiss the 48th over.
It's interesting that the shot just showed considerable wind on the flags and the trees at Lord's, and yet on the pitch and amongst the crowd there's no indication of a breeze at all.
Has that taken the outside edge? Possibly beaten or taken the outside edge of Mitchell's bat. I think he might have just edged that straight down. And
regardless of that, it's been expertly kneed away by Ben Folkes in trying to collect the ball, and it's afforded the team a chance to get an easy single.
I'm not sure if that took the edge, but it fell well short of Folkes. He's snatched at it a little bit from his knees. It's gone past the slips, and as you say, Jason, they've taken a single. It's been given as buys, so no edge there.
No.
As in comes Potts again, and a waft at that from Blundell. Hand coming off the bat, and the bat doing a big round motion. An injudicious shot, I think you'd say, from injudicious shot from Tom Blundell. A sloppy shot, and lucky he didn't get an edge on that, as folks collect it in those rather fetching black wicket-keeping gloves.
So Dr. Leonie Hicks is with us. She says, "Afternoon all. Those dulcet tones of messages. Nice to hear you through the ether. Today I'm knitting a blanket." Dulcet's such a nice word. I've never really associated with my own voice, Leonie, but thank you for that. It's good to have you with us. I noticed the bounce on that ball that the folks end up kneeing was very low. There seems to be an increasing inconsistency in the bounce at the moment on this pitch.
I think it's these batch of Duke's balls that get soft very quickly. I think we're right in the sweet spot of the ball going soft and just not going through the wicket anymore.
As we see Neil Wagner on as the drinks boy from New Zealand, looking rather cool in a pair of. He looks like he's been on holiday. He's quite tan. Got a pair of big
trademark shades on.
Yeah, looking quite cool. He'll be, no doubt, especially as you say, with the ball going a bit soft, I think he'll be happy he's not having to bend his back and trying to bounce people out on this fairly placid pitch. There's lateral movement, but not so much kind of sharp bounce as that. 2 straight roll into the leg side from Mitchell. I think they will get through for 2. Yes, they will. And Mitchell is almost at the finish line. He's on 49 and on strike with 5 balls left in the over. He just needs the single, and Tom Blundell will have lost the race. Excuse me, I sneeze. I think I managed to get my microphone out of the way, but if you've been deafened, you may be entitled to some compensation.
It's not the end of the race, it's just the halfway point.
In this match, I think it's pretty much the end of the race. As Broad turns at the top of his mark, in he comes Mitchell, who nods and smiles. That's a short ball. We were just talking about Neil Wagner, in fact, and Mitchell barely has to duck his head, actually, to keep under that one. It did bounce, barely, as it comes down to do some gardening in the middle of the cut strip.
It may be a short ball, but it certainly wasn't as well directed as Wagner would have done. He's expert at getting it just in that nasty place, just under the armpit, where you can't really play a proper shot at it. That anything you do play has to eventually go up rather than down into the ground.
As in comes Broad to Mitchell. That was shorter again, and again Mitchell doesn't have to do much ducking. He just kind of lifts his hands, drops them again, and bows his head to get out of the way. I think there was a little bit of swing after the bounce, a little bit of wobble on that ball. It looked like it was going well down the leg side, and it straightened up a touch off the pitch, as we see Ollie Pope chatting to some of the England backroom staff on the boundary. Oh, yeah, don't put him outside off stump. I never thought about that. Oh, wasn't that wonderful? Maybe I'll try that next innings. That's what I assume they're saying. As Mitchell on 49, wafting his bat out to the side towards Gully as ball is in, and that's poked into the leg side fairly straight by Mitchell with a short mid-on, and there will be no run. Interesting field there. I think there's a sort of a short mid-wicket / mid-on, and also a mid-on.
Yeah, well, that's what you have to do when you're going to attack the stumps, which is what Broad, I think, is now trying to do. You've got to get somebody sort of in on the leg side to stop the singles from the angle that he's coming from, slightly wide of the stumps. As he's in again, and that's on the offside. Oh, indecision from Daryl Mitchell. He's run halfway down the pitch, turned around, and there's been a direct hit from the man at point. Mitchell doesn't look too bothered. He's hammering the stumps back in, but Ben Stokes is high-fiving. There will be an umpire review for a run-out, and we'll have a look here, because Mitchell went yes, no, turned around. It's Alex Lees, I think, and he's safe by a good few inches. It's still a great piece of fielding, because he's had one and a half stumps perhaps to aim at, and he's hit it dead-eye Dick on the first attempt.
A very good throw from Alex Lees, and that was clearly something England have worked on, as well as their slip catching. Those were two big criticisms of them in the field. The fact that, remember that series against India, there were about 7 or 8 in one test match missed run-outs. As that jags back and hits Mitchell on the hip to end the 49th over. Yeah, last year against India, in one test match, Ajinkya Rahane was determined to run himself out, and England just refused to oblige it by failing to hit the stumps over and over and over. They've been hitting them pretty regularly today. Messi Jez, social.
Yeah, Anna Forsyth is with us, and she says, I can't believe I'm listening to a pro-Black Wiki Gloves broadcast.
You can
and over on YouTube there's a bit of fun and games, although there's also a bot there which is a pain in the ass. But apart from anything else, we have Baby Shaker saying good morning from Mexico. Thanks for the commentary, guys. Vamonos, New Zealand.
As Potts is in and beating the outside edge of Blundell, who draws his bat back inside the line, and Folk looked exasperated. He takes it at sort of hip height. As we have a look at some of the low bounce that Messi Jones was talking about, and Jason, there is some inconsistent bounce, there is some low bounce, and we're seeing New Zealanders struggle with that a little bit, but not so much Blundell and Mitchell, who are both on the way, it would seem, to half centuries, unless Potts has something to say about it, as that's defended by Blundell into the offside for no run, a short cover to left. And bowling well has Matthew Potts on debut, been enjoying Lords. Some people struggle, especially, Test debut there. He's not bowled much at Lords before. People struggle with the slope. He's been enjoying it. He's been extracting good movement from the pitch. As in he comes again, and that's straighter and played into the leg side by Blundell, short mid-wicket. No run. It's been a pleasant debut for Matthew Potts.
Well, he's certainly getting through some work now. I mean, he didn't have much work to do in the first innings, but he's certainly getting a proper workout now. He's bowled 13 and a half overs. With good economy, 2 for 37 off that.
Broads had 15, Anderson 11. Stokes, I think, is using himself sparingly, especially after injury woes recently. Parkinson's just had the 6 overs as Potts is in, and that's a big drive by Blundell, and he will beat Daryl Mitchell to 50 as it goes for 4, and Tom Blundell has played beautifully for the first half century of this match.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
50, 50, 50, pretty nifty on a bowler's pitch.
That jingle is very appropriate as it has been a bowler's pitch, but Tom Blundell has brought up his 5th Test 50 in just 18 matches with 200s. He is in good touch in this innings at least, playing very, very nicely and has been patient. 52 off 101 deliveries as in comes Potts, defended again by Blundell. Just the 6 overs for Parkinson. I'm sure we'll see him again soon, as we are due a change at the end of
the
this
bear
over.
has just disappeared into the woods. I suggest that if he doesn't come out in about 10 seconds, we'll have to do another over. Oh, he's here. So I think it's switcheroo time.
Is that the end of the over?
Yeah.
No, I think there's one more
to come.
There's one more ball, and then we will have a switch. As in comes Potts. That's left alone by Blundell very nicely. He's played well for his 50. And now I leave you with, I believe it should be Bear, Al Hotchkiss and Ajit.
And we're up to date on tweets, Al.
Thank you, Jez.
Hello all, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Ajit. How are you, mate?
Good afternoon, Ajit.
I'm doing good. Hope it's a wonderful, nice and sunny afternoon. It is here, it's 21 degrees, which is this week.
It's about that this week. It's about that here. It's a bit cloudy in South London, sunnier in North London.
Fair enough.
They're getting
What's
away.
happening, Bear?
Well, they're getting away, aren't they? We've had all that excitement
Yeah.
in the first 4 sessions of the game, and they put a partnership together.
I won't yet say they've gotten away with it. So my thought process
Getting
is
away
that
with it. We definitely need a wicket pretty much now. As Mitchell ducks underneath one from Broad.
So-
and there's no run.
this partnership has gone to 93 in just 27 overs. This is a regular test match cricket if you were to forget the context of the game completely.
Yeah, this will be handy. And
Absolutely.
good and normal stuff. That's what I mean. England really cocked it up yesterday.
Yes.
Some awful shots in the middle order, and just let them get away with it. Really, I've got to say, Al, that's your garden. I could take it out your back window. You're looking very, summery. As that's defended up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, I've had to change where I normally sit. I've been mother-in-law sitting today while we've been doing this. So I'm in our conservatory. So
flowers over your shoulder.
Yeah, it's
very nice.
It's what you couldn't get a lovelier spot to watch a game of cricket.
Well, there you go. So good. Right, Broad comes in, third ball of the over. Bowling to Daryl Mitchell, who lets that through to the keeper, no run. He only needs one more run to get to 50. And,
Surprisingly, Blundell overtook him. Though I must say Mitchell was the earlier aggressor, and looks like Blundell has gotten to play more deliveries than him.
Yeah, they've gone in and out. They've at the beginning of sessions, or if a wicket falls or something, they kind of get aggressive, try and get back on top of the bowlers, and then once they feel settled, they quieten it all down again. It's not a bad way to play if you can do it.
Not at all. I mean, look, Broad has been very, very parsimonious, if anything, and everybody else, I think they've gone at regular test rates, more or less.
Yeah, but he strays onto leg side there. There's 2 men out on the leg side. Is that Ollie Pope, I think? Fields that, deep square leg. That'll be a single. And that's a 50 for Daryl Mitchell. So he gets to play another jingle. Let's just pick one, this one.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos. Quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Lucky or lucky inducing reverie. These are a few types of half century.
Broad comes in, and that's left alone by Blundell through to the keeper, and there's no run. I do think the ball's gone a little soft. Certainly.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, they've gotten the old school way, where we'll blunt it for 20 overs instead of just 8 or 6, right?
Oh, exactly.
And they have lost 4 wickets doing that, but these two seem to have set up camp beautifully. And look, even a lead of 200 would not necessarily really panic England because
Well, it shouldn't do, but it should. Well, it shouldn't do, Ajit. But this is England for crying out loud. What are you on about? 200. That's miles away. And the problem with England is that they might well put on a stand of 90 and then just collapse for 40. You know, it's ridiculous. It's just the way England are at the moment. That's defended by Van. Again, that kept it a little bit low. I mean, the one thing about softball is it might keep low, but if it's consistently low, you don't get beaten by that either. I think they'll be looking to try and get some sort of ball change. But they'll have to go out of shape. They're not going to change it for softness. Who's on social?
That would be me.
Ah.
So, Farong, do I detect the bear with a slight case of squeaky bum syndrome? That's just the way you walk. And you can tell by the way you... on YouTube, Ric Flair seems to think that you growl at every run New Zealand make. Baby Shaker says good morning from Mexico, thanks for the commentary. Vamonos, New Zealand. And Steve Allen says it's not going well for the new look England, but it's only the first test.
I know it's only the first test, but I mean, if you get yourself in the position that England did yesterday, you've really got to make it count.
Yeah,
and it's just poor cricket not to.
Yeah,
and to having got them out for 137 to end up with an 8-run lead is criminal.
Yes.
Absolutely. Well, you cannot countenance that. This is where I would like to say some innings by like a Pujara-like innings, for the lack of a better description, 13 of 100 balls.
Yeah, just dead on the ball. Precisely that. Yeah. Because look, now it looks really quite easy to bat because the ball is 40, 50 overs old, and you got 30 overs till the new ball. You make hay, man. You might struggle for 20, and then it's not easy for another 15. But after that, you've had time in the middle. The bowlers are getting tired, the ball's getting older, and you make it count on your side.
Absolutely. I mean, there was a bit of a small committee meeting before a certain old grumpy seamer has been brought back. Who's the seamer?
Wow, the seamer is...
He's old
this
and
man.
He's grumpy.
St. Jimmy's coming down across the alleyway, up on the boulevard like it's a gun on parade. Lights up the silhouette, he's just a
And his first ball is just defended. Andrew offside and there's no run. St. Jimmy. He's looking a bit old.
Nah, but he's supremely fit for a 40-year-old. And, he's also the most wicket-taking fast bowler there ever was.
Yeah, so. This is very true. But it is interesting that Stokes has used Potts more, considering the experience that Jimmy has in his second innings. And Broad's got a fair few overs as well, as that's left alone by Mitchell outside his off stump. There's no run. 50 of 99 deliveries and 52 of 105. So, yeah, I mean, they're going on at 3 and over.
Mm-hmm. And look, you have a couple of dashers to come, right? So, in fact, 3. You can call them 3 because Colin de Grandhomme was the highest scorer in New Zealand's first innings. And you have Saudi who did what he must do at quick fire 26.
Saudi likes giving it a big swing. You can get nothing or a fair bit out of him. Left alone outside the off stump, there's no running. And, Jameson's a proper all-rounder. He can bat.
He can bat time. Exactly. So, that gives them a lot of possibilities. It could well be in half an hour session and 4 wickets lost, but I'm thinking from where they have set themselves up, they would be disappointed if they didn't get a lead of 250 from here, right? And in this over, it must be said, Anderson looked a bit flat so far. I mean, I don't see anything, the ball not doing much, and
the ball definitely hasn't done as much, even when it was new in this innings, as that one's just defended out to the offside. There's no run. Stokes field, so I get a single. It definitely, England were in all sorts of trouble this morning. They were kind of, I think Tone thought they weren't going to get a lead. I was confident they'd get a lead. I didn't think it'd be much. I was hopeful that if Broad could have actually stayed out there a bit longer, he might have got 20 or 30, and then you got 30 out of someone like Folkes at the other end. You could have had a lead of 40 or 50, which could have made all the difference. But even then, now, 140 for 4, that wouldn't have made that much difference. They'd be 100 for 4, still looking at 200 lead, or possibly more, so with the lineup they've got. That's left alone outside the off stump. There's no run. I mean, they're a good side. New Zealand,
right?
Been caught cold. Had a pretty poor game against a bunch of county pros. but that'll certainly get some of the cobwebs out.
Now that's a different level, right? To face Anderson and Broad on the first morning, compared
Well,
to no matter how many county pros you may face.
Exactly,
with all due
exactly. But then you get into the game, you pulled yourself back in. Your bowlers got in. I mean, Trent Bolt and Southey, if that's left alone through to the keeper, and there's no run. I mean, something to be said. Come back from the IPL is you bowl in a test match and you suddenly think, oh well, I'm not going to go for 9 and over here. If I bowl a decent 9 and length, someone's not going to try and smear me over cow corner. Because it's not the way test matches work. And so they have been bowling in short bursts, so they know what they're doing, and they bowled exceptionally well, and this is it. It's a battle of the bowlers, and England, when they do bat second, they've got to make sure that they get that ball to 40 overs and haven't lost too many wickets themselves, and then we could have a quite close game. It depends where it goes from here.
I was really happy with what one of the openers, the English openers who likes to dig in, right?
Alex Lee.
Lace.
Yeah,
he should have carried on in theory.
Well, that's the thing.
Double that.
He's had a pretty low-key start. He's done no better than anyone else, but he looks like he can hang about. But then so many have and still not scored any runs. As that is defended out just behind square by Blundell. He'll get it past Gully. They'll come back for 2. It's good running as Folks tries to throw it to the bowler's end, but Mitchell was back down there as well. So
tight too, considering they started off.
Well, exactly. Then, they can start to push on now. They're in a good position. New Zealand are on top, I'd say now.
Yeah, I mean close to on top. If they were to get to 200 lead with not a lot more wickets lost, I think they would be. I mean, look, in any game, chasing more than 200 in the 4th innings is going to be tough.
Yeah.
These are special circumstances, but the moment you cross 250 and then close to 300, that much better your chances get of pulling the opposition out as well.
Well, exactly. And not only that, I mean, what a one thing you could say, if England did have to bat tomorrow, it'd still only be a 3rd day pitch and only just over, potentially only just over 2 days. That was clipped out to square level. Ollie Pope is there, and there's no run.
I dare say he missed out on a juicy ball, length ball on his leg, and he went drifting down. He could have done better with that, but that's okay.
Well,
I think, look,
he timed
that's
it
the
nicely,
point.
Straight to field.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's what I meant. I mean, in this situation, they wouldn't look to do anything more adventurous. Just they also need to remember, let us bat until after lunch tomorrow or more.
Well,
right?
exactly. There's 3 days left after today, and there's still a whole session here, and they're going to go till 6:30. There's no way they're going to get the overs in before then. And they lost 2 between the innings. Ooh, now that beats the mat, but it's too high and it's going down leg as half appeal. It's hit the thigh pad of Blundell, probably out, maybe only just outside the line of leg stump there. He was standing in the crease.
If Broad didn't appeal, there was no hope in hell of that hitting the wicket. I think.
Well, he kind of half appealed, but a half appeal is no good. Wagner is coming out again with something. I think Blundell's in a bit of trouble. I don't know if it's cramp or he smashed his bat into his foot at the same time as playing that previous shot in the last couple of balls ago.
He seemed to be walking around a bit gingerly. Let's see what that means.
Broad in, and he's the keeper as well. So that's clipped nicely though below Blundell. 2 leg side. Clip square out to the deep square leg boundary. No one is out there this over, and it's gone for 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
A lot of bottom hand whip in that.
Yeah,
area for a little while, but I presume no one was that square.
Strange that with the bat with the ball this soft, that there's no cover out there.
Well,
I think they brought him up.
Yeah.
Strangle the run.
Well, someone like this is you got to convince someone up Broad to have someone out deep mid wicket, and I doubt he wants to have. I think he'd much rather have a slip, and he's got 3 of them. So that's defended out to mid wicket, and there's no run.
He has a ring on either side of the batter on the off 3 and leg 3, and that's all right in a test match, right? Because you're then asking the batter to try and do something else. This ball was hit in the air. That was okay. On another time when the ball is slightly faster onto the bat or maybe slower, you would end up chipping that straight to one of those fielders on the leg. It's not a bad way to get a wicket or buy a wicket at all.
It's a bad ball gets hit for 4, and that was a pretty bad ball. That's better, straighter. That's on off stump. It's driven, but out to extra cover. I think it's Potts, and there's no run. There's Wagner, and I don't know who the other guy is. Come out.
Looks like the physio of the New Zealand team.
Okay, Wagner's holding a glass of water. He's got a bag, gloves, everything in there.
Wonder if he's got like a wet paper towel there, like we used to get given when we, is that how it used to be when you were at
wet
school?
paper towel? You'd be lucky if you have a wet paper towel, mate. A couple of words of kindness, that'd be about it.
Well, while they're doing that, Jay Solanke has a theory about Jimmy Anderson's longevity. Maybe Jimmy hates his wife and children, so he just wants to play test matches. Just a guess. I think he still likes the idea of playing rather than the idea of not wanting to be in and around his kids. Let's have a look on Twitter. Dr. Soothsayer, listening to GC commentary is great. Thank you very much for that, Dr. Soothsayer. Let me have a look here. We've talked about the bear with the thumb syndrome. Matt Searle, as Jimmy returns to the attack, I've got a picture. I've just got round to putting up my signed 2003 World Cup squad with him the only player still going from 2003.
What that boundary in the last over from Blundell did was also bring up the 100-run partnership between these two. Very well earned one, 30 overs and a ball. Perfectly test match rate and perfectly test match way of playing as well.
Exactly, and 156 and 4, it's not a bad position at all. Jimmy is going to continue, not played at by Mitchell as it goes past him and through to Folks.
Just to address the point you made, right? The lead on any pitch is only, for me, can only be measured by the number of wickets you are able to take off the opposition before the lead is eclipsed. So for me, they took a wicket. Even in those 9 runs, they actually made it count when they took the first New Zealand wicket. And I dare say, they had New Zealand on the match. This partnership has done a whole lot because 4 for 56, it could have been a target of 100.
Yeah, exactly. It could have been. That just jabbed at by Mitchell. Shorter ball by Jimmy, put it into the pitch a little bit, and Darryl Mitchell was drawn into a shot, prodded at it, just beat the outside edge, taken by Folks. But again, we've beaten the outside edge a fair bit, just not taken.
Well, the other thing I noticed, the lead is snooker maximum 147, and what I also see is that the balls are mostly shaping out from both these bowlers. What they're trying to bring back in is becoming cannon fodder. It's coming onto the stumps, even the leg stump.
Yeah, a little bit, as that's defended up to mid-off and there's no run. Stokes was bringing it back a lot earlier, but he was bringing every ball back and it got quite predictable. And if you bowl full and then swing into the pads, if a batsman gets in the groove, they all get clipped nice and sweetly out to the mid-wicket boundary,
One other thing I noticed, Bear, is the efficacy of the fourth bowler for England, right? Both Stokes and Parkinson have gone for more than, let's say, between them 4.5 and over. That can be a problem.
Yeah, if that's left alone outside the off stump, there's no one. I think Stokes might be wise to give himself a go here, though. I mean, Stokes has never been. He bowls some immaculate spells, and he bowls some spells where he gets spanked. He tries stuff, and you've got to appreciate that about Stokes. So he is going for what he's going. He can come on the next spell and have one of those spells and take 4 for next to nothing in no time at all with a bunch of in-swingers. Because the thing is, if you can get a wicket here now, New Zealand won't think they're all free. They might slow up again. It then gives opportunities back to England. That's why it's so important to get that wicket, as one often brings 2, as that's just defended out square on the offside and there's no run.
Just a technical point. I just saw Darryl Mitchell's stance there. He stands so much inside the crease even while facing up to these 2 faster men, and there is no pre-movement. There is no trigger movement at all from him. That's a very interesting way. I wonder if it's also saying something about the pace in which the ball is coming off the pitch.
Yeah. Giving himself as much time as possible, and it's easy to play off the pitch as that's just knocked out. It's a mid-wicket on the leg side, end the over. Darryl Mitchell, no run. And we'll go back to Al, if there's anything there.
Neymar Butlands wants to thank us for distracting me from the irritating people who are in this room talking to me right now. I hope you haven't got us on public broadcast, Neymar, otherwise that would be a little bit awkward. Karan, If the Black Caps continue on at this rate and barring the loss of wickets, the lead should be 200-220 by stumps. Lead by 300, then consider a declaration perhaps. With bleak weather forecast from Sunday and into Monday, how much time should New Zealand consider to bowl England out? How much time do you think they'll need?
Even with rain, I think they'll get enough play over 3 days to bowl England now. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, the problem with England, and whilst I agree with everything, a lot of what you say, Ajit, psychology comes a lot into cricket, and scores that should be chased by England are increasingly becoming harder, just because the self-belief isn't there, and a lot of the time it's because everyone collapses in a heap, and you can see it in the psychology of the side. This is why, to a certain degree, this big reset, it's team psychology, and I don't know, even if you throw a couple of newbies in there, A, they're going to be nervous, and B, as soon as the rest of the team gets everything that it normally gets, it just infects the newbies anyway very quickly. They've got to change it around in their own head. They've got to believe that they can not get. I mean, the thing is, they get themselves out. It's not that they've gone out a lot of the time by really good balls necessarily. It's like most cricketers, they get themselves out with bad shots, but they don't get any runs before they play the bad shots. And generally, you play less bad shots when you spend more time at a crease, especially if you're a decent batsman. And so a lot of it comes down to team psychology, individual psychology. And it's a hard thing to break.
Well, I think the call you made is coming to fruition.
Well,
but
there you go. I'll give him a jingle after his first ball, which he comes in. It's bowling to Blundell, who pulls and completely mistimes it, and it just trundles out to wide mid-on, and there is no run. The new bowler is this man, the skipper.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
The point you made about team psychology, it's trying to identify who the people with disproportionate influence are.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's why it's not bad to have a change of skipper, change of management, as Crawley plays that out to deep square leg and there's no run. I mean, having a change of skipper and a change of manager allows someone else to stop taking the blame, someone else to go, look, this is our first game, and genuinely it is your first game as skipper. We're trying something new with a new manager. Okay, it didn't go well today, but this is what we're trying to do. It's all that trad crap about positives and that we hear on the TV and slate all the time. As Stokes bowls another short one into the pitch, and there's no run, but there is a certain amount of validation with that when you change the back.
One small change to what you're saying, I'm sorry to interrupt, is that they took a single, the strikes turned over, and now it's Mitchell's.
Sorry. Well, when they pulled it out to deep square leg, of course they did.
Yeah. The other thing is, look, there are 3 fielders, 2 behind square and 1 in front of square. And on this pitch, does it warrant this sort of an approach, do you think, there?
Well, they got a couple of wickets in the first innings. That's mistimed again out to deep. Well, it was going out towards deep mid-wicket. It didn't get out towards deep mid-wicket. They didn't end up running a single in the end. He must have toe-ended that one too. Maybe the pitch is so slow, they threw the shots too early. Or
no, I think he hit the square leg.
I was going to say, he must have hit Pope there. He pulled it into the ground. Yeah, it bounced off Pope.
Whoa.
Ooh, and that's quite
hit him in the face thanks to his helmet. He's safe.
Yeah, it came off the cage on his helmet, it looks like. Smiles all around. He's not hurt.
Got to be mildly terrifying, though.
Stokes again tries to pull. Now that is mistimed. No, it's just gone over Broad's head. He's very close in at a wide, short mid-wicket. Presumably the bowler wanted him, Stokes wanted him there. He has mishit it completely, and it's just about creeped over Broad's head. And I think maybe he totally mistimed that.
Absolutely. No, what does one know? It worked. The approach nearly worked.
Yeah,
what does
one know? Yeah, exactly. What I was going to say, they did get a few wickets in the first. I mean, the ball was harder and it was coming onto the bat, but they did seem to get surprised and were pretty poor on the pull. There were 2
also
good
field placement.
Yeah,
because they brought the mid-wicket in.
Presumably there'll be one that's reasonably full. I mean, most of the time it's not getting up. There's 3 out there in the deep, as it's said. Pulled by Blundell out to deep mid-wicket. Ends the over. He'll retain the strike. He gets 1 run. Well, you say that, but I mean, very famously when Sharma got 7 for at Lords,
Right.
2014. England were just, hypnotised by playing a pull shot, even though they had 3 guys out and the fucking deep. And he got 7 wickets in no time at all and ended the game. It can be done.
The lead is 150 now for New Zealand, but I think you're onto something. I think Ben Stokes will continue this line of attack. He makes some things happen. Meanwhile, Mr. Al, are there any?
Need to open an end.
Madam Mohan Sharma, I feel that New Zealand will score more than 250 and we will enjoy a fighting chase from England. The pitch is easing and Root Bairstow Stokes will show their ability.
Well, I'm hoping so, because that's defended in the onside, out to Broad and there's no run. I mean, my point about psychology comes into this though, doesn't it? I mean, if Root doesn't hang about and it starts looking like a minefield, England, there will be no change. I think England will collapse in a heap and lose their last 6 wickets for 10 runs or something stupid.
I would not write Stokes off. I would not write the middle order.
No.
Yeah.
With regards to psychology, Paul Stevenson says hello from Brazil and wants Joe Root on as a wicket-taking bowler.
Why not?
That's through to the keeper and there's no run. If Stokes does that, that's the end of Parkinson's career.
Well, come on, he's playing his first test. Give the guy a chance. He's a leg break bowler. And I was just thinking, the way Anderson is going here, he seemed mostly pretty anodyne. I mean, 3 or 4 balls in an over, they have been able to comfortably let go. And only 1 or 2, he's even just made them play. This might very well be the end of a spell for him here.
Well, could possibly. I mean, that's it. If the ball's not doing anything, this line is quite easy to just let go and wait for the bad ball. When they're tempted to bolt at you or closer into you, that one's left alone through to the keeper and there is no run.
That ball and those couple of balls this over already is pretty much a case in point. I would rather have somebody who tries to make the batsman play more. There is a 4th line. There is a.
Well, that's where you've got. Well, this is where England. That's a good in swinger though. But the swing's probably too much onto the legs and the pads of Blundell, who just defends it out to short mid wicket. And there's no run. I mean, that's it. If you're going to have that line, you kind of give it away though with the field, don't you? Because then if you're going to bowl straight, then you have short mid wicket, you have your mid on, and you've got a couple of guys out and a deep on the leg side anyway. And it says to the batsman, I'm going to bowl straight and at the stumps. Got more challenges though. You've got more ways of getting them out. You bowl close to the stumps. You can still bowl at one just on off stump. Get them to try and work it away. Put your slips in. They've still got 3 slips in, to be fair. Very close together, the slips. As that one is left alone by Blundell. Through to the keeper and there's no run.
That was a contrast. Yeah. That ball moved away. Indeed, the lead's 150. I mean, in some quarters we might even hear whispers that New Zealand may already declare and so on. But come on, I mean, jokes apart, this is shaping up to be a wonderful, wonderful contest.
It
now
could
that
be.
both teams have gotten their feet in.
That's a good lead by Blundell. Big positive step forward. Lets it through to Folks and there's no run. I think they probably should have tried Harry Brook in this I don't know. I suppose they went to Ollie Pope because they wanted to get him in the side. They want him to be successful, and I think we all want him to be successful. He looked unconvincing in the first innings, I have to say. Very fidgety.
Something changes from the way his mindset. Something changes. I think he just has to still say the attack I'm facing is no different from the one I would face if I were to be playing for Surrey. I mean, he makes such big runs for Surrey. Batting at 3 and 4.
I mean, he doesn't bat 3 for Surrey, but he is a class batsman, you know. I've got no doubt if he does get himself in, he'll score runs. But recently he hasn't really got himself in at all. Just gets himself out cheaply. And maybe that's what he needs. He needs another decent innings. Get the positivity back into him.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, maybe you look at Harry Brook. Stokes is in again. It's short. Mitchell thinks about pulling. I mean, Mitchell's not going to shy away from the pull. Pulls out of it. It's a bit too short and goes over the top of him. And through the Folks, no run.
An interesting period of play here. I'm sure both these batsmen will look to take Stokes on, but not injudiciously, not with just plain bravado, but more with a little bit of intent with scoring runs, because those balls can be hit. They'll get time to do that.
Well, that's the thing. He is quite expensive. I mean, he's gone for 27 in his 5 overs, but if he makes something happen, it's vital for England that something does. Stokes is in again. That's pulled, and it's too short, too wide outside the off stump. Didn't get up. and Mitchell was able to get on top of it. He's hauled it down to wide, long on. Not great timing, but it's got enough on it. There's no one out in the deep, and it's gone on for 4 runs.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
If the first one was too short, this one's not quite short enough.
Well, yeah, it didn't get up enough.
It didn't get up. That's the feeling
It was
I got.
reasonably short. It just sort of sat a little bit off the pitch. Got up to a nice height to pull, and it was wide enough for Ross Stump. He could get it around. Free his arms.
I can't help but feel England may have already given away the element of surprise. That first over, there was a chance of a catch, which didn't materialize.
Yeah, I'm surprised he doesn't mix it up with big booming full in swingers. Makes me think as that one is pulled again out to deep square leg. I'm sure he will bung one in if he's got any sense, and I wouldn't wait till the last ball of the over either.
No, I mean it's about probably 3 and 3, if not even 4 and 2. Your bouncer should always remain little bit of a surprise ball, because you may have 3 fielders on the deep. That's not a problem.
Hey, I've just realised that Tone's wearing a slaughtered lamb t-shirt from the werewolf in London, American werewolf in London. And B, he's woken up. He was dozing like an old man on the sofa next door, which I'm going to go and do now, to be fair.
Makes sense.
Stokes is up to crease and he bowls, and that's short again and pulled again, this time by Blundell. Who's going to get the full in-swinger? That's what I want to know. Or is he going to bowl one? I bloody hope he does. So that was pulled easily enough out to deep square leg. It's a single. It's a guessing game. We need that wicket. England need a wicket. 156 for 5. England are now going to think if we can get them out for 200, and they've got to be positive, because you can get a couple of quick wickets.
Look, Broad and Anderson at their best will be no match for any tail, right? Including
well, it shouldn't be, but England's ability to get tails out is also pretty poor. Again, it's short, and again, it's pulled, and this time it's gone, but that's a good shot from Darryl Mitchell. There's 3 men out in the deep, and he's beaten all of them. And he's got
this is what I meant.
Off to the fence, and it's 4 more runs.
If I'm just going to go back and across every ball, I'm also setting myself up to play shots. If I know exactly, and I have a lot of time to, place the ball and hope it beats one of the fielders. This happened twice this over now.
Exactly.
I don't think this is looking like a good ploy so far.
No, that's what I mean. You're going to mix it up, haven't you? Now, if he does it last ball, it's obvious. But he hasn't. He's done the short ball again. But it's a better line. Mitchell ducks underneath. It goes through the folks. And there's no run. That's the end of the over. 106.94. We are due a change. It's going to be Tony taking over from me. Messers is joining us back, and Jacob, who I've got to let in. There you go.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow. Joining us. See you later, Ajit. Good to see you again. Tony's
and happy to give you hints on old men dozing on the sofa too, Bear. I've got lots of expertise.
Jez, last tweet is Grand Theft Auto. That's the next one to read.
Thanks, mate. Okay. Well, I started drinking at 1700 yesterday, slept at 6 a.m, back on it since 1400. It's my birthday weekend, so expect no sense from me. Hell of a game. This game that will be won with 1 significant innings from 1 player, I think. Well, I mean, to be honest, we don't demand of our listeners that they make sense. We just want some fun from you, that's all. You are on ball by ball, Tony.
Well, that was defended by Blundell from Anderson while Bishop gets his headphones on. I'm not on ball by ball, Jez, but
no, you're not. I was
Tony was just indisposed momentarily while he's sanitising his microphone.
I was
good choice. Yes.
Oh, especially after the Bears been on it, you don't know what's coming out in that.
100 all don't. 169 for 4. The 160 the lead. Onto the back foot goes Blundell, and Jimmy just drops this. A little bit shorter, a little bit wider, and easy for Blundell to tickle away towards point and take a single. Yeah, I was sat in the green room, and I said, "How many's too many?" And I heard Hendo darkly mutter, "It's already too many."
That is, it seems, the prevailing opinion on Twitter as well. I think realistically, anything over about 250.
Jimmy, elbows
is
pumping.
probably
Still got 3 slips. Gets that one to
territory.
move in to Mitchell, who I have to say, this is the Darryl Mitchell who I really, really, really wanted to come back for a second season at Middlesex, I must admit. Smiles on the New Zealand balcony. I'm not surprised. That Luke Ronke up there in the middle.
Yeah.
I thought it might be.
But that's the thing, Jacob. It shouldn't be too much, should it? I mean, a competent batting side on a pitch that's flattened out a lot.
Well, that is the...
should be able to chase 300.
As Jimmy Anderson is in, right arm over, of course, and driven very pleasantly by Mitchell away towards cover. And this time there is no run, just a shade under 3, the run rate. 170 for 4 the score, 161 the lead. This ball now nearly 60 overs old. And Joe Root, for once, has decided to go up to Ben Stokes and offer some advice, which I would imagine Ben Stokes would go, well, that didn't really work for you that well, did it? So we shall see. That one's full on off stump and defended back towards the bowler by Mitchell. No run.
I mean, you're right, Jez. If it was a competent batting side, it should be a good chase of 300. But when you have the ever-hanging possibility of losing 7 for 50, 200 starts, 250 starts to be sort of danger area, because to get to 300, you have too much time where you can lose 3, 4, 5 wickets in a club.
Jimmy got here? Oh, that's a little bit wider, and brilliantly fielded by Ben Stokes. That looked for all the world like it had bisected cover and extra cover, and Ben Stokes flung himself to his right, giving every last ounce of whatever he's got for the cause. And there is no run. Look at that. Not the first time we've seen the more senior members of the side extending themselves. We saw Stuart Broad this morning absolutely launch himself out on the mid-wicket boundary, and he just flew along the ground. And Stokes there has he's grown an extra 1.5 feet, I think, to somehow reach that, and he's saved his side what could so easily have been 4 runs. Well done him.
Quick bit of cricket news. After their fixture today in the ICC World Cup League 2 Tri-Series against the UAE, Kyle Kurtzer will step down as Scotland's
Oh, that's
captain.
horrible from Ben Stokes this time, who's resumed the attack. It's a wide and down leg side, and it's been signalled, not surprisingly, as 1 for the over. It was a bouncer. If you're going to drop bouncers in, you've got to make the batsman fear that they might be hit by it. And he'd have... That was certainly not the case on that occasion. Stokes is bowling from the pavilion end. He's bowling towards... I think we can still call it the new Compton and Edrich, can't we? With the media centre in the middle, those 2 like huge butterfly wings either side of the media centre. Pulled by Blundell, pulled down to fine leg. There's a man down there, though. It's Matthew Potts. He's looking still chirpy and with a spring in his step, and why wouldn't he? After the heroics of yesterday and again today, but he's found his more recent spells a little bit more trying, hasn't he, Jacob?
Yes, he has, for sure. I mean, it's been a long day for everyone, really. This game sort of slowed down a little bit. But Blundell's doing well. That's a bit of a top edge, but not enough to carry down towards the man at fine leg, as Mitchell is unhappy with the side screen.
We've been saying for a while that this could be the defining partnership of the match, really. And Daryl Mitchell, class cricketer that he is, son of rugby league coach for New Zealand. Of course, that one is tickled off his legs again by Mitchell. Once more, Potts will come racing around to field at fine leg. They're going to take 2. They're going to have to hurry. Well, no, they're going to have to go from an amble to a gentle trot. I don't think that counts as hurrying, but it does get 2. The question is, was it leg byes? No, it was off the bat, and the score moves on to 173 for 4 with a lead of 164.
Stokes now come round the wicket.
What I will want to ask you both is how you felt the Parkinson experiment went. Experiment in as much as, would Jack Leach have got those overs that Parkinson took, I wonder. I think he would. This one's short and pulled by Mitchell, but there is a man down there. It's Crawley who is now at deep backward square. Restricts them to a single. 87 miles an hour from Ben Stokes. He's cooking up more pace than certainly Potts was, who I think he certainly dropped a mile or 2 an hour, didn't he? Or a kilometre or 2 an hour.
I thought the Parkinson experiment went relatively well. There were a few loose deliveries, which kind of happens with leg spin. But he was difficult, especially at the start. They were finding real trouble reading him because while he's been criticised as too slow for Test cricket, I'll break up.
Left by Blundell outside of his off stump, diving to his right. Those slips have now been dispersed. That wonderful picture yesterday was a ring of about 6 slips. Both sides having got stages in the game. No, there is one slip in place, who's not really at first or second, probably between second and third in terms of the position they're standing. So Folkes had to fling himself, which he duly did. He's been tidy, certainly in everything he's done so far. Maybe not with the bat so much, but certainly with the gloves. Round the wicket, Stokes, that swings, and this time poor old Folkes has to dive the other way. Swung in the air, but it was down leg from the right-handed Blundell. And at the end of that over, it's 174 for 4. This partnership moves on, and we shall find out from Messers, who is suffering with us.
Josie Oak says we're still doomed. He says, is it that this wicket was a bit green and underprepared, but now it's flattened out? To which Gary Naylor said, well, Lords always gets easier and easier for the bat right through to day 5, and I think that's right.
It certainly does tend to do that, yes. 118 by the way, this partnership.
Granfeth Arda said, just sanitising my microphone. What a pleasing euphemism.
Well, I use both wipes and spray. You can make of that what you like.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
I love that you leave the room for the imagination to go wild, Tony.
174 for 4. And Jimmy Anderson is going to continue. He's deep in conversation with his captain, Ben Stokes. 1 for 37 for him, of course.
I'd like to see Parkinson from the end Anderson's bowling, because he was against the slope in his last spell, and fair enough, you know, he's just holding up an end for a bit and he doesn't get the choice, but if you want him to attack for a bit with the balls on hold,
slightly edged, but all the way along the ground down towards third man. They've taken 1, they'll take 2. It's actually going to go all the way down the hill. It's not going to be caught up, and it is one of these. Apologise to Darryl Mitchell because he angled the bat and played that beautifully. There was no edge involved at all. This one he hits more with the face of the bat, but he still angles a little bit, and it just makes its way along the ground to cover, and there is no run. 178 for 4, 169 at the lead.
This is the sort of game situation, in fact, where you want your leg spinner to do something. You've got a settled partnership. Bowlers getting a bit tired, all into their sort of 15th, 16th over.
Yeah,
this is the time for a spinner, a bit of mystery spin to come on and make an impact, break a partnership.
If ever 2 quick wickets could help a side, it would help England at the moment. This one's left by Mitchell, through to Folkes it goes. 79 miles an hour from Jimmy, who's operating, he's been leased the Murtagh end by Tim Murtagh for the purposes of this game. Otherwise, of course, known as the nursery end, where we were hoping to hear from both David and Annie, who were going to gather at the nursery end and talk to us at tea time, but from what I heard, it was all a bit of a disaster. We had to give up the whole conversation, which is rather sad. Anderson again.
They have recorded a video for us to play tomorrow.
Oh, brilliant. This one's beautifully worked off his legs. Over pitched by Jimmy. Or is it going to make its way? It's slowing up. Yes, it just makes its way to the mid-wicket boundary. Broad. Looked like he might catch it. He didn't. And it's 4 more. And that tauntingly extends the lead now to 173. And all around the world, cricket watchers are looking at this and going, well, how many is too many? It is the question of the moment, isn't it? Knowing that England batting lineup.
Unless you're Hendo, in which case the question's been answered
Well,
about 2
it's
hours
interesting.
ago.
Do you know what I mean? It completely separates the pessimist from the optimist, doesn't it? You know, it's a complete polar opposites of attitude. As this one's nicely met by Mitchell, but steered straight to extra cover, no run. I mean, there are those on the who are, you know, the more sunny or optimistic view of England cricket are going, of course it's changed. Anything up to 300. There's so much time in the game, and the pitch is flattening out. And there are those who go, well, we know what England's batting's like. That, I'm venturing, is probably the leg of that. Is that the leg of Parkinson?
Broad.
No, it's Broad, who again dug up a huge chunk of that Lord's turf. Oh, that's a beautiful, beautiful straight on drive by Daryl Mitchell. That's going to go all the way to the boundary, and that was sumptuous.
There's not one more for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Well done, Daryl Mitchell. Slightly over pitched, do you think, Jacob, by Jimmy there?
Yeah, he's bowling a bit too full and a bit too straight, and also a lot's been clocking in at under 80 miles an hour. I think 4 of those balls in that over were 79. I think he looks quite dissatisfied, quite tired, and we might need a change.
Well, he's passed his
I have
highest
big
score.
news.
Oh, what's your big news,
For,
Mrs.?
for all of our Patreons, Jeff Perkins, the Wonder Man, when it comes to jingles, previously tweeted the words for a jingle based on Starman around KP and his behaviour. He's already recorded that jingle, and he has posted it onto the Discord channel for our patrons, so that those of you who are patrons can hear that jingle immediately if you wish to. I think that's fantastic. Thank you,
well
Jeff.
done, Jeff. I'm delighted to hear that. It's going to be Ben Stokes going to continue. Bacon and eggs behind him in the pavilion there. Short has Blundell hopping onto his toes, but he's just able to turn it around to square leg, and there is no run. Yeah, Mitchell has reached his highest test score and gone beyond it now. Previously he'd made 73 at Hamilton and 6 last year ago. Oh, that's against England, I beg your pardon. What's his highest ever test score overall?
I think he did,
able to tell me
he did
that?
well in India at number 3, but I'm not sure if he got 100 or anything. I think he might have got into the 80s, but I'm
Certainly
not sure.
his highest score against England was the 73 at Hamilton.
Mitchell's
In comes Stokes. This one's diving away to his left goes Stokes, and it's been given as a wide. Well, that is a mark, I think, of a bowler trying that little bit too hard.
Brendan McCullum looks like he's tapping along to our jingle.
Maybe he is. Brendan, give us a wave if you are. He said
his highest test score is 102.
102, thank you.
Not out.
Who did he get that against?
I'm just looking after that now.
That one was down leg again. By
My
Stokes.
venture would be India last year at
No
number
run.
3.
Batting innings list, I shall tell you in a second. It was against Pakistan in Christchurch in January 2021.
Well, I can tell you, yeah, recently he'd made 58 and 19 at Chelmsford, and then he'd made 60 and 24 against South Africa at Christchurch. This one is Fuller on off stump this time, and Blundell shouts no in very firm, clear and authoritative fashion back down the track to Daryl Mitchell, and there's no run.
I think the Sky broadcasting people are of like mind with me, because there's been a couple of quite pointed, lingering shots of Matt Parkinson.
Yeah.
And now there's one of a grounds person sleeping on the
Well, I don't think he's
cover.
asleep, because he was sort of flexing and twitching his foot, wasn't he? But he was certainly in a somnambulent posture. As
Now you won't hear that on
Blundell,
TMS.
as Blundell pushes this into the onside. There is no run. Wasn't that from the line?
As copyrighted by the Bears, somnambulant posture, isn't it?
Well, it might have been. I'm thinking possibly Stanley Holloway's Lion and Albert. I think it appears in that. Albert's in a somnambulant posture from my recollection, not Albert.
On their debut
yeah,
album.
Albert. The Lion, no, the Lion is, not Albert. In comes Stokes. And it's another down leg again, and Blundell has a swing and a miss, and through it goes. And I hate to say it, but for all we don't care how many runs we concede, it's all about attack, attack, attack. We don't believe in bowling dry anymore. This is starting to look a bit like trying to bowl dry. But who will see? There's certainly a change in attitude on that England bench. It was all joviality, jocularity, and generally jolly japes earlier. And now there's some very serious expressions on the three faces of John Lewis, Paul Collingwood, and of course new coach Brendan McCullum. 187 for 4. Stokes in short again, pulled again. 2 men down on the leg side. They're looking for that leg side trap. Crawley is the squarer of those 2 men. Potts the finer, and it's Crawley who fields. It's the end of the over. 61 complete. It's 188 for 4, and we'll go back to Messers.
Nestler's tells us that Zverev just left the court in a wheelchair. Actually, after 3 hours play, 6-all in the second set between Zverev and Nadal, Zverev is now actually leaving the court on crutches, so Nadal has actually gone through to the final. Madan Mohan Sharma says, when this test is on, I remember 1986 Lord's Test when India needed just 136 in the 4th innings for a win. They were 110 for 5, then Kapil Dev came in, smashed 23 in just 10 balls, and India won by 5 wickets. Memories. Farong wants to know when Moen will be recorded to the test team. Well, it may well happen. You never know.
I'm not sure about that. I like Moeen Ali, but for a long time I was of the opinion that Moeen Ali wouldn't be the best spinner you pick for Test match cricket. He's being picked because he can bat, and I've already made my feelings on picking spinners because they can bat quite clear. Don Best getting that run in the side because they thought he could bat at 8 when every other ball became a long hop. You were starting to think, oh, come on, it's not about that, it's can he bowl spin well. And I think the Matt Parkinson experiment may continue at some point, and hopefully from the nursery end.
Well, I think, I think a lot of people would like to see that. I'm with you, I think, Jacob. I don't think he let himself down.
The truth is, if you're going to bring a leg spinner in, you need to give him at least 3 or 4 matches. You look how Shane Warne started. He was 1 for 150 or something in his first innings. It takes a while.
And that's the problem. A lot of the tributes have been going about Shane Warne, and he kind of changed everything, and actually not always in a good way, because now every leg spinner...
Oh, this one is nicely guided. No, we're watching some replays. We are indeed.
But every leg spinner is compared to Shane Warne, and they're never going to be as relentlessly accurate as he was, or have as many variations. But Parkinson is good. He gets hit. He gets turn. You've got to temper your expectations a little bit.
I was just
Neymar Butland says, is there an alternate universe where we have better test players with nice white jumpers with 3 lions on them? Please let's try to communicate this with this better world.
Well, that would be nice.
There's optimists left yet.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's the state of the play seems to will divide opinion. I was just looking up actually, highest ever 5th wicket partnership for New Zealand. And these two have got some way to go. It was 222 by Nathan Lastall and Macmillan against Zimbabwe at the Basin Reserve in the year 2000.
Wow.
So they were living it up in the year 2000 with that 5th wicket partnership. But the way these two are going, still seems, the Durham pairing, who I often see having a chat. Both Potts and Stokes. I think that's just a little paternal care, as it were, from Stokes to look after the youngster, not just the fact that they're Durham colleagues. But
Broads on.
Yeah, we will have
we have a review. Warren says, I have to say that the KP jingle from Jeff Perkins is most excellent. Plus, it's almost like Ziggy himself has recorded it.
Oh, I will. When I'm off air, I will take the opportunity to have a listen. We are going to have Stuart Broad back into the attack, so it might be worth just giving him a quick jingle. Rather confusingly, of course, that jingle is labelled on the jingle card as Broad-Wagner. Obviously Wagner. And I was thinking, well, hang on a moment. How does that work? One jingle for two players? What's going on? Broad in. And Blundell just pushes it towards short mid-wicket, where Johnny Bairstow is stationed now. Again,
not sure about this one. Broad bowled 17 overs, the most of all of the bowlers. Parkinson's only bowled 6. Bowls 60 overs old. As we are seeing Parkinson, who might be brought on at I consider to be the wrong end.
I'm sure Sky think that if they keep showing him on camera at some point, they'll get him on.
But it means they're probably going to bring him on at the wrong end.
Well, certainly try him from a different end, as Broad is in, wide of the off stump, left by Blundell through to Folkes. No run, 179 the lead, 188 for 4.
And Broad likes the nursery end because he takes it away from the left-handers into the right-handers, whereas Parkinson wants to be spinning it away from the right-hander, so that end's better for him. And Broad's bowled the most overs as Parkinson is warming up, so he's going to be brought on the wrong end.
Well, we shall see.
Why not bowl Parkinson from this end?
Well, I mean, the other thing is they're behind on their overload as well, so they need to get some reasonably quick
2 slips for Stuart Broad.
Overs in.
It's in and it's full and it's on off stump and it's tidily met, nudged really towards mid-on by Blundell, and there's no run. Still got the best part of 20 overs before they can get a new ball to bowl with. Those 20 overs, if these two continue, what was the run rate? About 3 and over? These two keep motoring on.
Yep.
You can't just... You've got to do something and make something happen with the old ball, I think, is the situation. The 2 slips go down. Broad, that's uppishly, but beautifully driven away, just backward a point. That's going to go all the way, and it's a gorgeous shot by Blundell for 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
I hate to bang on, but
that's what we're here for.
But
now you love it.
I do. Why are we having Stuart Broad dobbing down 79-mile-an-hour away swingers, which are not what he's known for, to 2 set batsmen, and bringing Parkinson on where he has to spin against the hill? Let him spin the ball.
I tell you what, someone nearby is cooking a roast. It smells magnificent as this one is left outside of off stump by Blundell, and through it goes to Folkes. 85 miles an hour from Stuart Broad on this occasion. Oh, I wish you could smell it. Oh, I'm drooling. I am literally drooling at the smell of this fantastic roast dinner from somewhere.
That would be very nice. I've got a barbecue tomorrow, which would be nice. First barbecue of the summer.
Well,
Matt Parkinson was having a barbecue the other day. Apparently, when he got the call.
Yes, he was. Yes, that's right.
He was having a barbecue in Lancashire and was told, get on the M6.
Broad in, wide, short, wide, cut magnificently. That is probably one of the shots of the day. It was so beautifully executed by Mitchell. It's 4 more for him. I'm sorry, it's the end of the over. It was Blundell, but it was magnificent, and it's 4 runs.
Lovely shot.
Had the width there. It was short and wide, and I think you were saying he's bowled more overs than anyone else.
He has. That was his 18th over. Anderson 16, Potts 14, Stokes 8, Parkinson 6.
Well, that is very much looking like the shot of a man who's probably a little bit tired. And here he is. You're absolutely right.
Well, at the wrong end.
Ah, dear. Jersey Oaks had enough. He said, I can't take this shit show anymore. I'm off to the theatre.
Here he is.
turn. Bowls grey, your wig is his to turn.
Indeed it is. Matt Parkinson, the man who was barbecuing in Lancashire. Always a risky occupation, I would have thought. You never know when it's likely to literally rain on your barbecue. but here,
Guildford's such a nice dry place.
Oh, and he's he's got away with that. In fact, well, there's a man at short, fine leg. Mitchell's got a big smile on his face. I think he's got a big smile on his face because he knows that was a horrible ball. But there may just be a trap with the positioning. It's not quite a fly leg slip, but it's a short, fine leg. There is a more conventional slip. Parkinson in, down the track comes Mitchell. Lofts this over square leg, but it's going to plug and it's going to be fielded by Potts well before it gets to the boundary. He'll take two.
The reason bowling in from this end really annoys
Right.
is because it makes it makes the margin of error for him so small. Because if he's from the other end and there's a bit of turn, if he lands it on leg stump, it may just straighten and just give the batsman a problem. But now it's going to carry on sliding and they can clip it off the leg.
Slip.
He has to land it middle and off.
Parkinson's in, and he lands that on, well, middle and off.
But anything
forward and
too
no
wide can be driven or cut. Anything on the leg stump, which usually would just straighten up and maybe take the inside edge, can be
disincentivises the leg spin, is what you're saying, I think.
Basically, yeah.
As this one is nicely met by Mitchell. Parkinson nips across to field off his own bowling. None for 23 for him. He's bowling his 7th over, 4 balls of which 2 runs shy of 200 are the Kiwis. 198 for 4, 189 the lead. In comes Parkinson, throws this up outside off stump, and folks knew that was coming. He was already stood probably a foot or so outside of the off stump. So 1 ball left of this Parkinson over. Joe Root goes down, Mitchell comes forward, gets a big forward stride, full face of the bat, and there is no run. I think we're about to have a change, so I'm going to love you and leave you. I think for the day it's 198 for 4, the lead 189. And who's on? Well, it's Hendo. You lucky people.
Indeed. And we're up to date with tweets.
Jolly good. Jolly good. We're up to date with tweets. Now,
see you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you, Tony. Are you going? All right, I'll see you next time. Can you pass me the spray? The spray for the microphone. I think it's just on your right there. I'll just give my microphone a bit of a... As we try to avoid desperate diseases in this back in the studio. As England are finding life a little bit tricky at the moment. Need to break this partnership. What's it worth now? It must be 130, 140, if not more. 72 to Blundell, 77 to Mitchell, and the lead has now grown to 189. Stuart Broad will continue despite the fact that he's had a pretty heavy workload. He's got 2 slips and a shortish mid wicket. Those are the cashing positions, and he's coming in from the nursery end to bowl to Blundell. Blundell goes back and kind of stops himself as he was about to pull that. Whether it didn't get up as much as he thought, or he just found himself perhaps a little bit early through the shot. He just in the end controlled it, so he only gets a single as he eases that into the onside rather than giving it a brutal thwack. And New Zealand moved to 199 for 4. Yes.
Hendo, that single brings the partnership to 143.
140?
143.
143, so...
Yep.
Yeah, what were they? 56 for 4. This has been really
That's
damaging. Right. In comes Broad again to bowl to Mitchell. Mitchell leaves a ball outside off stump, rising a little bit as it goes through to Ben Folkes on this occasion. Well, Matt Parkinson coming back on again at the pavilion end. I would like to have seen him given a go from the nursery end, where he would have the slope in favour of his leg break. And I think, maybe he has played a lot more at Lords, and that's always been the end that he's chosen. But I think you need to see him with the help of that slope. At the moment, he's trying to turn the ball up the slope as Broad is in. I can't tell you what's happened because Tony's walked right in front of me, but it involves no run. Basically, I think it was played to mid-wicket.
Short mid-wicket, yeah.
Short mid-wicket by Mitchell. 77 to him, 73 to Blundell. Broad 1 for 41. I mean, he has gone for a couple of fours of late, but he has generally in this innings bowled well, without a little bit of, needs a bit more luck. I think he did get a rather fortunate wicket, the one of Conway, which was ball down the leg side, caught behind. And, here he is again, bowling to Mitchell. Ball just hinting at away movement, but well wide of the off stump. And Mitchell leaves it alone again.
That was ventriloquism by Tony, because I couldn't see his lips moving while you were talking.
What was he doing? I don't know what he was doing.
He was trying to change the studio layout, which I'd already done.
Oh, right, okay. Oh god, we're having more trouble with the ball, and it goes perfectly through the hoop, and immediately it's handed back by Rod Tucker to Stuart Broad, who smiles and looks at it and seems perplexed that it should have achieved that goal.
So yes,
every time the umpire does that, doesn't it seem like it's some sort of magic trick? Now look at this, ball goes through the hole, ball goes through the hole. But it doesn't go through this hole, but it goes through that. It just seems like some sort of terrible magic trick.
Here is Broad. England need a bit of magic, that's for sure. Good length delivery, defended to Johnny Bairstow at mid-wicket. And it's just thinned out a little bit in the pavilion. The bacon and egg ties are dissipating, perhaps disappointed with this afternoon session from England.
They need to get their trains home to get early to bed.
They do, because they might be up early to queue up again for tomorrow to make sure they can get their seats. So it's a hard life being an MCC member. Also an expensive one. 199 for 4. In comes Broad again. Back of a length, just a little bit more fizz in that one. But Mitchell gets right behind it, defends. And immediately Stokes picks it up and he starts inspecting the ball to see if it is a perfect sphere. But not sure he's completely happy with it. The lead is 190. 199 for 4. Tweets?
We are up to date on
tweets. Well, that's good.
Oh, let's wibble then.
Well, let's wibble. What shall we wibble about? Matt Parkinson, is he bowling at the wrong end? Jason?
I'd like to see him try at the other end. If all else fails, try something new and different.
Well, yes. At the moment, I feel like he's playing himself out of a test future. I don't know if that feels like the same to you.
I think he's trying too hard.
I think you're probably right. I mean, let's look at his average speed. His average speed is 44. The fastest ball he's bowled is 57. And his slowest ball has been 43.4. Now, I remember watching some of the Women's World Cup back in the dim and distant winter. Onto the back foot goes Blundell. And I was watching, I can't remember who it was, one of the, maybe in the Sri Lankan team, and a spinner for them, and she was bowling at something like 36 miles an hour.
The Indian girl, she's got a very, very slow bowler.
Yes, very slow, and Parkinson's not that much quicker. He comes forward this time, just in fact steps out of his crease slightly, and then defends Blundell into the onside. That's slightly better from Parkinson.
The name will come to me eventually. It's not Poonam Raut, who's a batsman, but it's somebody like that.
I can't think who it was. I do remember thinking, my goodness, this is slow. Parkinson in. Oh, it's an awful ball. It's a full toss way outside off stump, and he's lucky to get away with it. It's smashed to Stokes, who just gets knee behind it as much as anything. Rebounds away from him, but he isn't injured. Unfortunately, there's no run conceded.
Captain Fantastic says that was my fault. I didn't catch it with my.
I should have been better. It should have been. It's all down to me, Matty. Don't worry. In he comes again, and down the wicket comes Blundell. Catches it on the full toss again, and he's beaten the man at mid-on, and that is going to go all the way to the boundary in front of the pavilion, and the 200 is up. I didn't know we had a 200 jingle. God, I've missed this. I've missed these jingles with my enforced absence during the winter. This is a better ball, much better ball from Parkinson. Brings Blundell forward and he defends it back to the Lancastrian.
You can see the green shoots are there, can't you, Hendo? It's not awful.
What you mean with Matt
You
Parkinson?
You just like a 3 mile an hour quicker or so. You can see that it brings more into his game.
Well, I think they've tried to do that, haven't they? Worked with him on getting him to be a little bit quicker. This one is driven up to mid-on. Jimmy Anderson picks it up, throws down the stumps at the non-striker's end. Unfortunately for him, it was a wasted effort because they weren't trying a run. And that is the end of the over.
Jimmy does look disgusted at the moment that they're not being able to get anything out of this placid-ish wicket.
Well, basically, I'm afraid to say that New Zealand are using the hours to bat that England should have been using, and that, from an England perspective, is regrettable at the very least. We've seen that it does seem to have got, once the ball has got softer, when a team has batted long enough for the ball to get soft, it's looked quite easy.
Yeah.
But when you only bat for 40 overs in New Zealand's first innings and 41 overs in England's first innings, it doesn't give you much leeway, does it? Broad has the ball back in his hand. He's coming in again from the nursery end. It'll be his 20th over. He's bowling to Mitchell. He's in. Mitchell just has to jab down on that ever so slightly. Kept a little bit lower perhaps than he expected. And he plays it into the covers. There is no run.
There's no really incentive even allowing for the weather for anyone to do anything different at the moment in the New Zealand side. Just need to keep grinding out and grinding out.
Absolutely, 147 from 257 balls, so it's been done at a reasonable pace in the context of the game as well. These two have done a tremendous job for New Zealand as Broad comes in once more, bowls back of a length, defended watchfully, high left elbow from Mitchell, out to extra cover.
But remind me, Hendo, have we seen anything beat the bat for the last hour and a half?
Not a great deal. I think that there is the ball has gone soft and there isn't that zip, is there?
So 258 balls in context is longer than either of the two first innings.
Yep, it's 43 overs.
Very good point. Some people are snoozing, and I'm not just talking about gorillas. There are people in the crowd at Lord's who are just having a little bit of shut-eye. In comes Broad again in the corridor of uncertainty, but Mitchell shows a certain amount of certainty and defends it well enough. There is no run.
You do get the feeling that both of these guys are looking at this and thinking, I really don't want to miss out on a ton here.
Well, absolutely. It's incredible how they've sort of kept pace with each other, isn't it? Mitchell 77 off 143, Blundell 77 off 146. So it's a partnership in the best sense of the word, isn't it? Really being shared almost equally between them. Yep. And Broad got a little bit wider on the crease and then sends it down the leg side, flicked on its way. I'm not sure there's anyone down there. Yes, there is. It's little Matty Parkinson who slides round to save that from going to the boundary, but they will get back for a second. So Mitchell will move on to 79, New Zealand to 205 for 4. You'd hope he's getting. It's curious, isn't it? Matty Parkinson's out there, and every time I've seen him when he's not bowling, he's been on the boundary, and he's had Jeetan Patel standing behind him, the other side of the boundary. Now that's not, to me, that's not a good look, is it? Really, it's kind of, please help, or is it Jeetan Patel who's just thinks that he's going to be doing some good by having a chat with him? This one dies a little bit on its way through to folks. It's left alone by Mitchell.
You can just imagine a conversation, can't you? Parky says, what do I need to do? And Jeetan Patel says, just be better, mate.
Stop being shit, as one of our correspondents once said in regard to the captaincy of Michael Clarke. Now, Michael Clarke, I didn't recognise him when he was talking about Shane Warne at lunchtime. He's aged quite quickly, hasn't he? To put it bluntly, he's always a fair, young-faced looking chap. Broad in, bowls. Oh, and just for a moment I thought he was going to get through the defences of Mitchell, but Mitchell gets his bat down in front of pad and turns it up to mid-on. End of another Broad over. He looks rather dispirited with life, takes his hat from the umpire. New Zealand are 205 for 4.
Andy Feeney on YouTube. Weather watch in Birmingham, 1700 hours. City is washed out. Flooding stopped play and dinner.
Really?
So, yeah.
Wow.
And he also wants to know if there's any chance of a draw. Not really. I mean, you'd have to bucket it down for the next couple of days.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. Anyway, it's back with Parkinson. No wicket for 27 from his 8 overs.
We have had an answer on Twitter for the Indian spinner. It is Poonam Yadav.
Right, thank you for that.
From Chris Tyndale.
Parkinson in, that's a better ball, and it brings Blundell forward over the top of the ball, defending into the offside. I just feel that Parkinson just needs a break. He just needs something to go his way, so maybe just a little bit of luck, make him relax a bit more perhaps. Parkinson in, bowls, he's down the wicket, he's got it on the full toss again, he's flicked it, trying to flick it past mid-wicket, it's half stopped. Don't think they'll get a second, as in fact it's the man at deep mid-wicket who comes in off the fence to complete the fielding, Zach Crawley. So just the one.
He just needs the pitch to misbehave once and get something like a Gazunda that stymies the batsman.
Yeah, just snips through and keeps low, hits the boot. Something like Nasser Hussain once got in, was it Pakistan, when he got completely done by a ball that literally went along the ground?
Well, I'll pick your place for Nasser. I'm sure he got done by Carl Hooper on the.
Maybe that was the one. I can't think which one it was.
150 partnership.
150 up from 264 balls. There's just the one slip down the leg side. He's just going to wait for that. Too easy, I'm afraid. Flicked away to deep square leg. Down the slope, another single. 207 for 4. Now, hopefully, before the end of the day, we will have got Jeff Perko's wonderful KP jingle into the machine for some airing. Parkinson in again, bowls, and right forward is Blundell, killing any prospect of spin. Parkinson just wanders forward and picks the ball up. And England are a team so often in search of inspiration and not finding it at the moment. Parkinson again in, bowls. Down the wicket comes Blundell, whips it up to a deep set mid-on, but hits it too hard to have a chance of getting to the other end for a single. And so score remains on 207 for 4. It does mean, of course, that people are going to get some action tomorrow, which is good news. The fact that New Zealand have fought back a much better ball brings Blundell forward, reaching for it a little bit, but he turns it neatly enough into the onside. There is no run. Mitchell has 80, Blundell has 78. New Zealand are 207 for 4.
O'Neill Harris, this is more of what I expected. The first 1.5 days of this test has been shocking. Certainly hasn't been too much to write home about. Jeff Perkins, you wait 2 days for a 50, then 2 come along within minutes of each other.
Yep.
And messages, it seems that the GPL will be very much in play today. 228 runs scored so far with 50 minutes left to play. 11 GPL picks within range from 237 to 293. 36 quid in the pot. So something to look out for as we go.
How many runs have we had today? Did you say 220 runs scored? 228. I don't know how long ago that was sent. That.
Well, yeah, we'd have to
3 minutes ago.
Do some jiggling.
Well, England started on 116, and they got to, what did they get to in the end? 148.
141, I think.
141. Oh yeah, they're 9 runs ahead.
So they scored 25 plus what New Zealand have got.
Yeah, Broad starts new over, defended by Daryl Mitchell, and it's all getting a little bit predictable for England. And
232 runs in the day.
232.
So far.
And counting.
232.
Okay, it's been